On the way back to Kundi Hall, she informed Zhao Yao about the emperor's marriage decree. Zhao Yao was very incredulous after hearing it. Really? The emperor personally decreed the marriage. She said. How would I dare to make it up? Zhao Yao was shocked. But that's the Kong family, not just anyone else. Could father really want to depose the crown prince and appoint Prince Dai as the new crown prince? Now the entire palace is talking about this. She said, looking around cautiously and lowering his voice. Everyone is saying that the emperor can't hold back anymore and is going to dethrone the crown prince. Your Highness, is the emperor really going to dethrone the crown prince? After the initial shock, Zhao Yao's expression calmed. Do you think the crown prince could be deposed just because father wants to? But didn't the emperor grant Prince Dai to marry the younger daughter of Kong, Taichung? Although she usually seemed a bit slow, he was actually very perceptive. With the support of the Kong family, Prince Dai is like a tiger with wings added. How can the crown prince contend with Prince Dai? That's the esteemed Kong family by scholars across the land, that by aligning with the Kong family, Prince Dai would gain the support of the majority of scholars in the kingdom. Even with the support of the Kong family, father can't immediately dethrone the crown prince, the legitimate eldest son, and make the second brother, a child of a concubine, the crown prince. Zhao Yao crossed his hands behind his head, walking nonchalantly. The rule of establishing the legitimate and the eldest is a rule set by the Kong family themselves. If Kong Taichung supports the second brother to become the crown prince, that would be violating their ancestral teachings. She thought Zhao Yao's words made a lot of sense, so Kong Taichung will not support Prince Dai. Once his younger daughter marries the second brother, whether he supports or not won't be up to him. Zhao Yao said, at this point, it is not the crown prince suffering the most, but Kong Taichung. He is probably trying to figure out how to refuse this marriage. She exclaimed in surprise. How can one refuse a marriage decreed by the emperor? Wouldn't that be defying the imperial edict? Zhao Yao, just wait and see. Things won't go so smoothly. This marriage might even cause a storm of blood. Since father knows the impact this marriage would have, why did he still decree it? Could father be afraid of peace in the world? The emperor's mind is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Whether it's smooth or not has nothing to do with us. Your Highness, don't worry. What am I worried about? Zhao Yao said with a smile. I'm just thinking about eating more delicious food at tomorrow night's celebration banquet. Your Highness, do you really not plan to eat more at lunch? She said worriedly. In the afternoon, you need to go out of the city with the crown prince to welcome Prince Dai back, and who knows when you'll be able to return to the palace. What if you get hungry then? I'm not foolish. How could I possibly go hungry to welcome someone? As he spoke, Zhao Yao's stomach started rumbling, and he hastened his pace. Hurry back. Your Highness, slow down. Be careful not to fall. She hurried to catch up. In no time, they arrived at Kundi Hall, where Lai Kai and the others were crouching at the door to welcome Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao first hugged Lai Kai and the others, then kissed them. 10th brother, why did you come back early? It wasn't even noon yet, and usually, Zhao Yao would only come down from studying at noon. The 5th princess suddenly thought of something, pointed at Zhao Yao, and exclaimed, Did you sneak back? Zhao Yao gave the 5th princess a roll of his eyes. He said crossly, 5th sister, when have I ever sneaked back early? He didn't want to leave early, but unfortunately didn't have the courage. Then you must have faked being sick or in pain to come back early. The 5th princess spoke very confidently. Zhao Yao pretended to look hurt and sad. 5th sister, how could you think that of me? I'm a good student. Although he didn't like studying and often spaced out in class. He went to study obediently every day. He had never been late, left early, or skipped a class. The 5th princess was fooled by Zhao Yao's acting and hastily apologized. 10th brother, I was just teasing you. Zhao Yao snorted, then didn't bother with the 5th princess any longer and walked forward with Lai Kai and the others. The 5th princess believed Zhao Yao was really angry and quickly chased after him to apologize, even promising to make his favorite snacks. It was only then that Zhao Yao forgave her and stopped being mad at her. Witnessing everything, she silently felt pity for the 5th princess in his heart. His Highness was clearly just tricking the 5th princess to willingly make him snacks, and she didn't even notice, foolishly falling for it. The 5th princess relied on being an older sister, thinking she was smarter than His Highness, but every time the 5th princess was tricked into running in circles by His Highness. Liang Zhaoyi and Yumarin were both very surprised that Zhao Yao came back 3/4 of an hour earlier than usual. They were worried he might be unwell. Zhao Yao explained the reason he finished studying early to Liang Zhaoyi and the others. Mother, let's have lunch later. I have to meet with the crown prince later and go out of the palace to meet the second brother with him. Liang Jiaoi nodded and then instructed Gue Xing to inform the small kitchen to hurry up a bit. There was a small kitchen in Kundi Hall, and all meals were prepared here. Typically, someone of Liang Jiaoi's rank wouldn't have their own small kitchen. Only concubines of the rank and above could have a private kitchen. However, due to Kundi Hall's remote location, it was inconvenient to fetch meals from the imperial kitchen. The most important issue was that the meals would get cold by the time they were brought back. While it didn't matter much for Liang Jiaoi and Yumerin, it could easily cause Zhao Yao to suffer from indigestion. When Zhao Yao was very young, he frequently had stomach issues. When the emperor learned of the cause, he made an exception for Liang Jiaoi to have her own small kitchen. Prince Dai's return to the capital is quite a spectacle this time. Not only is the crown prince leading officials to welcome him, but the emperor also granted him such a good marriage. Yumerin remarked, "It's truly glorious." Pan Chiron chimed in, "It will surely be lively when Prince Dai returns in the afternoon." Liang Jiaoi did not join Yumerin and the others' conversation, but repeatedly reminded Zhao Yao, "Once you reach outside the capital, you must stick closely to the 8th prince or the 4th prince, and don't go anywhere, and definitely don't wander off, understand?" "Don't worry, mother, that I'll definitely stick close by the 4th brother and the 8th brother and go nowhere else." Zhao Yao assured her, "Whatever the 4th and 8th brothers do, I'll do that. I won't speak out of turn." This trip outside the capital was to welcome the 2nd brother back, not for leisure, as he couldn't possibly lose himself and wander recklessly. Reassured by Zhao Yao's words, Liang Jiaoi felt relieved and didn't say more. Soon after, Gue Xing came in and reported that lunch was ready and asked if they should now serve the meal. Liang Jiaoi said, "Serve the meal now." Zhao Yao hurriedly finished his lunch, changed into a set of brocade clothes, and headed to the Eastern Palace. That'd be why the time he arrived. The 3rd and 4th princes were already there. However, the 7th and 9th princes hadn't arrived yet. After a while, the 7th and 9th princes arrived. Having encountered each other along the way, they naturally exchanged sharp words. Judging by the 9th prince's smug appearance, it was clear he had just won the argument against the 7th prince. Once the crown prince saw that all his brothers were present, he led them out of the palace, the palace gates. He noticed there were quite a few imperial guards stationed there. Some are even holding horses. The crown prince was the first to mount a horse, followed by the other princes in succession. The 4th and 8th princes made sure Zhao Yao was riding between them, that if anything unexpected happened, the two of them could protect him. The crown prince rode at the front. The 9th prince, relying on being a direct brother of Prince Dai, stayed right behind the crown prince, riding ahead of the 3rd prince and the others. Riding along the main road of the capital, Zhao Yao was taken aback by the number of commoners crowding the sides of the road. Why are there so many people? Were all these commoners here to welcome Prince Dai back to the capital? The 8th prince glanced at the commoners lining the road and smiled coldly in his heart. Marquis Xianping is truly resourceful, managing to have the commoners welcome Prince Dai back in triumph spontaneously. The 4th prince, expressionless, said, "Pay them no mind." Seeing the crown prince, the commoners all knelt down to pay their respects, loudly chanting, "Long live the crown prince." With his usual genial and warm smile, the crown prince occasionally waved to the commoners on either side of the road. Even just a wave was enough to excite the commoners greatly. On ordinary days, commoners rarely had the chance to see the crown prince and the other princes, let alone face them closely like now. They felt a deep reverence and awe for imperial authority. Hearing the people chanting, "Long live the crown prince, long live, long live," Zhao Yao inexplicably felt his blood boiling. This moment, he suddenly understood why his royal brothers were all vying to become the crown prince. The 4th prince had been secretly observing Zhao Yao all along, and, seeing his shocked expression, thought he was frightened by the crowd. He gently patted Zhao Yao's back, comforting him, "Don't mind them." Zhao Yao looked blankly at the 4th prince. "Who does 4th brothers say I shouldn't mind?" "The people by the roadside," the 4th prince replied soothingly. "They aren't scary. Don't be afraid of them." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao blinked blankly at first. Then he understood that the 4th prince had misunderstood him. He smiled at the 4th prince. "4th brother, I'm not afraid of the people by the roadside. I just think Crown Prince brother is so awe-inspiring." "Awe-inspiring?" Zhao Yao nodded. "With so many people shouting long live for the Crown Prince brother, isn't it awe-inspiring?" Only then did the 4th prince understand Zhao Yao's meaning, and he chuckled lightly. "10th brother, this isn't awe-inspiring." "Ah, it's not awe-inspiring. Then what is it?" The people along the roadside knelt in groups and saluted, shouting, "Long live the Crown Prince! Long live, long live." Such a grand scene. How can it not be awe-inspiring? The 4th prince glanced at the people's faces filled with awe and admiration and solemnly told Zhao Yao, "This is the imperial majesty of the heavenly family." In his heart, Zhao Yao said, "Isn't it the same?" The eighth prince said, "Only Crown Prince brother would be welcomed so warmly by the people." Zhao Yao, feigning ignorance, said, "Then Crown Prince brother is truly amazing." The eighth prince laughed. "Crown Prince brother is naturally amazing." After saying that, his gaze shifted to the crowd on both sides of the road. He saw fanaticism in many faces. He mocked internally. The Marquis Xianping spent so much effort to have all the citizens of the capital come out to welcome the return of Prince Dai, yet didn't expect that the people only had eyes for the crown prince. He didn't know if he regretted it now. Fourth brother, eighth brother, it's my first time seeing so many people. It's really lively. Not only were the roadsides crowded with people, but the shops on both sides were also packed. Everyone looked excited, as if they were seeing a heavenly god. This is probably the charm of imperial power. The eighth prince laughed. This is nothing. The fourth prince gently patted Zhao Yao's shoulder, saying, "It's good you're not scared." At these words, Zhao Yao pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, "Fourth brother, you underestimate me. I'm not that timid." "Yes, your courage is very great." Zhao Yao felt that the fourth prince didn't believe him and glared at him in annoyance, then turned away, not wanting to look at him anymore, seeing Zhao Yao's puffed-up appearance. The fourth prince found him extremely cute and couldn't help but poke his cheek. Zhao Yao turned his head and opened his mouth to bite the fourth prince's finger. The fourth prince quickly withdrew his finger, letting Zhao Yao bite at air. Originally, the fourth prince wanted to tease Zhao Yao further, but then remembered they were on horseback, and if Zhao Yao fell, he would surely be injured, so he refrained. Riding from the palace gates to outside the capital city took only an hour or so, but Zhao Yao and the others rode slowly, taking 2 hours to ride out of the capital to the city gate. A crowd was waiting. Ministers and imperial guards had long since gathered at the city gate. Seeing the crown prince leading the princes, the ministers and imperial guards hurriedly saluted. The crown prince sat quietly on horseback, waiting for Prince Dai's return. Zhao Yao and the others rode behind the crown prince on horseback. The fourth prince noticed Zhao Yao curiously gazing at the ministers on both sides, so he kindly introduced each minister to him. Among the ministers in the court, Zhao Yao didn't recognize any to know. He recognized Duke Zhen and Marquis Xianping since these two often enter the harem. Zhao Yao had seen them a few times. Other ministers, Zhao Yao didn't know. Zhao Yao knew many ministers by name, but couldn't match names to faces. Now, with the fourth prince's introduction, he could match them to faces. The fourth prince's introductions were very detailed, giving both names and official positions. When mentioning official positions, he also explained their duties to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao hadn't learned about the ministers' positions before, and hearing the fourth prince's explanations, he just felt it was complicated. There were the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, and chief assistants, secretaries, grand ministers. The fourth prince saw Zhao Yao listening with vague understanding, but didn't, as usual, explain until Zhao Yao understood that, in his view, Zhao Yao was still young, and it was okay not to understand these positions for now. Later, Zhao Yao would naturally understand. "Fourth brother, you are amazing. You know everything." Zhao Yao also told the eighth prince, "Eighth brother is amazing too." Both fourth brother and eighth brother hadn't even attended court yet, but they knew the court ministers like the back of their hands. Unlike him, knowing nothing about them, the fourth prince smiled faintly. "When you grow up, you'll know too." Zhao Yao waved his hand. "There are so many ministers, I can't remember them. However," he chuckled, "if a minister's family cooks tasty meals, I'll definitely remember." The fourth and eighth princes couldn't help but laugh at this. Zhao Yao curiously asked, "Fourth brother, eighth brother, do you know which minister's family cooks well?" This question was outside the fourth prince's knowledge. He couldn't answer. "I don't know if any minister's family cooks well, but I know there's a minister who loves good food like you do." Excitedly, Zhao Yao asked, "Who is it?" "General Shun Hu. He loves eating meat just like you." Zhao Yao grinned and said, "People who love good food and meat are good people and very capable." The fourth and eighth princes were amused by Zhao Yao's twisted logic, saying, "General Shun is indeed very capable, but 10th brother you." Seeing that the eighth prince looked down on him, Zhao Yao retorted, "Eighth brother, don't look down on the young and poor. When I grow up, I will be as capable as General Shun. Don't look down on the young and poor." The fourth and eighth princes were shocked to hear such words for the first time. "Sure, I'm small now, without much skill, but when I grow up, I'll surely become capable, so don't underestimate me." The fourth prince laughed. "Don't look down on the young and poor. Well said." The eighth prince praised. "10th brother, that was well said. I didn't expect you to come up with such a good phrase." He teased. Seems copying the analects these days wasn't in vain. Zhao Yao was astonished. "Oh, fourth brother and eighth brother haven't heard the phrase. Don't look down on the young and poor. First time hearing it, Zhao Yao blinked, then remembered that the phrase was said by Zhao Yao in his dreams. Eighth brother, I'll take it as you complimenting me. Eighth brother forgot that half of the copied Analect's punishment was done by him. Of course, I'm complimenting you. Embarrassed by the praise, Zhao Yao scratched his head and chuckled. The fourth prince said, you need to read more in the future. Tenth brother was smart, but being young, he only thought about eating and playing and was inattentive to reading, resulting in being a bit slow with it. Those words felt like a tight curse, making Zhao Yao's head hurt. He quickly raised his hand in surrender. Fourth brother, before he finished speaking, his body suddenly tilted to the right. The eighth prince hurriedly steadied him, ensuring he sat upright with legs tightly gripping the horse's belly. I won't say it, the fourth prince said. Whenever reading was mentioned, tenth brother looked frightened. Zhao Yao held the reins tightly with both hands, his legs grasping the horse's belly, but on either side of the horse's belly. There was nothing, smooth, and if not careful, he'd slide off the horse, and he felt that something was amiss, like something was missing, but couldn't quite recall what. Zhao Yao lowered his head, staring directly at the horse's belly. The fourth prince saw him like this, and asked what's wrong. Zhao Yao shook his head at the fourth prince. Is there something wrong with your horse? The fourth prince asked, glancing at Zhao Yao's Heiyu. Heiyu suddenly felt uncomfortable, as if a thorn was on its back, moved uneasily. Yao Yao, I'm fine, I haven't been poisoned. Zhao Yao patted Heiyu's neck comfortingly and said to the fourth prince, Fourth brother, Heiyu is fine, nothing's wrong. Then what are you looking at? I just feel it's too slippery. When riding, he always felt something was wrong. Yet what was wrong, he couldn't pinpoint. Just now he felt it again. Slippery, unable to grip. While Zhao Yao pondered, suddenly a light flashed in his mind. In a split second, he finally realized what was wrong. The stirrups on either side of the horse's belly were missing in the dream. When Zhao Yao rode a horse, there were stirrups on either side of the horse's belly. The fourth prince watched Zhao Yao, who alternated between frowning, showing confusion, deep in thought, suddenly realizing and being very excited, his expressions changing wonderfully. Zhao Yao thought of the stirrups and got so excited that he almost jumped up. Fortunately, the fourth prince quickly pressed his shoulder, preventing the tragedy of him falling off the horse. The eighth prince also pressed Zhao Yao's shoulder, saying helplessly, Tenth brother, calm down. Pressed on both shoulders by his two brothers and scolded. Zhao Yao blinked blankly, momentarily unable to react to what had happened. Seeing Zhao Yao's stunned expression, the eighth prince pinched his cheek and teased, What were you thinking about, looking so dazed? The slight pain on his face brought Zhao Yao back to reality. He slapped away the eighth prince's hand and rubbed the spot where he was pinched. Eighth brother, I was just thinking about something. What were you thinking so intensely about that you almost fell off the horse? Thinking about something very important. He said whenever he rode, he always felt something was off. What important matter could you be thinking about? The eighth prince poked Zhao Yao's right cheek. You must have been thinking about what to eat at the victory banquet tomorrow night, right? Zhao Yao pretended to be surprised, covering his open mouth with both hands. Eighth brother, how did you know? The eighth prince and the fourth prince were amused by his feigned shock, both reaching out to poke his cheeks simultaneously. Fourth brother, eighth brother, is it wrong for me to think about what to eat? Zhao Yao planned to go to the imperial craftsman to have stirrups made once he got back to the palace. Having stirrups would make riding not only more convenient, but also safer, so he wouldn't always worry about falling off. Second brother, why haven't they arrived yet? Sitting under the sun made him sleepy. If second brother doesn't arrive soon, I'm going to fall asleep, he said, yawning widely. Still a while to go. The fourth prince looked at Zhao Yao's sun-flushed face and asked, Tenth brother, are you thirsty? Zhao Yao picked up a water pouch from the side of the horse saddle and shook it towards the fourth prince. Fourth brother, I brought water. Are you thirsty? Do you want some water? I also brought some. The fourth prince said, reaching out to Zhao Yao. Tenth brother, come over here and rest in my arms for a while. Seeing Zhao Yao's eyes nearly closed from drowsiness, the fourth prince worried he'd fall asleep and then fall off the horse. Fourth brother, is it okay if I take a nap? After all, they were here to meet the second brother returning to the capital. It's fine. No one will notice us, the fourth prince said. Come here. Hearing this, Zhao Yao felt assured and leaned towards the fourth prince, extending his hands towards him. The fourth prince carefully embraced Zhao Yao, lifting him from Heiyu. Zhao Yao sat facing the fourth prince and then unceremoniously lay in his arms. Fourth brother, I'll take a little nap now. He was really tired. The fourth prince held Zhao Yao, gently patting his back. Go ahead and sleep. The eighth prince saw this scene, his expression turning a bit sour, but he said nothing as the fourth prince mentioned. no one paid attention to them. Everyone present had their thoughts on the upcoming return of Prince Dai. After a while, the sound of hoofbeats came from a distance. Then a soldier returned from afar to report to the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, Prince Dai will arrive in 10 miles. The Crown Prince nodded slightly. "Good." He then asked with concern, "How is Prince Dai? Is he injured? Are the other officers all right?" The soldier hadn't paid attention to Prince Dai and the other officers' conditions. Being questioned by the Crown Prince, he was momentarily stunned but soon regained his composure. "Prince Dai is well, and the other generals are also fine," he added. "The generals initially planned to accompany me to pay respects, but Prince Dai said they could not leave the soldiers behind and should come and greet you with them. It's good that Prince Dai and the soldiers are unharmed." The Crown Prince smiled warmly. "Tell Prince Dai and the generals not to rush. I'll wait here with the ministers." "Yes, Your Highness." The soldier then returned to report the Crown Prince's words to Prince Dai. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." After the soldier left, several generals around Prince Dai commented, "Didn't expect the Crown Prince to be so considerate. It's truly unexpected for the Crown Prince to personally greet us. I heard it was the Crown Prince's idea to welcome you. Your Highness, won't he embarrass you when he sees you later? I have a feeling the Crown Prince isn't acting sincerely. Be watchful later, Your Highness." These generals were trusted confidants of Prince Dai. Over the years, they had always stayed by his side. They were very convinced of Prince Dai's military capabilities and were also loyally devoted to him. Prince Dai was beaming with triumph, but his words were full of mockery. "Even if the Crown Prince had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare embarrass me." Since learning of the engagement, Prince Dai had been very pleased. Like others, he believed this marriage was intended as groundwork by the Emperor for his future ascension as Crown Prince. "Haha, indeed, Your Highness is a great hero now. In a few months, you'll be marrying the youngest daughter of Officer Calm, and then you will." The general received a warning glance from Prince Dai before he could finish, frightening him into closing his mouth. He almost misspoke just now. "Once we return to the capital, control your tongues," Prince Dai admonished his generals. "The Crown Prince's party is just waiting to catch our mistakes, so don't willingly hand them over." The generals hurriedly replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Prince Dai continued, "Upon returning to the capital, manage your subordinates, don't flaunt your victory, and avoid causing trouble." He reiterated, "The Crown Prince's men are watching you closely that if you accidentally say or do something wrong, they won't let it slide." These were words Prince Dai had previously spoken to his generals. He repeated them because the general nearly revealed something he shouldn't have. Although it was true, it hadn't been officially disclosed yet. The generals were aware that once back in the capital, they would become thorns in the side of the Crown Prince's party. "We will remember your words, Your Highness. Once we're back in the capital, return to your homes and rest," Prince Dai said, scrutinizing the generals covered in dust, with scruffy beards and tired faces. Somewhat scornfully, he remarked, after returning, "Take a proper bath and clean up. Shave off those beards." Shave our beards?" The generals were most proud of their beards, feeling incomplete without them. "Your Highness, must we shave? At tomorrow's court meeting, the Emperor will surely summon you. You wish to meet him with untidy appearances and risk disrespect." Prince Dai reminded the generals, "Looking untidy before the Emperor is disrespectful and will lead to punishment. That I'm very particular about this habit of yours not to shave or bathe." Prince Dai expressed his dissatisfaction and helplessness. The generals, alarmed by those words, quickly shook their heads. "No, we don't." "Then clean yourselves up," Prince Dai insisted. "Yes, Your Highness." Though 10 miles wasn't far, moving an army of 10,000 was slow. Later in the afternoon, Prince Dai and his men finally reached the city gate. The Crown Prince, leading ministers and other princes, had already waited for over an hour before finally seeing Prince Dai. When Prince Dai appeared, the Crown Prince's face lit up with a joyous smile, and he hurriedly dismounted. The ministers, seeing the Crown Prince's action, showed expressions of surprise. The third prince and others, seeing the Crown Prince dismount to greet Prince Dai, naturally followed suit. Zhao Yao had woken up 2 moments earlier. He dismounted and walked behind the 4th and 8th princes. Finally standing behind the Crown Prince, he saw Prince Dai on horseback, while the Crown Prince stood in front of him. Prince Dai, taller by nature, sat on a tall steed, making the Crown Prince look up to him. This scene, the Crown Prince has really laid a trap for the second brother without a trace. Seeing the Crown Prince, Prince Dai did not hurry to dismount, but sat and looked down at him for a while. The Crown Prince stood before Prince Dai, wearing a smile full of delighted reunion. "Second brother, you're finally back." Only then did Prince Dai dismount, preparing to bow, but the Crown Prince immediately helped him up. "Today, I come to greet you as your elder brother, not as the crown prince. So forego the formalities. After helping him up, the crown prince scrutinized Prince Dai, showing deep concern. You've lost weight and gotten tan. By the way, are you injured? In response to the crown prince's concern, Prince Dai naturally also expressed friendship. Thank you for your concern, big brother. I'm fine. This battle must have been tough. You've had a hard time. The crown prince clapped Prince Dai's shoulder with pride. Second brother, you're now the great victor of our great Zhou, a hero in the eyes of the people. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your return. The crown prince and Prince Dai first engaged in a moment of brotherly camaraderie. From their expressions, it looked as if they were genuinely close and loving brothers. The ministers, seeing the crown prince and Prince Dai chatting and laughing, stood to the side with smiles as well. The atmosphere at the scene was one of harmony and affection. Zhao Yao, feeling the harmonious atmosphere at the scene, sighed inwardly. Everyone here is an expert at putting on a show. Even actors who perform on stage regularly aren't as adept at acting as they are. After the reunion, the crown prince then remembered he had brought the imperial decree. He took the imperial decree from LV Song, at which point everyone knelt down. The content of the imperial decree was very simple. In summary, it praised Prince Dai's performance in the great victory of Liangzhou. He did not disappoint the emperor, indeed worthy of being the emperor's son. After reading the decree, the crown prince personally helped Prince Dai up and handed the imperial decree to him. Second brother, your pacification of the Liangzhou chaos has made father very happy. Prince Dai smiled and said, it was my duty. Second brother, if it weren't for you, the capital might have been in danger. The crown prince's expression was very sincere and his tone very earnest. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid. At this point, the crown prince paused, then with gratitude, said, second brother, over the years, thanks to you, without you handling the chaos outside, how could we have peace now? It's you who let the people live in tranquility. Big brother is really grateful to you. Upon hearing these words, Prince Dai hurriedly said, big brother, you overpraise me. I was merely doing what I ought to do. Though Prince Dai voiced such modesty, he truly believed it. Of course, he didn't believe the crown prince's gratitude was genuine. You've done so much over the years. Compared to you, I, as the elder brother, have done too little. I'm not as good as you. The crown prince spoke, showing a comforting smile. Luckily, I have you, my brave and capable younger brother. Second brother, I am truly proud of you. The crown prince spoke with such sincerity. However, Prince Dai didn't believe a word of it. Big brother, these are things I ought to do. Although Prince Dai did not believe every word from the crown prince, hearing him speak this way still made him quite pleased. Prince Dai, tired of feigned politeness with the crown prince, turned his gaze to the ninth prince, who was staring at him eagerly from the side. He beckoned to the ninth prince. Ninth brother, come here. The ninth prince ran towards Prince Dai, full of joy. Prince Dai bent down and scooped up the ninth prince. Brother, you're finally back. That I've missed you so much. Prince Dai ruffled the ninth prince's hair, his face beaming. Taller and stronger too. It seems in the few months I was away, you had good meals. The crown prince stood to the side, watching the interaction between Prince Dai and the ninth prince with a gentle gaze. Then he beckoned to the third prince and the others. The third prince and the others approached, greeting Prince Dai one by one. As for the third prince and those brothers, Prince Dai didn't regard them. Of course, there wasn't any brotherly affection between him and them in his heart. Only the ninth prince was his younger brother. The others were outsiders. Prince Dai in a perfunctory manner inquired about his brothers, then asked the crown prince if they could return to the palace now. The crown prince told him not to rush and instructed LV Song to bring the wine. He personally poured 3 bowls for Prince Dai before pouring some for himself. He offered a bowl of wine to Prince Dai. Second brother, before entering the capital, you must drink 3 bowls of wine. You haven't forgotten this rule, have you? I haven't forgotten. Prince Dai took the wine offered by the crown prince with one hand. The crown prince raised his wine bowl, smiling at Prince Dai. Second brother, I toast you first. Prince Dai raised his wine bowl to clink with the crown prince's. Thank you, big brother. This first cup, as the elder brother, I make a grand gesture, toasting you in my name. I hope you won't mind. Big brother, how could you say that? It is an honor for me as your younger brother. Very well, drink. The 2 brothers drank together, quickly finishing a bowl of wine. The crown prince handed the second bowl of wine to Prince Dai. This second cup, I toast you on behalf of all the officials. Thank you, big brother. The crown prince handed the third bowl of wine to Prince Dai. This final cup, I toast you on behalf of the people, to thank you, this great hero. Because of you, the people can live peacefully and not end up like the previous dynasty with broken families and separation. Upon hearing the crown prince's words, the Marquis Xuanping's brow furrowed deeper. He wanted to oppose the crown prince, and also warned Prince Dai not to follow the crown prince's words. But this was not a place where he could speak. He could only watch helplessly as the crown prince repeatedly flattered Prince Dai. Prince Dai naturally did not realize the crown prince was continuously flattering him. He only felt the crown prince was putting on a show in front of the officials. Thank you, big brother. After the crown prince personally toasted the 3 bowls of wine, it was the turn of the third princes and others. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and 8 princes each toasted Prince Dai with 1 bowl of wine. But Zhao Yao, being too young at only 6 years old, couldn't drink wine. Therefore, he used tea instead to toast Prince Dai. If he drank a whole bowl of wine, he would definitely pass out from intoxication. The ministers did not need to toast, as the crown prince had done so on their behalf earlier. However, at the banquet the next evening, the ministers would toast Prince Dai. After the crown prince led the princes in toasting Prince Dai, he took a black cloak from LV Kong. This cloak was a gift from the emperor to Prince Dai. The cloak was embroidered with cloud patterns, and the golden dragon with 4 claws was flying among the clouds, exuding an imposing aura of swallowing mountains and rivers. This is the cloak Father has rewarded you with. Allow me to put it on you. After speaking, the crown prince personally draped the cloak over Prince Dai. Prince Dai neither refused nor lowered his head or bent down for the crown prince to put on the cloak. He stood straight, looking the crown prince in the eye with an indifferent mouth, and said, "Thank you, big brother." Many ministers saw this scene, whispering to each other. The Marquis Xianping, seeing this, also felt that it was improper for Prince Dai to act this way, but he understood Prince Dai's temperament. Even if he advised caution, Prince Dai would not lower his head or bow to the crown prince. In fact, it was clear from Prince Dai's manner when saluting the crown prince that he did not respect him as a minister would. For every time he saluted the crown prince, his head was held high and his back was straight. The crown prince seemed not to notice Prince Dai's breach of etiquette. After fastening the cloak, he amiably patted Prince Dai on the shoulder. "Second brother, let's return to the palace. Father is waiting." "Yes, big brother." The crown prince waved to the third princes, indicating for them to mount their horses. As he turned to leave Prince Dai and was about to mount his horse, Prince Dai got ahead of him, mounting his own horse first. Many ministers showed dissatisfaction on their faces upon seeing this scene. The imperial censor furrowed his brow, looking very displeased. Prince Dai was indeed too arrogant. The crown prince seemed unaware, keeping a warm smile on his face. After mounting his horse, he waved to Prince Dai, "Second brother, let us ride side by side." LV Song quickly said, "Crown Prince, this is not according to protocol." Before he finished his sentence, he was met with a cold glare from the crown prince. "Now, I am not acting as the crown prince, but as an elder brother. Don't speak further." LV Song bowed obediently. "Yes, your highness." "Second brother, let's ride together. Since big brother says so, I shall comply with respect." Prince Dai accepted the crown prince's suggestion without hesitation, riding with confidence and ease alongside the crown prince. Zhao Yao, witnessing this scene, wondered inwardly. Does second brother truly not know, or does he simply not care? The third and fifth princes acted as if they hadn't seen anything. The fourth prince frowned, while the eighth prince maintained a calm demeanor. The crown prince, as he rode alongside Prince Dai, conversed cheerfully with him. Although Prince Dai didn't want to deal with the crown prince's falsehoods, he had no choice but to respond. Riding into the capital, the roads were lined with kneeling people. At this point, the crown prince stopped his horse, then raised one of Prince Dai's hands, loudly introducing him to the people. "Everyone, this is my second brother. Prince Dai is he who quelled the Liangzhou rebels. Let us welcome back our great hero." The people immediately shouted loudly, "Great hero, Prince Dai." Someone shouted, "Prince Dai, may you live long and prosper," followed by the crowd shouting along. The chant of "Prince Dai, may you live long and prosper," echoed powerfully throughout the entire capital. Prince Dai sat high atop his majestic horse, basking in the adoration and cheers of the people. The crown prince wore a smile of shared pride. Watching the people kneel on the ground, their expressions excited, their gazes fervent and admiring as they looked at Prince Dai. In this moment, Prince Dai was the great hero in the hearts of the people. Following behind the crown prince and Prince Dai, the third prince and others saw the people's admiration for Prince Dai, and for a moment, their faces looked unpleasant. However, they quickly masked their emotions with smiles, controlling their emotions and hiding their true thoughts. Keeping a composed smile regardless of what happens was a skill the third prince and others had learned from childhood. The fifth prince leaned slightly towards the direction of the third prince and gestured with his lips. The third prince looked in the direction where the fifth prince gestured, which was towards the crown prince. "What's the matter?" The fifth prince whispered. The crown prince is really good at keeping his cool. At this time, the cries of "Prince die" from the people were persistent in their ears. The third prince understood the fifth prince's meaning and looked ahead at the crown prince with a slightly mocking tone. He has no choice but to keep his cool. Saying this, he tapped his left palm gently with a horsewhip in his right hand, a smile of anticipation on his lips. Just wait, before long, the crown prince won't be able to keep his cool. The fifth prince laughed. Then there will be a good show to watch. The sixth prince said, "We're waiting for Prince Dai's return just to see the show." The fourth prince was right next to the sixth prince. Although the third prince and fifth prince were speaking quietly, the fourth prince still heard them. The fourth prince had a special ability. His hearing was particularly sharp that he could hear very faint sounds from a young age. After hearing the conversation between the third prince and the sixth prince, the fourth prince frowned slightly. The eighth prince and Zhao Yao were behind the fourth prince, and they did not pay attention to the third prince and others. Seeing the people's excitement and hearing them constantly shouting "Prince Dai, not Crown Prince," Zhao Yao thought to himself that the effect Marquis Xianping wanted was achieved at this moment. The people only had eyes for Prince Dai, not the Crown Prince. Eighth brother, second brother is really impressive. The eighth prince heard Zhao Yao say this and jokingly asked, "Are you envious?" Zhao Yao shook his head without any hesitation. "Not envious. Not envious. Why not? Anyone who sees such a scene would feel envious. Wanting to become like Prince Dai. Didn't you just say second brother is very impressive?" "He is very impressive, but I'm not envious." Zhao Yao tilted his small head and said, "Because I'm not second brother, I can't be as great as second brother. Besides, when I grow up, I just want to go to fun places and eat delicious food." He suddenly stopped there and then lowered his voice to the eighth prince. "I don't like fighting wars and I don't want to go to wars. Eighth brother, don't tell anyone else if ninth brother finds out. He will definitely laugh at me for being cowardly and say I don't deserve to be the emperor's son." The eighth prince smiled at Zhao Yao reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Everyone wants to be like Prince Dai, to be adored by ministers and the people, to stand at the center of power. But 10th brother doesn't want to be Prince Dai. He just wants to do what he desires." Although the 10th brother is still very young, just started to learn this year and doesn't understand much, he has a great sense of self-awareness, knowing that he cannot become someone as formidable as Prince Dai, faced so closely with power. Yet 10th brother is completely unmoved. It's hard to say whether he is naive or foolish. 8th brother, look at this. Zhao Yao pointed to a pastry shop by the roadside and introduced it to the 8th prince. "The snacks from this shop are really delicious. Last year, I even bought their juju paste cake for you, and you said it was good. Do you remember?" "I remember. You always mention it. It's hard not to remember." 8th brother, "The biscuits sold at the booth by the intersection ahead are also delicious that I bought them for you before. Do you remember?" "I remember." And Zhao Yao continued to enthusiastically introduce the delicious foods to the 8th prince. The 8th prince did not find him noisy, listening seriously to him, occasionally responding. Sitting at the front, the 4th prince, although not turning back to talk to Zhao Yao and the others, kept listening attentively to Zhao Yao. Every time he heard Zhao Yao talking about delicious foods, he couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Zhao Yao animatedly talking about food, gesturing zealously, he almost fell off his horse several times, saved only by the 8th prince who timely grabbed his arm. The 8th prince offered his water pouch to Zhao Yao, helplessly yet dotingly said, "Are you thirsty? Want a drink?" As Zhao Yao was just about to take the water pouch and drink, a commoner suddenly rushed from the roadside into the road, spreading his arms to block the path of the Crown Prince and Prince Dai. Both the Crown Prince and Prince Dai quickly reined in their horses, or they would have run into the person. Kneeling in front of Prince Dai's horse, the man kowtowed heavily 3 times and shouted loudly, "Your Highness Prince Dai, you are our great hero. You should be the Crown Prince." Before he could finish, the Imperial Guard covered his mouth and dragged him away, and no one had expected such a thing to happen. The Imperial Guard and the attending eunuchs all knelt down to plead guilty. The people on both sides of the road, seeing those armed guards kneeling to plead guilty, were startled and then knelt down one by one, showing fear. The Crown Prince raised his hand to signal the Imperial Guard to stand up, speaking gently. "It's okay, continue on." He spoke as if the previous incident was trivial and not worth minding. The Imperial Guard and accompanying eunuchs quickly stood to thank him. "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince turned to Prince Dai. "Second brother, you needn't mind." Prince Dai did not mind at all, that he smiled and said, "Elder brother, I didn't mind." In the procession of officials following behind, The imperial censor saw that Prince Dai not only did not apologize to the crown prince for the earlier incident, but also appeared smug, his brows furrowed deeply. The other officials witnessing the scene had very subtle expressions. The crown prince's faction was naturally furious, already planning how to impeach Prince Dai for arrogance and rudeness in the morning court session. Prince Dai's faction, however, saw no problem and rather felt what the man said was correct. The crown prince continued to chat and laugh with Prince Dai, as if he really had put the previous incident behind him. The incident earlier had greatly improved Prince Dai's mood, and he started to converse seriously with the crown prince. Before this, Prince Dai had only been perfunctory with the crown prince. The crown prince and Prince Dai continued to talk and laugh, appearing to be genuinely brotherly and friendly. The third prince and others, seeing the crown prince, completely unfazed by the earlier incident, were puzzled and surprised. Has the crown prince changed? Not the slightest anger. This is not the usual crown prince. Even if the crown prince was excellent at concealing his emotions, in the face of what happened earlier, he should have broken his facade. But instead, he was smiling and laughing, continuing his conversation with Prince Dai. Does the crown prince truly not care? Impossible! Anyone, in his place, couldn't remain indifferent to the earlier event. The crown prince has truly improved significantly, managing to keep his composure. It shouldn't be, the third prince unconsciously said. The fifth prince heard the third prince and quickly asked, "Third brother, what shouldn't be?" The crown prince is not angry. Don't you find it odd? Of course it's odd. The fifth prince asked, "Third brother, what do you think the crown prince is up to?" The sixth prince leaned in and said, "It was a big embarrassment for the crown prince earlier, yet he can still chat and laugh with Prince Dai." Saying this, he thought of a possibility, showing a strange expression. Could the crown prince have been bewitched? The third prince squinted his eyes, confidently saying, "There's definitely something fishy about this." The fifth prince, however, did not think so. That person earlier must have been arranged by Marquis Xianping to embarrass the crown prince. He clicked his tongue. SK. Prince Dai couldn't wait to put the crown prince in his place right after returning to the capital. The sixth prince smiled broadly. Isn't the show just starting? After saying this, the three of them exchanged knowing smiles. The fourth prince and Zhao Yao did not see it that way. The fourth prince was initially a bit surprised, but quickly understood what was going on, a deep look passing through his eyes. Zhao Yao had a seemingly innocent and naive expression, but internally he marveled at how the crown prince had dug another pit for Prince Dai. Prince Dai had just returned to the capital, and so many interesting events were unfolding. Truly entertaining. Next, it's likely that the drama between the crown prince and Prince Dai will continue to unfold. From the city gate to the palace gate, the people of the capital kept shouting, "Prince Dai, long live," or "Prince Dai, hero," and the like. The little episode that happened earlier, since the crown prince didn't mind, the people didn't care either and continued shouting loudly to their hero. It seemed like the louder they shouted, the more they showed their respect to Prince Dai. Zhao Yao initially felt invigorated by the earth-shattering shouts, but after a while, he found them annoying. The fourth prince, seeing Zhao Yao frowning with a bit of displeasure, asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Zhao Yao shook his head and said, "Fourth brother, I'm fine, it's just that." At this point, he didn't continue. The fourth prince patiently asked, "What do you feel?" Zhao Yao first looked around cautiously, and seeing no one was watching them, he raised his hand to his mouth and whispered, "Fourth brother, I feel these people keep calling, it's a bit noisy." After saying this, he showed a timid expression, as if realizing he said the wrong thing. "Fourth brother, should I not say this about the people?" Seeing the fear and unease in Zhao Yao's eyes, the fourth prince smiled warmly at him. "You're right. It is indeed a bit noisy." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao's black and white eyes immediately lit up, and he said a bit excitedly, "Fourth brother, do you really think it's noisy?" The fourth prince nodded. "Noisy, I don't like it." Only then did Zhao Yao remember that his fourth brother liked quietness. Seeing that his fourth brother shared his thoughts, he said happily, "Fourth brother, I don't like it either." The eighth prince, hearing their conversation, laughed and said, "I don't like it either. I like fourth brother and eighth brother the most." Fourth brother and eighth brother were indeed his best brothers. Even their thoughts were the same. "Fourth brother, eighth brother, do you think their throats hurt from shouting like that? Are they thirsty?" The people shouted so hard their voices went hoarse, but they were still shouting. Zhao Yao thought if they kept shouting like this, their throats would surely hurt a lot, and they wouldn't be able to speak the next morning. The eighth prince looked at the people with their veins popping out from their necks and let out a snicker. "Ignore them. Let them shout." The fourth prince cast a glance at the eighth prince, who showed a bit of mockery, with a trace of contemplation in his eyes. Fourth brother, eighth brother, how much longer until we reach the palace? On this road with only the shouts of the people and nothing else happening, Zhao Yao felt a bit bored. The fourth prince, looking at the slow pace of the procession, estimated about half an hour or so. Half an hour more? Zhao Yao grew a bit impatient. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, Fourth brother, eighth brother, do we have to study when we return to the palace? No. This afternoon we should be studying painting. Do we still have to study painting when we return? Other than disliking reading, Zhao Yao was willing to learn other things. This afternoon's classes have been cancelled, and we don't have to study painting after returning to the palace. The fourth prince said jokingly to Zhao Yao, although the teacher is not teaching us painting this afternoon, you can come in my room, and I'll teach you to read. What? Zhao Yao's little face immediately fell upon hearing this. He pouted in displeasure and said, Fourth brother, I don't want to go to your room to read. The fourth prince was not surprised at all to hear Zhao Yao say this, that he asked, Did you understand what the teacher taught this morning? Zhao Yao's eyes flashed with guilt, and he turned his head not to look at the fourth prince. Fourth brother, can we not talk about reading? The fourth prince reached out to turn Zhao Yao's little face back and pinched his chubby cheeks. I see you only want to play. Zhao Yao tugged at the fourth prince's sleeve, acting spoiled. Fourth brother, it's rare that we don't have classes this afternoon. Please let me play. The fourth prince poked Zhao Yao's forehead, reminding him very coldly. Tenth brother, father asked you to copy the Analects 100 times. How much have you copied? And how much is left? With a boom, the fourth prince's reminder struck Zhao Yao as if a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen. Seeing Zhao Yao in this thunderstruck state, the fourth prince and the eighth prince knew he had forgotten about the punishment of copying the Analects. Have you been having so much fun these days that you've completely forgotten about the copying punishment? He reminded Zhao Yao again. Father only gave you a month's deadline, and there are only about 10 days left until the deadline. What? Zhao Yao exclaimed. Only 10 days left? This news was even more shocking to Zhao Yao. I'm done for. I'm done for. The third prince and others, hearing Zhao Yao's terrified cries, turned to look at him and asked, Tenth brother, why are you screaming like a ghost? After saying this, they saw Zhao Yao looking like he was about to cry and asked amusingly, What's wrong with you? Third brother, I'm done for. I forgot about father punishing me to copy the Analects. Ah, how could he forget such an important thing? With only 10 days left, even if he had 10 hands, he couldn't finish copying 100 times. Ha ha! The third prince and others were amused by Zhao Yao's troubled words. Tenth brother, you really are done for. Father will definitely not let you off. The fifth prince gloated. Tenth brother, you should take care. Tenth brother, seek good fortune for yourself. The sixth prince said this, but there was no trace of concern in his tone. Seeing the third prince and others not only not comforting Zhao Yao, but also gloating and waiting to see Zhao Yao punished by the emperor, the fourth prince was very displeased, and his face involuntarily turned a bit cold. It's not too late to start now. The fourth prince gently comforted Zhao Yao. With the fourth prince present, the eighth prince didn't have much to say, so he could only comfort Zhao Yao. Tenth brother, there are still 10 days. It's completely doable. With the comfort of the fourth prince and the eighth prince, Zhao Yao's sorrowful and anxious mood was slightly relieved. I will try my best. The fourth prince raised his hand and gently patted the back of Zhao Yao's head. Will you still dare to indulge in play and forget your responsibilities? Zhao Yao shook his head like a rattle. I don't dare, never again. The fourth prince rubbed Zhao Yao's little face. All right, when we return to the palace, you don't have to come to my room. Zhao Yao listened, and his previously gloomy little face once again showed a smile. Fourth brother is the best. Soon, Zhao Yao put this matter aside, sitting on horseback, continuing to watch the people on both sides of the road. The people on both sides of the road, having seen the crown prince and prince die, then turned their attention to the other princes. The fourth prince was the most handsome among the princes. His demeanor was calm and his temperament elegant, naturally making him the most eye-catching among the princes. Many young women were gazing at the fourth prince with burning eyes, and they seemed to be talking about something. Today was because they were welcoming Prince Dai back to the capital that the young ladies could come out to the street. Usually, young ladies waiting to marry couldn't reveal themselves so openly. The fourth prince was only a year younger than the third prince. Consort Li was already secretly choosing an official wife for the fourth prince. Many civil officials in the court supported the fourth prince because the fourth prince's maternal grandfather was the sacrificial wine of the imperial college. The Li family was a scholarly family. Since the previous dynasty, the Li family patriarch had always been the sacrificial wine of The Imperial College. Over the years, the disciples of the Li family were spread throughout the world. The Li family held a high position in the hearts of scholars, not losing to the Kong family of today. Since the previous dynasty, many officials in the court or regions were students of the Li family. Initially, the Li family was unwilling to enter officialdom in the dynasty before the previous one. The Li family secluded themselves in deep mountains to study, never concerning themselves with politics, yet they were always very famous. The emperors of that dynasty wanted to invite the Li family into officialdom to assist, but the Li family preferred to face execution rather than descend from the mountains. The founding emperor of the previous dynasty was a great and benevolent emperor who cared for the people. He visited the Li family in their humble abode thrice to invite them out of seclusion. The Li family agreed to assist because, first, the founding emperor of the previous dynasty was a good emperor, and second, after the establishment of the dynasty, ritual and music were in disrepair and urgently needed the Li family to come out to restore order and rules. The Li family first served as grand tutors, and after restoring the ritual and rules, they were unwilling to hold office in the court, so they established the Imperial College and continued teaching there. During the Emperor Xiaoling's period, the Li family was framed and suppressed, suffering numerous casualties. Disillusioned, the Li family left the Imperial College and retreated to the mountains, intending to seclude themselves again and deciding never to come out. Later, the late emperor personally went to the mountains, inviting the Li family to come out and continue teaching at the Imperial College. The Li family, moved by the late emperor's sincerity, descended the mountains again, reopened the Imperial College, and continued educating. During the time when the Kong family was scorned by scholars all over the world, the Li family was held in high esteem by literati and students. Although the Li family couldn't match the millennial prestige of the Kong family, their reputation was much better than the Kong family's. Kong Taichung was unwilling to marry off his youngest daughter to Prince Dai, also because he feared the Kong family's reputation would be tarnished again, disappointing scholars worldwide. And thereby the Li family would replace the Kong family. Seeing many beautiful sisters staring at the fourth prince, Zhao Yao covered his mouth and sneered. The eighth prince, seeing Zhao Yao's sly smile, asked amusingly, "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Yao lifted his chin towards the girls staring at the fourth prince by the roadside. "Eighth brother, look, they're all staring at fourth brother." The eighth prince glanced over, speaking indifferently. "What about it?" "Eighth brother, there are also many people looking at you too." The eighth prince was somewhat frail due to not being in good health, making his appearance somewhat feminine, but on top of that, his slim build made him look like a girl. His birth mother was from Jiangnan, known for her delicate and gentle beauty, standing out among the palace maids. Even compared to the concubines, she was not inferior. She had always known she was attractive, so she wasn't content with being a palace maid. Hence, she climbed on a dragon bed when the emperor was drunk. The emperor disliked the eighth prince, firstly because he detested his birth mother, and secondly because he looked too much like her. It could be said that the eighth prince and his concubine mother were identical, not resembling the emperor in the least. Whenever he saw the eighth prince, the emperor would think of his birth mother and of the scheme she carried out taking advantage of the situation. The eighth prince hated one thing about himself the most, and that was his face. Moreover, he despised people saying he was attractive, even more so when people said he looked like a woman. Regarding the curious and admiring gazes from the women by the road, the eighth prince felt a deep disgust within himself, involuntarily welling up with irritation. However, he was always adept at controlling his emotions, never letting his true feelings show in the slightest. Ignore them. Seeing the eighth prince's expression turn a bit cold, Zhao Yao knew his eighth brother was angry. For some reason, his eighth brother really disliked women and didn't like others saying he was good-looking. If someone praised him for being pretty, he would be over the moon. Zhao Yao leaned in close to the fourth prince, asking curiously, "Fourth brother, what kind of woman do you like?" The fourth prince was taken aback by Zhao Yao's sudden question, and asked in return, "Why are you asking this?" "I'm curious, aren't I?" "Fourth brother, you'll come of age and be granted a title the year after next, and next year father will surely arrange a marriage for you." Zhao Yao's eyes, like black opals, sparkled with gossip as he looked at the fourth prince. "Fourth brother, what kind of woman do you like? A pretty one or not pretty?" The fourth prince had never thought about this matter. With Zhao Yao's unexpected question, he was momentarily at a loss for how to answer. "Oh," Zhao Yao deliberately elongated his tone. "Fourth brother, you must like scholarly women. Fourth brother is great at studying and must like women who are as studious as he is." "I haven't thought about it." The fourth prince spoke lightly. "Father's marriage arrangement, whether I like it or not, is unimportant. Although the fourth prince hadn't thought about the matter of his future official wife, it didn't mean he was unaware of matters between men and women. Why is it unimportant? Zhao Yao asked in shock. Fourth brother, do you mean that even if father has you marry someone you particularly dislike, you would still marry her? The official wife father select for me must be the most suitable. The fourth prince added, liking or not liking doesn't matter. Suitability is what's most important. After he finished speaking, seeing Zhao Yao look at him with a face of confusion, he couldn't help but chuckle, then lifted his hand and gently tapped Zhao Yao's small head. You're still young. You wouldn't understand, even if I explained. Fourth brother, are you so knowledgeable then? I know more than you. The fourth prince didn't continue with this topic, instead changing the subject to the banquet tomorrow night. Upon hearing about the banquet tomorrow night, Zhao Yao's thoughts immediately shifted to the delicious food, no longer asking the fourth prince about this matter. The eighth prince, overhearing the conversation between the fourth prince and Zhao Yao, had a flicker of mockery in his eyes. Zhao Yao occasionally chatted with the fourth prince, then again with the eighth prince shortly. Afterwards, they finally reached the palace gate. The crown prince dismounted first, followed by Prince Dai. Besides the emperor, no one was allowed to ride horses into the palace. The crown prince instructed the imperial guards and ministers to return. Prince Dai also instructed his men to return. The crown prince let Prince Dai's men return home to rest well, as the emperor would bestow rewards tomorrow, and there would be a celebration banquet in the evening, letting them recuperate. Second brother, father is still waiting for you. Let's enter the palace. The crown prince said to the third prince and the others. Third brother, you all may return first. Yes, crown prince. Watching as the crown prince and Prince Dai walked shoulder to shoulder towards Qingwang Hall, the third prince smiled enigmatically, then took out a folding fan from his bosom and lightly waved it. Fifth brother, sixth brother, would you like to come to my place for a cup of tea? With third brother's invitation, we naturally follow. The fifth prince said with a smile. Let's go. Zhao Yao saw the fourth prince looking at him and was so startled he immediately retreated behind the eighth prince. Fourth brother, you said I don't have to go to your place. You shouldn't go back on your word. The fourth prince smiled helplessly. I was going to remind you not to forget to copy the Analects. Fourth brother, I won't forget. I'll go back and copy it right away. The fourth prince said no more and turned to return to Xingda Palace. Among the princes, only the seventh prince, ninth prince, and Zhao Yao did not move into Xingda Palace, while the rest lived there. Eighth brother, I'll go back and copy the Analects first. See you tomorrow. Zhao Yao said dispiritedly. The eighth prince grabbed Zhao Yao's collar and said with a smile, come to my place, we can copy it together. Only then did Zhao Yao remember the eighth prince had always been helping him copy the Analects. His once sullen eyes immediately became very bright, and his exquisite and lovely face showed an expectant expression. Eighth brother, you help me copy. Before he could finish his sentence, the eighth prince covered his mouth. Shoo, this isn't the place for talking. Let's head back to Xingda Palace first. All right. Zhao Yao obediently followed behind the eighth prince. Xingda Palace was very large, and the princes living inside each had their own courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, there were 10 or 20 rooms. However, the eighth prince's courtyard was not large, with only about 10 rooms. The eighth prince's courtyard was located in the most secluded place in Xingda Palace, yet it was extremely quiet. The third prince and others never came to the eighth prince's courtyard, nor did they send anyone to monitor him, allowing the eighth prince to do many things in his courtyard. Walking into Xingda Palace, the first sight was a very large garden. The garden was arranged with zhang and flair, with every detail being very elegant. Just upon entering Xingda Palace, there was laughter coming from the third prince and fifth prince. What are third brother and the others laughing about? Laughing so happily. Zhao Yao hadn't been to the third prince's courtyard because the third prince and others didn't let him in. Ignore them. At this moment, Yu Hai came over, saluting the eighth prince and Zhao Yao. Greetings, your highness, greetings, 10th highness. The eighth prince nodded slightly, then instructed Yu Hai, have the small kitchen make a cup of milk tea for 10th brother. Zhao Yao quickly said, add extra honey. Yes, 10th highness. Did the small kitchen make any snacks today? Replying to your highness, they did make some. Bring them over for 10th brother to taste later. 8th brother treats me the best. Zhao Yao followed the 8th prince to the study. The 8th prince took out the copy of the Analect for him to see. He carefully counted, realizing the 8th prince had helped him copy it 50 times. This was a huge surprise for Zhao Yao. He hugged the 8th prince, joyfully exclaiming, 8th brother is the best. 8th brother is amazing. 8th brother is the best person in the world, and other praises. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Prince Dai was reporting to the emperor about the great victory in Liangzhou. The crown prince was not in the imperial study. Having returned to the eastern palace, it wasn't that the emperor dismissed the crown prince, but the crown prince thoughtfully withdrew on his own, leaving the emperor and Prince Dai to be alone. Though Prince Dai had written several letters to the emperor before returning to the capital, detailing the process of quelling the Liangzhou rebellion, they hadn't been very specific. Prince Dai reported for 2 hours before, finishing his account of the great victory in Liangzhou, then looked at the emperor with an expression of seeking praise. The emperor, seeing his look, smiled and said, "Well done, better than I imagined. You didn't let me down." Although many had praised Prince Dai for his outstanding efforts in quelling the rebellion in Liangzhou, Prince Dai wanted to hear the emperor's praise personally to him. The emperor's praise and recognition were the most important. "Father, when have I ever let you down?" Prince Dai was casually sitting in a chair, drinking tea and chatting with the emperor. Among all the princes, only Prince Dai dared to talk to the emperor so freely. This moment, he was discussing some interesting stories about Liangzhou with the emperor. "Father, although the rebellion in Liangzhou has been completely suppressed, it doesn't mean Liangzhou has become entirely peaceful." Prince Dai sat up straight, his expression becoming serious and solemn. "Father, you still need to station troops in Liangzhou to prevent those with ill intentions from inciting rebellion again." The emperor asked, "Do you have someone in mind?" "Father, I certainly want to send my people to guard Liangzhou, but that would not be in accordance with the rules." Prince Dai spoke very frankly. "Father, you should send someone you trust to guard Liangzhou. You dare to speak your mind." "Father, you already have someone in mind, don't you?" Prince Dai asked again. "By the way, who do you plan to send to manage Liangzhou?" Just as he said this, he suddenly remembered that the third prince would be conferred a title next year. So he said, "Are you planning to send the third prince to Liangzhou?" Standing quietly at the side like a background decoration, Sun Kuei was very shocked when he heard Prince Dai say this. Did Prince Dai actually dare to ask the emperor so directly? The emperor was not angry. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Do you think the third prince should go to Liangzhou?" Hearing the emperor say this, Prince Dai felt a sense of relief. "Honestly, I don't want the third prince to go to Liangzhou." "Why not?" "Liangzhou is not suitable for the pampered third prince." Prince Dai's words were very sharp. If the third prince goes to Liangzhou, it might cause another rebellion in Liangzhou. These words were very blunt, but also very reasonable. "Then who do you think is suitable to take over Liangzhou?" "Father, of course. I'm the most suitable. After all, it was I who suppressed the rebellion in Liangzhou. No one is more suitable than I am." Prince Dai spoke with a sense of entitlement. Sun Kuei thought to himself, "Prince Dai really dares to speak. Are you asking me for Liangzhou?" Prince Dai nodded repeatedly. "Father, will you give it to me?" When Prince Dai came of age and was conferred a title, the emperor bestowed Jizhou upon him as his fief. Jizhou is right next to Yong State, which shows the emperor's favor for Prince Dai. The emperor chuckled lightly. "You cheeky boy, you really dare to ask. Father, will you give it to me or not?" Prince Dai's tone was somewhat coquettish. The emperor looked at Prince Dai and said with a smile, "If you want Liangzhou, then I will have to retract the marriage edict about you marrying the daughter of Minister Kong." "What?" Prince Dai was stunned. "You can only choose one, Liangzhou or the marriage edict," the emperor said in a gentle tone. "Choose for yourself." "Father, can't I have both?" "Cheeky boy, you can't be too greedy in life." The emperor spoke, and his expression suddenly became stern. "You can only choose one." Prince Dai said without any hesitation, "Father, I choose the marriage edict." The emperor had thought Prince Dai would hesitate for a while, but surprisingly, Prince Dai didn't think twice and directly gave up on Liangzhou. "No more Liangzhou. I already have Jizhou. I don't need Liangzhou as a fief. Besides, each prince can only have one fief. If I were to have 2 fiefs, it would be 2 against the rules. Liangzhou is good, but it doesn't compare to Minister Kong's worth. 10 Liangzhou's are not worth this marriage." Sun Kuei was mentally snarking. "Prince Dai, you personally asked the emperor for Liangzhou just now." "Father, I haven't thanked you yet for granting the marriage." Prince Dai stood up and gave the emperor a grand salute. "Thank you, Father, for arranging such a good marriage for me. The marriage with Minister Kong's daughter as a concubine is more valuable than being bestowed with pearls. Father is paving the way for him to replace the crown prince in the future. Indeed, in Father's heart, he is the most suited to be the crown prince. Do you know why I'm letting you marry Minister Kong's daughter as a concubine? Father is considering my future." Father sent him to Liangzhou to quell the chaos, to achieve great merit, and then reasonably marry Minister Kong's daughter to him as a concubine. Father truly has painstaking considerations for him. "As long as you know," the emperor continued, "Minister Kong's daughter is very talented and renowned. After you marry her, learn well from her, and read with her more. Prince Dai, all you know is fighting wars, and not reading that if you continue like this, you'll become an ignorant brute. The emperor was not joking. He was serious. Point one of the direct reasons he granted marriage to Minister Kong's daughter is to make Prince Dai read more. Actually, Prince Dai is not someone lacking in knowledge. Before he came of age, while studying at Winnie Hall, he was quite good at reading. But later, after entering the military camp, he read less often. In the camp, he spent day and night with rough soldiers, picking up a lot of bad habits. The most serious was that he began to handle matters like those soldiers, resorting to fighting rather than thinking deeply first. Moreover, he became lax in the rules and manners he'd learned in the palace. Over the past years, the imperial censor frequently impeached Prince Dai for lacking rules and etiquette. The emperor wanted Prince Dai to read more books in the hope that he would use his brain more in the future. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was to make Prince Dai understand some things. Prince Dai scratched his face, whispering in his own defense, "Father, I'm not an ignorant brute. Besides, I often read military books. I wanted to read more books, not just military books, but other books as well." "Other books?" Prince Dai said, "I read them when I was younger." "You read them when you were young, but don't need to read when you've grown?" The emperor picked up a copy of the Analects from the imperial desk and threw it towards Prince Dai. "Books need to be read often." Prince Dai picked up the Analects thrown by the emperor and obediently said, "I'll remember, father." "Off you go then." "I take my leave, father." Prince Dai originally planned to visit noble Princess Consort Rong, but since the palace gates were about to be locked, he had to return to his mansion first and visit noble Princess Consort Rong after the morning court tomorrow. "This cheeky boy still hasn't made much progress," the emperor said while shaking his head. "Your Majesty, didn't you just say that Prince Dai hadn't let you down? Why do you now say he hasn't made progress?" In quelling the rebellion in Liangzhou, the second prince indeed did not disappoint me, but at this, the emperor said with deep meaning, in other respects, he hasn't progressed at all. "So that's why you want Prince Dai to read more?" Giving Minister Kong's daughter to Prince Dai as a concubine wasn't just about making him read more. The emperor didn't answer Sun Kuei's question, but instead said something intriguing. "It depends on whether he understands my painstaking efforts." Sun Kuei, painstaking efforts? Granting Minister Kong's daughter to Prince Dai as a concubine was meant to gain the support of the learned people for Prince Dai, isn't it? Well, this isn't something a servant like him should be concerned about. Yes, soon as Prince Dai left the palace, he saw Marquis Xianping and the princely heir of the Marquis mansion waiting for him at the palace gate. Marquis Xianping and his son first saluted Prince Dai, "Your Highness." Prince Dai helped up Marquis Xianping and affectionately called, "Uncle." Marquis Xianping carefully examined Prince Dai from head to toe, then said, "You've lost quite a bit of weight. This battle must have been tough." "This bit of hardship is nothing much. Father, whatever you have to say, wait until we're home. Let His Highness board the carriage first." "Your Highness, first come to my mansion. I've prepared a banquet to welcome you." "All right." After getting on the carriage, Marquis Xianping didn't hurriedly ask Prince Dai what the emperor said to him, but first asked if he had been injured in Liangzhou and if there were any lingering effects. "I did suffer some injuries, but it's nothing major now." Injuries were expected in battles, and he was used to it. For him, as long as he wasn't dead, no injury was considered significant. "Father said he wants me to marry Minister Kong's daughter as a concubine for me to learn from her and to read more." Prince Dai recounted what the emperor had told him to Marquis Xianping. "Uncle, what do you think father means? Is father being serious?" Marquis Xianping thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness, don't overthink it. What the emperor said is just an excuse for you to marry Minister Kong's daughter as a concubine." Marquis Xianping laughed. "Your Highness, for your future, the emperor really has painstakingly planned." The princely heir of Marquis Mansion said, "The emperor values you, Your Highness. That's why he has such comprehensive plans for you." Prince Dai, with a face full of smiles, said, "Father has always cherished me." Marquis Xianping suddenly remembered something from the past and sighed. "If the late emperor hadn't cooperated with the CF family back then, Your Highness, you'd already be the crown prince. There's no need to mind the past. Now father plans to return to me the crown prince position that was originally mine." Prince Dai spoke with a cynical smile. "I already guessed that father was dissatisfied with the CF family and wouldn't let Zhao Xian, who is half CF family blood, ascend to that position." Zhao Yao originally planned to return to the palace and train the dogs and cats at the secret base, but he forgot about the punishment of copying the Analects. There were only a few days left until the end of the month, and nothing was more important than copying the Analects now. In the evening, Zhao Yao stayed directly at the 8th prince's place for dinner. Before dinner, he had been diligently copying the intellects. The 8th prince was also helping him copy tea this moment. Zhao Yao was having dinner with the 8th prince. The 8th prince specially had the small kitchen make several dishes that Zhao Yao liked. Perhaps because of the fatigue from copying the intellects, or because of the hunger from going out of the city to welcome Prince Dai, Zhao Yao was devouring his food with his head down. Seeing how deliciously Zhao Yao ate, the 8th prince's appetite greatly improved, and he ate an extra bowl of rice compared to usual. The 8th prince usually had a small appetite, eating only one bowl of rice per meal. His small appetite was due to the damage to his stomach from childhood hunger. When he was young, his mother consort was not favored and was not liked by the emperor. The people in the palace were used to kicking people when they were down, so they bullied his mother and him in every way, often not giving them food. Even when they did, it was mostly spoiled food that in recent years. Although the 8th prince had been nurturing his stomach disease was too severe to be completely cured. Fortunately, his stomach was not in as much pain as when he was a child, but he could not indulge like Zhao Yao High. Seeing the 8th prince eat an extra bowl of rice tonight, worried he would have stomach pain in the middle of the night, quickly handed a pill to the 8th prince. The 8th prince did not refuse and swallowed the pill with soup. Zhao Yao looked at the 8th prince with great sympathy. 8th brother, you can't eat more delicious food. It's really too pitiful. Sigh. 8th brother was truly pitiful when he was young. You can't eat too much either, or you'll ruin your stomach and won't be able to eat good food in the future. 8th brother, I'm still young and still growing, so I need to eat more to grow taller. Although he had a big appetite, he definitely did not dare to overeat and spoil his stomach, or else his mother consort would punish him. Just after he spoke, he asked Yuhai to serve him another bowl of rice. Zhao Yao ate 3 bowls of rice in total. Only then did he feel full that in fact he could still eat, but if he ate more, he would stuff his stomach, and he didn't dare to eat more. Although Zhao Yao said he wasn't stuffed, the 8th prince was not reassured. After dinner, he took Zhao Yao for a walk in the courtyard to aid digestion. As they walked into the courtyard, they faintly heard singing and laughter from afar. Zhao Yao stopped, curiously looking in the direction of the sound. 8th brother, what's up with 3rd brother and the others? Why are they in such high spirits, drinking and having fun? Ignore them. The 8th prince slightly frowned, speaking with some disdain. They've been like this these days. Standing by, Yuhai interjected, 10th Highness, the 3rd prince and the others start drinking and having fun as soon as they return from class every day until the hour of high. Ah, Zhao Yao looked surprised. 3rd brother and the others didn't used to be like this. When he visited Xingda Hall before, he didn't see 3rd brother and the others having drinking parties for pleasure. It just started these days. Could it be because 2nd brother is back, so 3rd brother and the others are very happy? For 3rd brother and the others, 2nd brother's return to the capital was indeed a good thing. Because with 2nd brother back, 3rd brother and the others could cause a scene. Perhaps. The 8th prince, thinking of something, showed a trace of disgust on his face. 10th brother, stay away from 3rd brother and the others in the future. Don't get too close to them. Zhao Yao didn't understand why the 8th prince said this, that he shrugged and said to the 8th prince, 8th brother, even if I wanted to get close to 3rd brother and the others, they wouldn't want me near. 3rd brother and 5th brother looked down on him as the youngest brother. Besides, why should I get close to them? They're no good. 3rd brother and the others, by virtue of their maternal family being noble families, believe themselves to be superior to him and the 8th brother, never holding him or the 8th brother in regard. They probably even looked down on 2nd brother because his maternal family wasn't a noble family. The only families better than 3rd brother's maternal family were the Crown Prince's and 7th Prince's maternal family, the Xie family. Compared to the Wang family, Sun family, and Yuan family, they paled in comparison to the Xie family. Hearing Zhao Yao's words, the 8th prince felt relieved. If 3rd brother and the others are no good, who do you think is good? Zhao Yao replied without hesitation. Of course, 8th brother, you're the best. Upon hearing this, the 8th prince smiled, reaching out to pinch Zhao Yao's cheek gently. I haven't spoiled you for nothing. 4th brother is also good, Zhao Yao added. Upon hearing this, the smile disappeared from the 8th prince's face, that he never liked the ostentatious 4th prince and couldn't understand why someone who pretended to be so upright was appealing. However, since Zhao Yao liked the 4th prince, he couldn't say much. Who else is good? Zhao Yao counted on his fingers. Mother consort, 2nd mother consort, 3rd mother consort, 5th sister, Mr. Xiao, and Tong Shi and Tong Lo. After saying this, he saw Yuhai and added, and Yuhai. Yuhai didn't expect to be considered a good person by Zhao Yao, which made him both surprised and honored. He quickly thanked him. Thank you, 10th Highness, for the compliment. Whoever is good to me is a good person. I thought you disliked Mr. Xiao, but you consider him a good person. The 8th Prince said in surprise. Mr. Xiao was one of the teachers for Zhao Yao and the 8th Prince, primarily teaching them the Book of Documents. He was rigid and very strict in teaching the princes. If anyone made a mistake in class, he would sternly criticize them and even slap their palms, without fearing the high status of the princes. Although Zhao Yao was the most foolish reader among the princes, Mr. Xiao didn't dislike him as a student. On the contrary, Mr. Xiao was very patient with him. If there was something he didn't understand, Mr. Xiao would teach him repeatedly until he understood. Mr. Xiao often encouraged Zhao Yao and advised him not to feel inferior due to his foolishness. In Zhao Yao's mind, Mr. Xiao was a very good teacher. Mr. Xiao is a good person. He doesn't think I'm stupid at all. In the entire palace, besides Mother Consort and 8th Brother, only Mr. Xiao didn't mind his foolishness. As for the other teachers, although they hid it well, he could see their dislike for him. Is that so? Although Mr. Xiao didn't mind Zhao Yao's foolishness, he didn't like the 8th Prince. The 8th Prince felt Mr. Xiao looked down on his background just like the others. Noticing the cold tone in the 8th Prince's words, Zhao Yao remembered that Mr. Xiao didn't favor the 8th Prince. Quickly, he changed the subject to something else. The 8th Prince followed along with him, without mentioning Mr. Xiao again. The two walked in the courtyard for half an hour before returning to the study to continue copying the Analects. The 4th quarter of the Hour of Su. Zhao Yao left Xingda Hall with Tong. On the way back to Cunny Hall, they heard someone crying. The road back to Cunny Hall was somewhat secluded, and it was late at night. Suddenly hearing the cries made Tong's scalp tingle with fear. Your Highness, is that a person or a ghost crying? Seeing Tong's fearful expression, Zhao Yao teased him. Are you afraid of ghosts? Afraid? Your Highness, let's go quickly. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world, Zhao Yao said and walked toward the direction of the crying. Your Highness. She was terrified but had no choice but to follow Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao followed the cries and found an eunuch crying in a corner. The eunuch had his back to Zhao Yao and the others, hugging his knees and curling into a ball, crying so hard he didn't even hear their footsteps. Why are you crying? Zhao Yao asked, startled by the voice while he was crying. The eunuch nearly screamed. Seeing it was Zhao Yao, he hurriedly saluted Zhao Yao. Greetings, 10th Highness. Under the moonlight, Zhao Yao noticed that the eunuch in front of him was very delicate looking. Why are you hiding here crying alone? Were you bullied? The eunuch quickly lowered his head and said fearfully, No, your servant wasn't bullied. As he lowered his head, Zhao Yao noticed the red marks on his neck, varying in size. They didn't look like mosquito bites, nor like finger marks. What is your name, and from which palace are you? The eunuch knelt on the ground, silent. Tongxi, however, remembered, Your Highness, he is an eunuch by the 3rd Prince's side. Someone under 3rd Brother? He was originally an eunuch by the 5th Prince's side, but was later given to the 3rd Prince by the 5th Prince. Tongxi explained. It said he's good at painting, so the 3rd Prince specifically asked for him. You're with 3rd Brother. How come you're hiding here? Your servant. The eunuch trembled, unable to speak a complete sentence. Seeing the eunuch kneeling on the ground shaking so badly, Zhao Yao was slightly stunned and then thought of something. He asked, Are you afraid of 3rd Brother? Slave. The eunuch's body trembled even more violently. He couldn't even utter the 2 words slave without stuttering. What did the 3rd Brother do to make you so terrified? Zhao Yao squatted down, asking with concern and curiosity, Did the 3rd Brother hit you? No. Third. Zhao Yao saw the cold sweat on the eunuch's forehead and face, dripping down in large droplets. Did the 3rd Brother abuse you? The eunuch suddenly stood up and took a few hurried steps back, distancing himself from Zhao Yao. His face was pale, his eyes filled with fear, and his lips trembled. Your Highness, this slave still has matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, he ran away from Zhao Yao as if escaping for his life. With a bang, the eunuch, too rushed to notice his path, fell hard to the ground. Zhao Yao was about to go over and help him up, but he continued to stumble forward before disappearing from Zhao Yao's sight. Your Highness, what happened to him? Tongxi asked in surprise and doubt. Why is he so scared? As if your Highness was going to eat him. He's not afraid of me. He's afraid of the 3rd Brother. Zhao Yao said thoughtfully. The 3rd Brother must have done something to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be shaking just hearing of him. The 3rd Prince surely hit him. Tongxi thought of the terrified look on the eunuch's face just now, and a trace of sympathy arose in his heart. For us eunuchs, if we encounter a bad master, We are either beaten or scolded. The third prince is domineering. When he gets angry, he will definitely whip the serving eunuchs, and it's possible he even takes pleasure in abusing eunuchs and palace maids. That eunuch just now must be frequently abused by the third prince. In the palace, eunuchs like them have the least valued lives. Being beaten and scolded is commonplace. Even if beaten to death, no one cares. In the eyes of many masters, they're not even considered human. Fortunately, he met His Highness. His Highness is very kind to them, never scolding or beating them. In His Highness' eyes, they are human. Is the third brother really such a person? Zhao Yao said, rubbing his chin. Though the third brother is somewhat domineering, he wouldn't randomly abuse those serving him, right? If father found out, the third brother would be in big trouble. Your Highness, knowing someone's face doesn't mean you know their heart. Tong Shi, who had always disliked the high and mighty third prince and others, remarked that in their eyes, only those from noble families were considered people, while others were not. The third prince might possibly be someone who privately takes pleasure in tormenting eunuchs or palace maids. Is the third brother really that perverted? The word perverted was something Zhao Yao learned from the Zhao Yao in his dreams. Your Highness, what does perverted mean? It means less than a beast. Then the third prince must be perverted. Tong, she said very firmly. Your Highness, should I go investigate? Investigate the third brother? Tong, she nodded. Investigate whether the third prince is perverted. Tong Shi, are you tired of living? Tong Shi, not immediately understanding, said blankly. Your Highness, I haven't lived enough. How could I be tired of living? Investigating the third brother is courting death. Zhao Yao gave Tong Shi a sideways glance and said irritably, Can we provoke the third brother? Hearing Zhao Yao say this, Tong Shi realized that the third prince was not someone they could provoke. Then, Your Highness, what about the eunuch just now? What does he have to do with us? Why should we care? Although Zhao Yao was curious about that eunuch's experience, he wouldn't delve into it. He's the third brother's person, not mine, that if you were bullied by the third brother, I would certainly stand up for you. He's not so magnanimous as to help everyone, that he's not a bodhisattva who saves the suffering and needy. Your Highness is right. Tong Shi, not usually a busybody, only for a moment, felt empathetic because before meeting Zhao Yao, he was often bullied too. The ones who bullied him were not masters, but eunuchs in the palace. Not only do masters torment eunuchs, but even eunuchs bully eunuchs. Tong, she met Zhao Yao on the day he was about to tea that time. He was pinned to the ground and beaten by several eunuchs, leaving him with only one breath. If it weren't for Zhao Yao finding him and taking him back to Cunny Hall, he would have died. I know you're sympathetic to him, and there's nothing wrong with sympathy. It shows you're still human. But before you help others out of sympathy, you need to see if you have the capability to help. Zhao Yao said seriously. Also, ensure your own safety when helping others. Don't sacrifice yourself to help others. Hearing this, Tong, she felt a slight twinge in his nose and quickly nodded, saying, This slave remembers Your Highness' words. In His Highness' heart, he is human. Let's go back. The third brother is really not someone they can provoke. Yes, Your Highness. Zhao Yao suddenly remembered something important and hurriedly said, Let's hurry back. I have something important to do. With that said, he started running. Your Highness, it's dark. Watch your step and be careful not to fall. Tong, she lifted the lantern and hurriedly chased after him. In Cundy Hall, Liang Zhaoyi and Yu Meiran were embroidering. The fifth princess was earnestly learning from them. Mother, second mother, third mother, fifth sister, I'm back. Zhao Yao raised his hands, then lowered them, bowing at 90 degrees to Liang Zhaoyi and others. Mother, I have something to do. I'll go to the study first. After saying this, he disappeared from their sight like a gust of wind. Yu Meiran smiled and said, Yao Yao, what's the rush? Liang Zhaoyi smiled and said, Ignore him. Pan Chiron regrettably said, I wanted to ask Yao Yao what happened when he went to meet Prince Dai. The fifth princess put down her needlework and said, I'll go call the 10th brother to tell us about it. As she stood up, she was pulled back down by Yu Meiran. Stay put and finish your embroidery. Mother, I want to call the 10th brother. Yao Yao said he has matters to attend to. Let's not disturb him. Yu Meiran said to the fifth princess sternly, Mind your embroidery. The fifth princess pouted and unwillingly continued her embroidery. In the study, Zhao Yao held a quill and drew on the rice paper, sketching the stirrups he saw in his dream. Tong, she brought a cup of freshly brewed tea and handed it to Zhao Yao. Your Highness, have a sip of tea first. I'll drink it later. Your Highness, why are you drawing iron loops? Tong, she asked curiously. Is the important matter you mentioned drawing iron loops? Zhao Yao just finished drawing a stirrup. He put down the quill, took the teacup from Tongshi's hand, took a few sips, and then said, "Let me tell you, this is not just an ordinary iron loop, but it looks just like a regular iron loop." Zhao Yao finished his tea and continued drawing another stirrup. Once he finished, he said to Tongshi once again, "Do you know where I want to use this pair of iron loops?" "Your Highness, do you plan to use them as a weapon?" "A handheld weapon." Zhao Yao said, "No, I want to use it on a horse." "On a horse?" Tongshi was puzzled, and then he guessed, "Your Highness, are you going to hang it on the horse's neck?" "Of course not. You'll know in a few days." Zhao Yao handed the finished drawing of the stirrup to Tongshi, instructing him, "Go to the office of craft tomorrow and have them make this pair of iron loops. Also, have them match this pair with a sturdy strap." Tongshi carefully folded the drawing and placed it in his chest. "Your Highness, how long should the strap be? How many do we need?" "For now, just one strap about 5 feet long. If the strap was too long, he could always cut it shorter." "Your Highness, should we make just one pair of iron loops or more?" "Start with one pair." Zhao Yao said, "If we make too many, the Office of Crafts will definitely ask me to get Father's permission. Iron is precious and not allowed for indiscriminate use. After sending Your Highness to Windy Hall tomorrow morning, I'll go to the Office of Crafts." Tongshi said, "Just making one pair of iron loops, that will be quickly done. Have them done by noon. That way after class, I can use them." Zhao Yao stood up and walked out of the study. "Let's find Mother in them and talk about picking up the second brother." When Liang Zhaoyi and the others saw Zhao Yao come over so quickly, they promptly asked him, "Are you done with your work?" "Yes, I'm done. I'll tell you about the events of picking up the second brother this afternoon." "Tell us quickly." The fifth princess couldn't wait and urged. Liang Zhaoyi and Yumarin set aside their needlework, looking attentive and all ears. Zhao Yao recounted what happened when they left the palace in great detail to Liang Zhaoyi and the others. After hearing it, Liang Zhaoyi and the others were all shocked. Seeing that it was getting late, Liang Zhaoyi urged Yumarin and the others to go back and rest, and reminded them not to talk about what they had just heard outside. Why Yumarin and the others quickly assured that they absolutely would not speak of it. After Yumarin and the others left, Liang Zhaoyi hurriedly asked Zhao Yao, "What were you doing in the study just now?" "Mother, don't tell you yet. I'll tell you tomorrow." Zhao Yao laughed slyly. It's a good thing. Seeing her son behave so mysteriously, Liang Zhaoyi felt a sense of anticipation and smiled, saying, "All right, Mother will wait for your good thing tomorrow." Tongshi, standing by, silently grumbled to himself, wondering how 2 iron loops could be a good thing. The next day, after Tongshi sent Zhao Yao to Winnie Hall, he turned and went to the Office of Crafts. He handed the drawing to the craftsman there. "The 10th Highness needs this pair of iron loops by noon. Can you have them ready by noon?" The craftsman said, "I can have it ready for you immediately." Before noon, the craftsman finished the iron loops Zhao Yao needed and matched them with a sturdy strap as Zhao Yao instructed. After his midday lesson, Zhao Yao didn't hurry back to Kundi Hall, but first went to the stables to bring He Yu to Kundi Hall. Lai Ho wanted to follow, but Zhao Yao refused, which made Lai Ho very upset. When Liang Zhaoyi and Yumarin saw Zhao Yao leading a horseback, they quickly asked what he intended to do with it. Zhao Yao stroked He Yu's face while telling Liang Zhaoyi and the others, "I want to show you something good." The fifth princess stood on the other side, stroking He Yu's neck. "10th brother, the good thing you mentioned isn't just He Yu, is it?" "Of course not. The good thing I'm talking about is something else." Zhao Yao continued to tease. Liang Zhaoyi raised her hand and knocked her son lightly on the head. "Stop keeping us in suspense and show us your good thing." Yumarin laughed and said, "If Yao Yao says it's something good, it definitely is. Hurry and show us." Pan Chiron curiously asked, "What exactly is this good thing?" Zhao Yao gave Tongshi a glance, and Tongshi immediately understood, handing a pair of iron rings over to Zhao Yao. Liang Zhaoyi saw the iron rings in Zhao Yao's hands and said in slight surprise, "This is the good thing you mentioned?" The fifth princess said, "Aren't these just iron rings?" She wrinkled her nose a bit disdainfully. "What's so good about them?" Yumarin asked in surprise. "Yao Yao, do these iron rings have some special quality?" Zhao Yao raised the iron rings in both hands, saying mysteriously to Liang Zhaoyi and the others, "These iron rings aren't extraordinary, but I'll soon make them special." The fifth princess looked skeptical. "10th brother, stop bragging. They're just ordinary iron rings. They can't be that special. You'll see in a moment." After Zhao Yao spoke, he handed the iron rings to Tongshi and then took a belt from him. He draped the belt over He Yu and found it a bit too long. Tongshi cut 5 inches off with the scissors. "Yes, Your Highness." "No, don't cut 5 inches. Cut 3 inches and leave 2 inches to attach the iron rings." Zhao Yao instructed. Make sure to fasten them tightly. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will fasten them tightly. Tongxi said, then cut 3 inches off the belt and used it to loop around the iron rings. Liang Jiaoyi and the others watched Tongxi's actions in confusion and asked Zhao Yao, Yao Yao, what are you doing? Mother, you'll find out in a moment. Zhao Yao took the assembled stirrups from Tongxi and tied them to Yu. Mother, watch carefully now. Liang Jiaoyi and Yumera nodded slightly, then widened their eyes and stared at Zhao Yao without blinking. Zhao Yao lifted 1 foot into the stirrup and told Liang Jiaoyi and the others once more, watch closely, mother. The 5th princess mocked unreservedly. What's the point of watching you place 1 foot on an iron ring? Zhao Yao ignored the 5th princess, put a little force on his left foot in the stirrup, and leapt onto the horse. Sitting on Yu's back, he proudly said to Liang Jiaoyi and the others, Mother, did you see that? Yu Meirin and the 5th princess, not understanding, asked in confusion, see what? Liang Jiaoyi and Tongxi understood, their faces filled with shock. Mother, didn't you see it? Zhao Yao tapped the stirrup under his foot. Didn't you see how I used it to get on the horse? Yu Meirin and the others said, we saw it, then asked in confusion, we saw you step onto the iron ring to mount the horse. What's special about that? Hearing Yu Meirin and the others say this, Zhao Yao's adorable face showed an expression of disbelief. It's so obvious, yet you didn't notice. These second mothers are really too dense, Pan Chiron retorted. Should we have noticed something? Zhao Yao didn't want to bother with Pan Chiron and the others any further, turning to look at Liang Jiaoyi. Mother, did you understand? It's indeed a good thing. Liang Jiaoyi walked to Yu's side, looked down at the iron rings beneath Zhao Yao's feet, and said with delight, with this, mounting the horse becomes easier. Seeing Liang Jiaoyi understood, Zhao Yao happily said, as expected, mother is smart, understanding immediately. No wonder she's his mother. With this iron ring, you don't need to step onto someone's back or a stool to mount the horse. Hearing Liang Jiaoyi and Zhao Yao say this, Yu Meirin and the others finally caught on. Indeed, with this iron ring, getting on the horse has become easier. It's not just that benefit. Zhao Yao looked at Liang Jiaoyi and asked, Mother, did you notice anything else? Liang Jiaoyi walked to the other side of Yu, smiling. With these iron rings, one can sit steadily on the horse, making it much safer than before. Moreover, these iron rings can help soldiers fight better. Mother indeed spoke correctly. Zhao Yao said proudly, as expected of my mother, ever so wise. Unlike you second mothers, who didn't notice at all. Yu Meirin and the others didn't expect that ordinary iron rings could be so useful. Their faces were full of incredulity. We were ignorant. Zhao Yao jumped down from Yu's back. Mother, why don't you give it a try? All right. Liang Jiaoyi stepped into the stirrup and gracefully mounted the horse. Then, she stood up in the stirrups, gesturing with her hands as if wielding a spear. She deliberately used considerable force, discovering she remained steady. You run, Liang Jiaoyi said, pressing her feet into the stirrups while sitting on the horse. Yu obediently started running, and Liang Jiaoyi noticed she was sitting more stably than without the iron rings. Soon, she stood up again, asking Yu to speed up, remaining steady regardless. Mother, how does it feel? Liang Jiaoyi patted Yu's neck, and Yu obediently halted. Very stable, very safe, she said, jumping down from the horse's back and praised. These iron rings are truly a treasure. With these iron rings, soldiers' combat capabilities on horseback would greatly improve. She reached out and touched Zhao Yao's head, smiling as she asked, how did you come up with this? Zhao Yao chuckled proudly twice. Yesterday, when I was picking up second brother, I almost fell off Yu, suddenly realizing something was missing. Then it occurred to me why there was no place for footing on horseback, and I thought of these iron rings. Because Yu Meirin and the others were present, Zhao Yao wasn't entirely truthful with Liang Jiaoyi. I figured with iron rings to step on, I wouldn't have to worry about falling off Yu. Yu Meirin pulled Zhao Yao into her embrace and planted several robust kisses on his cute little face. Our Yao Yao is so clever. Yao Yao is really amazing. If you hadn't told us, your third mother wouldn't have known these iron rings were so useful. Pan Chiron had never ridden a horse, so she didn't understand the purpose of an additional set of iron rings on horseback. 10th brother, since when did you become so clever? The 5th princess wore an incredulous expression. Weren't you the fool? Hearing the 5th princess say this, Zhao Yao glared at her angrily. 5th sister, I'm only bad at studying, not a fool. Seeing it was getting late, Liang Jiaoyi said to Zhao Yao and the others, let's have lunch first. Your Highness, does you need to be returned to the stable? Tongxi asked. First, unfasten the stirrups and girth, then send Yu back. Stirrups, girth? Liang Jiaoyi laughed. These names are quite fitting. Zhao Yao gave Liang Jiaoyi a look, and she instantly understood. 10th brother, when you went to pick up second brother yesterday, did you hit your head, which is why you've suddenly become smart? The 5th princess, while timid in front of the 4th princess and others, was quite bold in front of Zhao Yao. Her younger brother, Yu Marin, used chopsticks to knock heavily on the 5th princess's head, scolding with a stern face. Watch your words. Is this how a sister should behave? Exactly. Is this how a sister should behave? Zhao Yao echoed. 5th sister, what good does it do you to insist I'm a fool? Liang Jiaoyi lightly poked Zhao Yao's right cheek with the end of her chopsticks. Your 5th sister was just joking with you. The 5th princess quickly nodded. Mother, I was just playing with 10th brother. Even when joking, you shouldn't say these things. Yu Marin sternly reprimanded. Positive words don't always work, but negative ones might. Don't say such things anymore. What if Yao Yao actually hurt his brain? The 5th princess was amused by Yu Marin's serious demeanor and quickly nodded obediently. I won't say it anymore. Liang Jiaoyi turned to Yu Marin and said softly, Little 5 was just joking with Yao Yao. There's no need to take it seriously. Sister, I know you've always been fond of Little 5, but you shouldn't indulge her in this. If she continues speaking recklessly, she'll eventually cause trouble. Yu Marin continued. She was pleased and relieved to see her daughter becoming bolder and more lively. Yet she also worried that her daughter might eventually get into trouble with her words. Pan Kyra nodded in strong agreement. Sister Yu is right. You can't keep spoiling Little 5, or she'll eventually get into trouble. The best way to survive in the palace is to speak less. Little 5, you're wrong to keep calling Yao Yao foolish. Yao Yao may not be good at studying, but he's very clever in other ways. 3rd mother is right. Zhao Yao said, as long as it's not studying, I'm smart in everything I do. Wait, what about the stirrup affair? Should I tell father about it? After lunch, Yu Marin and Pan Kyron returned to their rooms to rest. Tonight, a celebration banquet was to be held for Prince Dai, and a dinner was also scheduled in the harem. They needed a good rest in the afternoon to have the energy to deal with the intrigue of the evening banquet. Zhao Yao didn't go to Winnie Hall to study chess. This afternoon's course was chess. In addition to reading books, the princes usually learned horseback riding, archery, and cultivated their skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Since there was a celebration banquet for Prince Dai in the evening, the afternoon chess lesson was canceled. The horses Zhao Yao and the others were riding in the dream had stirrups. In the dream, Zhao Yao and the others would sometimes go on missions on horseback, and there were stirrups on the horses. Liang Jiaoyi guessed it was so. Though small, a stirrup is very significant. It's a good invention. If it weren't for nearly falling off Heiyu yesterday, while picking up second brother, I wouldn't have remembered the stirrups. Zhao Yao's dream world contained many things missing in Great Zhou, stirrups included. But after recovering from his illness, he forgot many things from his dream, which is why he didn't think of the stirrups in time. Mother, should we tell Father Emperor about the stirrups? Putting everything else aside, with stirrups, Great Zhou soldiers would find riding much easier in the future, simplifying combat as well. You should tell your Father Emperor, Liang Jiaoyi, after thoughtful consideration, advised. Stirrups are beneficial both to the nation and the people, not something to be concealed. Besides, true peace does not prevail across the land, and many places still have rebels. Stirrups improve the cavalry combat abilities of Great Zhou soldiers, tipping the scales in their favor in battles against rebels. Zhao Yao also wanted to inform the emperor, should I go and tell father now? Mention it to your father emperor a few days later, said Liang Jiaoyi. Prince Dai has just returned to the capital. His success is prominent. We shouldn't overshadow him at this moment. Zhao Yao nodded after listening, saying, Indeed, I'll wait a few days to talk to Father Emperor. His second brother had just returned and was thriving. Bringing up the stirrup issue now would surely overshadow him, and second brother might resent him for it. Once the excitement over his brother's return subsided, he could then speak to Father Emperor. Mother, if I tell father about the stirrups, I'll become well known. He feigned dullness over books precisely to avoid standing out and attracting attention. As soon as the stirrup information is out, he could be thrust into the limelight, drawing the attention of the court ministers. Understanding Zhao Yao's concerns, Liang Jiaoyi reassured him with a smile. It's all right. The ministers won't change their minds and support you over this matter. With no power from the Liang family and herself not being favored, the court ministers wouldn't regard them or their child highly, despite the stirrup issue. Creating the stirrup shows your father you are not useless, which is favorable to you. Zhao Yao grasped Liang Jiaoyi's point. Letting my father know that his foolish son has some usefulness in other areas will perhaps curb his tendency to punish me by making me copy books. What your mother means is that in the future, when you create other useful items, neither the emperor nor others will find it strange. Liang Jiaoyi knew her son had dreamt of things that didn't exist in Great Zhou but were beneficial to the nation and people. She wanted her son to develop these dream concepts cautiously, aware they could stir significant turmoil. Upon reflection, potential danger wasn't the only outcome. Creating stirrups had 4 advantages. Firstly, it showed the emperor and ministers Zhao Yao wasn't a useless fool. Secondly, if Zhao Yao developed more innovations, the emperor and ministers wouldn't find it unexpected. Thirdly, soldiers would favor stirrups, sparking goodwill towards her son, albeit not enough for their support, but perhaps helpful during distress. Fourthly, improving their lives in the palace. Liang Jiaoyi had no grievances about their current lives. Though many in the palace looked down on them, they dared not openly bully them. She was content with her and her son's circumstances. Still, should life improve, she wouldn't oppose ITASM mother. Liang Jiaoyi hoped Zhao Yao could grow up safely in the perilous palace, then smoothly become a titled prince with land. Thus, she advised her son to act foolishly to remain unnoticed. This protected him, but she felt inwardly it was unfair for him and held some resentment. Her son was indeed intelligent and capable, no less than other princes. Yet, without a powerful maternal family, he must disguise himself. Born in a regular family, his wit and knowledge of the dreamed world's advances would undoubtedly lead to accomplishments. Actually, Liang Jiaoyi had considered vying for favor. With her intelligence and means, she could achieve it, and her favor wouldn't be any less than that of noble princess consort Rome. Should her favor equal hers, their position would become exceptionally hazardous. The palace bred too many plots and schemes that couldn't always be predicted, hence unsafe. Without caution, both she and Zhao Yao could face dire consequences. Favor came with risks that couldn't be warded off. They'd live under continuous treachery. Were her family powerful in the court, the emperor might shield them. Alas, the Liang family wielded no power to favored. She would place the Liang family in Yangzhou at risk. For powerful ministers, dealing with the Liang family was effortless. She couldn't imperil her family. Besides, she didn't wish to live amid intrigues. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to forego competing for favor and maintain a peaceful life. Ah, mother, you want me to create more things? Zhao Yao said, astonished. Your mother isn't compelling you to do so, smiled Liang Jiaoyi gently. Like the stirrup, if it suddenly comes to mind, you can create it then. Mother, what if what I create in the future is more impressive than stirrups? Initially, Zhao Yao planned to replicate the useful things from his dream world when he was grown and had his own lands. That would be great, Liang Jiaoyi smiled. If it's more impressive than stirrups, it will surely be even more beneficial to the nation and people. I might become renowned then. Aren't you worried? Though ministers wouldn't change their support because of these creations, brothers might try to win him over, and he'd have to decide which brother to back. If you wish to develop something, speak to mother first. If it's too remarkable, refrain from making it for now, Liang Jiaoyi advised earnestly. Zhao Yao obediently replied, all right. He added, Mother, presently, I haven't thought of anything else. The stirrups came to him spontaneously. Mother said you needn't replicate everything from your dreamed world immediately. Mention it when it comes to you. I understand. The topic of stirrups is not ours to discuss. Mother, if neither of us is to mention it, who will relay it to father? In a few days, when you practice riding at the stables, attach the stirrups to Heiyu. That way, others will report it to your father, Liang Jiaoyi suggested. Your father will then inquire personally about the stirrups, and you can explain in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao immediately understood her intentions. Mother certainly considers everything. Should they inform the emperor directly, it might seem too deliberate and raise suspicion about their motives. However, if others reported it, suspicions would fade. Let's set aside this matter for a few days, Liang Jiaoyi said, having reminded you Mayorin and the others not to disclose the stirrup topic. All right, Zhao Yao yawned. Mother, I'm sleepy. Go get some sleep. Then I'll go rest. Zhao Yao hopped off the bed, bowed to Liang Jiaoyi, and headed to his room with Tong Shi. Liang Jiaoyi remained on the bed, her brow slightly furrowed in deep thought. Gu Xing brought a cup of tea, asking concernedly, Madam, what troubles you? Liang Jiaoyi came to herself, sighing softly. I sometimes wonder if I'm being too unfair to Zhao Yao. Madam, survival comes first in the palace. Gu Xing understood Liang Jiaoyi's thoughts and comforted her. You have not erred, Madam, in the palace. Nothing is more crucial than living well. As long as His Highness lives well, he can pursue what he desires in the future. Moreover, The prince understands your intentions, which is why he willingly disguises himself. So please, do not blame yourself. At the end of the Shin hour, Zhao Yao was awakened by Liang Zhaoyi. Seeing Zhao Yao get up and dress quickly, Liang Zhaoyi teased him. Why aren't you lazing in bed? I'm going to eat beef. Zhao Yao was obsessed with that beef. He had been waiting for this beef for many days. I'm going to finish all the beef on the table tonight. To eat more delicious food in the evening. He hadn't had a full lunch. Liang Zhaoyi tapped his forehead, helplessly but dotingly said, Don't overeat or you'll have a stomachache tonight. Mother, don't worry that I won't get a stomachache. This morning, he had Tongshi go to the Imperial Medical Bureau to specifically ask the imperial physician for a bottle of digestive medicine that, if he overate, taking one pill would prevent a stomachache. Since mother cannot be by your side, you must listen well to your fourth and eighth brothers. Being a concubine, Liang Zhaoyi couldn't accompany Zhao Yao to the Chaoyang Palace for the celebration feast. Chaoyang Palace was specially used for palace banquets, and tonight, besides the princes, ministers would also attend. Liang Zhaoyi and Yu Meiren went to the Qianlin Garden for the celebration feast, naturally separating from Zhao Yao. Mother, don't worry, I'm just attending the celebration feast to eat. Zhao Yao said with a grin, I'll just eat and not speak. With only one mouth, he found it barely enough to eat. So where would he find time to talk to others? No matter what happens at the banquet, don't be curious, understand? This was Zhao Yao's first time attending such an important banquet alone, and Liang Zhaoyi was slightly worried. Also, don't be afraid, understand? Before the age of 6, Zhao Yao always accompanied Liang Zhaoyi to feasts. Now, as he had begun his education, he could no longer attend banquets with his mother. He had to attend important court banquets or events alone. This celebration feast would be attended by all the civil and military officials. Liang Zhaoyi was worried her son might be frightened by facing such a grand scene for the first time. Mother, what's there to be afraid of? I saw them when I went to pick up second brother yesterday. Although all the court officials would attend, he wasn't familiar with them, so what was there to fear? Liang Zhaoyi touched her son's little face and softly said, It's good that you're not afraid. Zhao Yao raised his hand to pat Liang Zhaoyi's shoulder, cheekily said, Mother, don't worry, I'll be fine. Liang Zhaoyi patted Zhao Yao's little behind. Go to Chaoyang Palace, or you'll be late. Zhao Yao dared not delay any longer. Hurriedly taking Tong, Shi, and heading for Chaoyang Palace on the way. He saw fourth prince waiting for him not far ahead, and he quickened his pace to greet him cheerfully. Fourth brother. Seeing Zhao Yao exuding happiness from head to toe, his entire little face glowing, fourth prince, usually expressionless, showed a bit of a smile. So happy, huh? I'm about to eat delicious food. Zhao Yao chuckled. I've been looking forward to second brother's return just for tonight's feast. Now he's finally back, of course, I'm happy. With that, he reached out to pull fourth prince's wrist. Fourth brother, let's hurry. Fourth prince grasped Zhao Yao. Amused, the feast hasn't started yet. Even if we go now, there won't be any food, so no rush. Fourth brother, if we go earlier, you can talk to your cousins. Fourth prince's 2 cousins weren't teaching at the Imperial College, but held important positions at court. His eldest cousin was the minister of the Ministry of Rights, and his second cousin was a junior minister. The Li family, having learned from the previous dynasty's experience, no longer sent all clan members to the Imperial College to teach, but sent outstanding children to hold posts at court. This way, they could keep abreast of the court situation and protect the Li family. Fourth brother, don't you want to talk to your cousins? Unfortunately, his second uncle didn't have the qualifications to attend the celebration feast of course. Fourth prince did. Upon hearing this, he held Zhao Yao's hand and quickened his pace towards Chaoyang Palace. Then let's hurry. By the time Zhao Yao and the others arrived at Chaoyang Palace, all the ministers were already there. However, among the princes, only the 2 of them had arrived. The others hadn't yet. Greetings to fourth prince. Greetings to 10th prince. Rise, sirs. Thank you, fourth prince. Seeing some ministers wanting to speak with fourth prince, Zhao Yao sensibly said to him, Fourth brother, I'll go take my seat first. Then, he left with Tong Shi. The ministers had no reaction to 10th prince's departure. In the eyes of the ministers, Zhao Yao held no significance. Noticing the somewhat dismissive attitude toward Zhao Yao from several ministers, fourth prince frowned slightly, showing some displeasure. Just as he was about to say something, his 2 cousins walked over. Following the guidance of a eunuch, Zhao Yao took his seat. Though the celebration feast hadn't started yet, 2 plates of fruit were placed on the table. As he ate the fruit, he curiously observed the ministers. Duke Zhen and Marquis Xianping were surrounded by ministers. Duke Zhen's face was expressionless, whereas Marquis Xianping was beaming with joy. Other ministers huddled in small groups, engaged in unknown conversations. Some were all smiles, while others wore worried expressions. Eating and silently musing, Zhao Yao thought it was indeed a stark contrast. Why hasn't Minister Kong appeared? Where are Minister Kong and his son? Haven't they arrived yet? Just as Zhao Yao was searching for Minister Kong, fourth prince brought his two cousins over to introduce them to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao was momentarily stunned, then greeted fourth prince's cousins. Fourth prince's cousins, being very talkative, knowing Zhao Yao loved food, started talking about local delicacies, making Zhao Yao's mouth water. They even invited Zhao Yao to visit the Leaf family with fourth prince when he had time, and at that time, they would have their family chef prepare some delicacies unattainable in the capital. Soon, third prince and his entourage arrived. Ministers supporting third prince flocked over. Seeing third prince arrive, fourth prince's two cousins returned to their seats. Fourth brother, I didn't expect your cousins also love delicious food. Yes, my cousins often get scolded by our grandfather for their love of food. In fourth prince's grandfather's view, a love of food equates to indulgence in bodily pleasures, which is frowned upon for scholars. Like-minded people. Before Zhao Yao could finish his sentence, the ministers began greeting and paying respects to the crown prince. The crown prince had brought eighth prince with him. After exchanging a word with the crown prince, eighth prince came over to Zhao Yao and the others. Eighth brother, why are you and crown prince here so early? Zhao Yao asked in surprise. Why isn't crown prince with father? Whenever there was an important event or banquet, crown prince would stay by father's side. Second brother is with father, so eldest brother brought me to Chuyang Palace first. Eighth prince added, Minister Kong is also with father. Minister Kong is with father? No wonder Minister Kong wasn't seen. Before entering the palace, second brother specially went to Minister Kong's mansion and came to the palace with him before they both went to see father. Second brother was really eager. Upon hearing this, fourth prince furrowed his brows, but said nothing. Are father and second brother coming soon? Zhao Yao patted his little belly and licked his lips, appearing like a little gourmand. I'm hungry and want to eat. The matter of Minister Kong and second brother accompanying father to Chuyang Palace was not as important to him as good food and tea this time. Eunuchs and palace maids were serving dishes. Smelling the aroma of the dishes, Zhao Yao's little stomach growled with hunger. Seeing Zhao Yao eagerly waiting, fourth prince and eighth prince shook their heads helplessly. Why hasn't father arrived yet? Zhao Yao glanced eagerly at the side door at the top of Chuyang Palace. Eighth prince lightly tapped Zhao Yao's head. Almost here. If father delays any longer, the dishes will get cold. Just as he finished his words, the emperor appeared with second prince, ninth prince, and Minister Kong. The sight of this left the ministers astonished. Seeing Minister Kong actually being with the emperor, Kong Taichong felt a bitter taste he couldn't voice. Originally planning to enter the palace with his son for the celebration feast, he hadn't expected Prince Dai to personally come to his mansion. Although he refused Prince Dai's invitation, he was forcibly invited onto Prince Dai mansion's carriage and then led to meet the emperor. He knew Prince Dai's intentions. This made him more resolute in rejecting this marriage arrangement, even if it offended Prince Dai and angered the emperor. After the early court session tomorrow, he would go to see the emperor and reject this bestowed marriage. After the emperor took his seat, the celebratory banquet officially began. The crown prince was the first to stand up, offering 3 cups of wine to the emperor, wishing for the stability and prosperity of the great Zhou. Then, he offered 3 cups to Prince Dai, praising him as the war god of the times, without whom there would be no current peace. With Prince Dai around, ministers and commoners alike would be at ease. He also said that having a brother like Prince Dai gave him peace of mind as a brother. Regarding the crown prince's praise, Prince Dai felt disdainful in his heart, but he humbly said that it was what he should do. After the crown prince finished his toast, it was the turn of the third prince. The third prince was known for his outstanding literary talent. He first composed a poem to flatter the emperor, then praised Prince Dai as the hero of the era and a role model for them to learn from. The fourth prince's literary talent was not inferior to the third prince, but he did not use flowery words to flatter the emperor and Prince Dai. He used simple yet sincere words to praise the emperor's wisdom. As for Prince Dai, he expressed his admiration and respect for his elder brother as a younger brother, and hoped to serve the court and the people like Prince Dai in the future. His words were more sincere than the third prince's. Many ministers listened and showed expressions of appreciation. The ministers had a very positive impression of the fourth prince. Although the fourth prince was young, he was mature, steady, virtuous, and exceptionally talented. Moreover, the fourth prince's maternal family was the Leaf family. Many civil officials in the court supported the fourth prince. Then it was the turn of the fifth prince and others. What they said was similar to the third prince, somewhat exaggerated. When the 8th prince offered his toast, Zhao Yao noticed that the expressions of the ministers were somewhat disdainful. The 8th prince knew that neither the emperor nor Prince Dai liked him. So he didn't say much, just simple words of congratulation. When it was the 9th prince's turn, he rambled on quite a bit. The emperor found him too long-winded and directly interrupted him, telling him to sit down. Finally, it was Zhao Yao's turn. He deliberately pretended to be somewhat frightened, stuttering while saying the congratulatory words. The emperor did not mind Zhao Yao being timid. Seeing his unease, he smiled gently at him. After Zhao Yao finished his congratulatory words, it was the turn of the ministers. First were Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu. Their congratulatory words were simple, wishing for peace in the world, plentiful harvests, and prosperity. As for Prince Dai, they praised him for embodying the spirit of the young emperor, though lacking somewhat compared to the young emperor. Prince Dai was very respectful towards Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu. Hearing them say that he was not as good as the young emperor, rather than being angry, he felt very honored. He said that to have half the prowess of a young emperor was enough for him. Next came Duke Zhun and Marquis Xianping. Duke Zhun first offered some flattery, then wholeheartedly praised Prince Dai for his achievements over the years. Hearing Duke Zhun praise him to the skies, Prince Dai sneered inwardly. He hastily told Duke Zhun that he was merely doing his duty and was not as great as Duke Zhun had said. Before returning to the capital, Prince Dai received a letter from Marquis Xianping. In the letter, Marquis Xianping detailed the malicious tactics of Duke Zhun and the crown prince to elevate his status in the court, warning Prince Dai to be cautious upon his return to the capital. Duke Zhun also congratulated Prince Dai on his engagement to the youngest daughter of Grandmaster Kong. Upon hearing Duke Zhun say this, Grandmaster Kong's heart skipped a beat. A premonition of bad things arose within him. Both Prince Dai and Marquis Xianping believed that Duke Zhun's mention of this marriage did not have good intentions. They furrowed their brows slightly, becoming wary in their hearts. The emperor, hearing this, raised an eyebrow slightly, then awaited Duke Zhun's next words with interest. What surprised everyone was that Duke Zhun did not say much about Prince Dai's engagement to Grandmaster Kong's youngest daughter, instead wishing that, after the marriage, they would expand the branches of the imperial family since Prince Dai currently had no heirs. Prince Dai married an official wife the year before last, but so far neither the official wife nor the concubines had borne him any children, while the crown prince had already had a legitimate eldest son early on. 3 months into the crown prince's marriage, the crown princess consort had good news and gave birth to the imperial grandson the following year. Now, the crown prince's concubine was pregnant, diagnosed by the imperial physician as carrying a young prince. In terms of progeny, the crown prince temporarily had the upper hand over Prince Dai. Although Prince Dai had been married for 2 years, he spent most of these years quelling rebellions outside, so it was not surprising that the princess consort Dai and concubines had not become pregnant. The minister saw that Prince Dai had no heirs and did not think much of it. Prince Dai himself did not pay much attention to this matter, but he also knew that if no heirs were born again, the court would inevitably be rife with rumors that Crown Prince's faction would surely use the issue of offspring to attack him. He had decided to stay in the capital this year and ensure the princess consort Dai and consorts conceive as children. Originally, the fact that Prince Dai had no heirs was no big deal, nor was it strange, but now hearing Duke Zhun mention it, everyone suddenly felt that this matter had become somewhat different. Now, everyone present looked at Prince Dai with a subtle expression. Prince Dai naturally felt it, and his face darkened instantly. The crown prince echoed Duke Zhun's words at this moment. Second brother, your most important task upon returning this time is to quickly produce a grandson for Father Emperor like you. The crown prince spoke with the tone of a good elder brother. Next month, Grandmaster Kong's youngest daughter will come of age, and you can marry her and quickly produce a hefty grandson for Father Emperor. Upon hearing this, Marquis Xianping's eyebrows furrowed slightly. His daughter was Prince Dai's official wife, and had been married to him for 2 years without becoming pregnant. He hadn't given this matter much thought. After all, Prince Dai had spent very little time in the capital these 2 years, and it was normal for his daughter not to be pregnant. But now, he thought differently. If Grandmaster Kong's youngest daughter were to become pregnant first, then his daughter's situation and status would be affected. Marquis Xianping knew clearly how important Grandmaster Kong's youngest daughter was to Prince Dai. Once Grandmaster Kong's youngest daughter entered the Prince Dai mansion, Prince Dai would certainly favor her. If she were to become pregnant, she would become increasingly important in Prince Dai's eyes. This would not be a good thing for his daughter. The Kong family was extremely important to Prince Dai. If Grandmaster Kong's youngest daughter were to give birth to the eldest son for Prince Dai, thinking about this, Marquis Xianping did not continue further. Emotionally, he felt that in Prince Dai's heart, the Kong family was definitely not as important as the Yu family. After all, the Yu family was his mother's family. Rationally, he thought that Prince Dai would definitely use the Kong family more than the Marquis mansion in the future. Upon this deeper reflection, Marquis Xianping suddenly felt that Prince Dai's marrying Grandmaster Kong's youngest daughter was somewhat unfavorable to the Yu family. If Marquis Xianping could think of this, the emperor naturally did as well. He originally thought that Duke Zhun would make a fuss about this marriage, but he didn't expect that Duke Zhun was sowing discord. The emperor's lips curled into a smile of ambiguous meaning. Prince Dai hadn't thought in this direction. He believed that the crown prince and Duke Zhun were merely mocking him for being unfit. How could a man allow others to say he is unfit? Rest assured, Father Emperor, this year your son will definitely give you a grandson. If there isn't good news from the Prince Mansion this year, the entire world might think he is unfit. The atmosphere of the scene was somewhat subtle. The ministers bowed their heads, assuming a posture of they had heard nothing. The third prince and a few others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect the situation to develop like this. The fourth and eighth princes had expressions as if it was none of their concern, while Zhao Yao kept his head down, happily eating the beef. Not only did he eat, but he also secretly took some away, asking Tongxi to hold it. After the banquet tonight, he could have a few more meals of beef. Zhao Yao thought no one noticed his action of secretly stashing beef. In fact, the emperor had already observed it. A hint of a smile appeared in the emperor's eyes as he laughed inwardly. This little rascal truly has some promising prospects. He suddenly recalled that his eldest brother had also done such things before. Every time they dined, his eldest brother would secretly hide meat and pastries, along with other delicious items, then sneakily bring them back for his younger brothers to eat tea that time. He was the youngest, and his eldest brother, who doted on him, would always give him the best food. The eighth prince noticed Zhao Yao's sneaky actions and said with amusement and indulgence, "Tenth brother, what are you doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zhao Yao putting a finger to his lips, looking around vigilantly, and whispered, "Eighth brother, lower your voice." After that, he secretly stashed away several pieces of beef. "Tenth brother, eighth brother, just pretend you didn't see anything." Zhao Yao put his hands together and bowed slightly to the eighth prince. The eighth prince reached out and pinched Zhao Yao's chubby cheeks, affectionately teasing, "You little glutton. Eighth brother, who knows when we'll have beef again? I have to steal more now, so I can enjoy it for a few more meals." Zhao Yao thought he was very clever. His eyes brightened as he suddenly came up with a good idea. Then he sweetly called out to the eighth prince in a cutesy, drawn-out tone, "Eighth brother." Upon hearing Zhao Yao's fawning tone, the eighth prince immediately knew what he was up to. "All right, I'll help you steal some." Zhao Yao's little face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile, sweetly saying to the eighth prince, "Eighth brother, you're the best. What else do you want to stash away?" The dishes on the table didn't appeal much to the eighth prince. After a few bites, he was already full. "Eighth brother, I only want the beef, nothing else." They could eat other delicious dishes usually, but beef was only available at important banquets and not normally. "You really love beef, don't you?" To the eighth prince, beef, lamb, and pork were all the same, and he didn't find them tasty. He disliked greasy foods. When he was younger, he was forced to eat meat, and it made him vomit. Beef is delicious, the best meat in the world. Zhao Yao loved beef. Eating beef gives you strength. "Eighth brother, you're too skinny. You should eat more beef." "I don't like eating meat." When he was younger, the smell of meat made the eighth prince nauseous. The IT had improved a lot now. At least the smell didn't make him sick anymore, and he could eat a bit of meat. Eating too much meat will make you fat. Be careful not to turn into a little piglet. "I'm still young, so I need to eat more meat to grow tall and strong." Zhao Yao added, "I'm not fat. I even think I've gotten thinner." "You think you're thin?" The eighth prince showed a look of disbelief, then pinched Zhao Yao's chubby cheeks again. "Look at your chubby little face. How is that thin?" Zhao Yao shook off the eighth prince's hand and assertively said, "Eighth brother, every piece of flesh on me is my merit." "Merit?" The eighth prince looked perplexed. "Every piece of flesh is merit. What kind of merit is that?" Zhao Yao proudly puffed out his little chest and, with a look of satisfaction, said, "Every piece of flesh on me is earned from my hard work eating. That's my merit." The eighth prince nearly couldn't hold back his laughter after hearing Zhao Yao's words that he lowered his head, covering his mouth to suppress his laughter. The fourth prince sitting nearby picked up his teacup to hide the smile spreading across his face. Zhao Yao, seeing the eighth prince shaking with laughter, said exasperatedly, "Eighth brother, if you want to laugh, just laugh." The eighth prince raised his head, his face full of smiles. It was the first time Zhao Yao had seen the eighth prince laughing so heartily that his eyes disappeared, and he was momentarily stunned. He had never seen the eighth brother laugh so happily before. Is it really that funny? He pondered what he had said that was so amusing. The eighth prince cupped Zhao Yao's small face with his hands, rubbing it vigorously while laughing and saying, "Then I must touch your merits more." Zhao Yao's little face was deformed from the rubbing, and he angrily swatted away the eighth prince's hands. "Why should I let you touch my merits?" The eighth prince pinched Zhao Yao's little mouth. "How can you shamelessly call the flesh on you merits? Of course, it's what I've diligently eaten, so to me, it's merits. You're full of nonsense." The eighth prince didn't expect Zhao Yao had so many fallacious ideas. "Eighth brother, are you going to help me or not?" "Of course, I've been helping you all along." Without a fuss, the eighth prince discreetly scooped several pieces of beef from the table and hid them. Zhao Yao was too embarrassed to ask the fourth prince to help him steal and hide meat, but the fourth prince volunteered to help him stash some meat. Meanwhile, at the front, the crown prince and Prince Dai were embroiled in a verbal battle, but Zhao Yao was completely unconcerned, solely focused on stealing meat. Opposite Zhao Yao, among the ministers, Minister Kong was restless. His expression was troubled as he glanced several times at the emperor. He wanted to refuse the marriage bestowed by the emperor, but now was not the right time. However, it was also the best opportunity. Although speaking up might anger the emperor and offend Prince Dai, it could clearly state his position. After weighing it in his mind, Minister Kong decided to tactfully refuse the marriage at this moment. Just as he was about to stand up, Kong Yuan grabbed him. Kong Yuan, seeing his father's expression, immediately knew what he was planning to do. "Father, let's talk about it tomorrow, not today. Now is the best time." Minister Kong would rather anger the emperor and offend Prince Dai than have his daughter marry Prince Dai as a concubine. "Father, look at the current situation." Upon hearing this, Minister Kong looked around and noticed the odd atmosphere. Lowering his voice, Kong Yuan said, "Everyone's vying for power. Bringing up the marriage now would only add fuel to the fire." If possible, Kong Yuan really didn't want to attend tonight's banquet as he had anticipated such dynamics. Minister Kong didn't like it either. "We'll discuss it after the morning court tomorrow." With Prince Dai's return to the capital, the struggle between him and the crown prince intensified. He would rather their family be convicted than be drawn into this whirlpool. Although the factions of the crown prince and Prince Dai were in sword and saber shadows, they knew tonight was a celebration banquet and couldn't escalate too much, so they were much more restrained than in the court. This moment, the eunuch Zhou brought the imperial grandson to the crown prince. The imperial grandson had just woken up after a milk feed and was now spirited, his big round eyes curiously wandering around. The crown prince took his son from Zhou, lowering his head to see his son looking at him. His heart softened, and he gave him a gentle smile. Held in his arms, his son immediately beamed back a wide smile. The imperial grandson giggled, reaching out his chubby little hands to touch his father's face. Prince Dai's face immediately darkened when he saw the crown prince bringing his son over. The crown prince lifted the imperial grandson to face the emperor. The imperial grandson smiled upon seeing the emperor and stretched out his hands, babbling as if saying, "Grandpa, hold me." The emperor's expression softened into kindness at the sight of his grandson. He stood up and took the grandson from the crown prince's arms. "Tuanchuan, do you remember Grandpa?" Tuanchuan reached out and patted the emperor's face, babbling. The imperial grandson was adorably cute, and the emperor's heart melted. He lowered his head, gently rubbing his nose against the grandson's cheek. The imperial grandson laughed even more joyously, filling Chaoyang Palace with his crisp and charming laughter. The emperor sat down holding the imperial grandson, no longer drinking or eating, just playing with his grandson. The imperial grandson stood on the emperor's lap, energetically, bouncing, waving his little hands happily. Duke Zhun, seeing the emperor playing with the imperial grandson, flattered him by saying the imperial grandson looked like the emperor. The imperial grandson indeed bore some resemblance to the emperor. While praising the imperial grandson's liveliness and cuteness, Duke Zhun didn't forget to glance at Prince Dai. Although his gaze was calm, Prince Dai felt sullen, as if being mocked. The imperial grandson grasped the jade pendant from the emperor's waist and held it firmly, unwilling to let go. The crown prince, seeing this, quickly urged his son to return the jade pendant, but the imperial grandson shook his head, seeming to say, "It's mine, won't give it." The emperor, seeing his grandson's affection for it, directly gifted the jade pendant to him. "Since Tuanchuan likes it, Grandpa will give it to you." It seemed the imperial grandson understood, as he immediately started jubilantly dancing and moving. Prince Dai and Marquis Xuanping's faces changed instantly when they saw the emperor giving the always carried 9 dragons jade pendant to the imperial grandson. Duke Zhun, witnessing this, subtly turned his head, arching a brow towards Marquis Xianping seated across from him. The play at Chaoyang Palace was quite spectacular. Although Zhao Yao kept his head down while eating, his eyes observed everything, and his ears listened carefully, not missing a single scene. The Crown Prince and Duke Zhun's move is truly clever, using a child to deal with second brother. First, they subtly mocked second brother for not being able to have children, then used the issue of the child to sow discord, and finally used the child to gain father's favor, obtaining the emperor's personally worn 9 dragon jade pendant. This move kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Tonight's victory feast was supposed to be second brother's moment in the spotlight. But now he's being doubted by all the civil and military officials in court. No man can accept being doubted in his abilities that he guessed. Second brother originally intended to humiliate the crown prince at tonight's victory feast, but unexpectedly, the crown prince and Duke Zhun turned the tables on him. Second brother and Marquis Xianping, relying on their great achievements and the fact that father had betrothed the youngest daughter of Kong Taichong to second brother, became arrogant and dismissed the crown prince and Duke Zhun before returning to the capital. Second brother and Marquis Xianping suffered a major setback at the hands of the crown prince and Duke Zhun, but they hadn't learned their lesson at all. Thinking that father betrothing Kong Taichong's youngest daughter to second brother meant the crown prince was to be deposed, they became arrogant and forgot about the capabilities of the crown prince and Duke Zhun. He had long guessed that the crown prince and Duke Zhun wouldn't let second brother steal the spotlight at tonight's feast. But he hadn't expected Duke Zhun's methods to be so exquisite that he believed that by tomorrow morning, rumors that second brother was incapable would spread throughout the entire capital. Yesterday afternoon, when second brother returned to the capital, he was full of spirits, but after tonight's feast, his face no longer shone. He had thought that second brother would certainly flaunt his power for a while, and that the crown prince would be oppressed by him for some time. But there was an unexpected reversal. Not only did second brother underestimate the crown prince and Duke Zhun, but even he didn't anticipate this move by Duke Zhun and his allies. This shows how difficult it is for Marquis Xianping to defeat Duke Zhun. Truly, Duke Zhun is prudent and far-sighted. With Duke Zhun present, it will be challenging for second brother to replace the crown prince as heir. Duke Zhun must not be underestimated, or one would not know how they might end up being tricked by him. The beef on the table was all gone, and Zhao Yao eagerly awaited the next plate of beef that he waited for a long while, and it still didn't come, making him very disappointed. Eighth brother, is there still more beef? The 8th prince reached out and poked the corner of Zhao Yao's mouth, laughing. No more, stop waiting. Unrelenting, Zhao Yao asked, 8th brother, is there really no more beef? He hadn't had enough yet. He could still eat 10 plates. And oh, he could eat a whole cow. You've already had several plates of beef tonight. Haven't you had enough? Said the 8th prince, while patting Zhao Yao's little belly. Your little belly is all round, and you still want more? If you eat any more, your little belly will burst. The 8th prince was sometimes curious how his small in size 10th brother could fit so much food in his little belly. You've also eaten quite a bit of pork and lamb and chicken, duck and goose. Suddenly realizing that Zhao Yao had only eaten meat and not touched any vegetables tonight. Seeing there were still vegetables on the table, he quickly picked some spinach and fed it to Zhao Yao. Stop thinking about beef and eat some vegetables. Zhao Yao slightly frowned, looking disdainfully at the spinach in front of him. 8th brother, I don't want to eat. Before he could finish speaking, the 8th prince had already fed him the spinach. The 8th prince saw Zhao Yao's little face scrunched up, looking like he was about to spit the vegetables out, and immediately warned him, don't spit it out, swallow it. Zhao Yao pouted a bit, feeling wronged, and reluctantly, with great disdain, As soon as he finished, the 8th prince fed him another mouthful of spinach. 8th brother, I can't eat anymore. No, you need to eat a few more bites, the 8th prince said, putting on a deliberately fierce face. You haven't eaten a single vegetable tonight. I don't like eating vegetables. He only wanted to eat meat. Only eating meat and not vegetables is not good for your health, the 8th prince said, poking Zhao Yao's forehead. Being picky is wrong. 8th brother, you don't like eating meat. So how can you tell me I'm picky? I don't like eating meat, but I still eat some, while you won't eat a single vegetable. Zhao Yao looked to the 4th prince for help. 4th brother, say something for me. The 4th prince looked at Zhao Yao but didn't look at the 8th prince, seriously saying, being picky is wrong. You need to eat more vegetables. After saying that, he also picked some spinach and fed it to Zhao Yao. It was at this moment that the emperor stood up and left the Chaoyang Palace. there was still a pile of memorials on the imperial table that needed reviewing, so the emperor had to return to the imperial study to review them. Even though tonight was his favorite second son's victory feast, he couldn't linger any longer to TO him. Nothing was more important than matters of state. The emperor, hands behind his back, hummed a tune out of key. Sun Ke, walking behind the emperor, noticed how happy he was, and boldly said, "Your Majesty, it's been a long time since I've seen you this happy." The emperor raised the corner of his mouth in a smile of vague meaning. Tonight's play was good. It pleased me. A play? Sun Ke was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood the emperor's meaning. "Your Majesty, were you referring to Marquis, Xianping, and Duke Shun?" "Duke Shun always manages to surprise me," the emperor said, a hint of profundity in his eyes. Sun Ke thought indeed. Just now Duke Shun's words were beyond expectation. More importantly, it shamed Prince Dai greatly, overshadowing his triumphant return. Duke Shun has trained the crown prince well. The emperor still wore a casual smile, but his eyes were cold. Sun Ke sensed the emperor's displeasure and knew what his words meant. Not daring to respond, he lowered his head, hunched over, and obediently followed behind. The emperor suddenly thought of something, his face showing a doting smile, and instructed Sun Ke, "Have the imperial kitchen send the leftover beef to Little Ten." This inexplicable order caused Sun Ke to pause slightly, surprised. Send beef to His Highness Ten? What kind of reward was this? That boy likes beef. He was eating it nonstop at the feast earlier. Recalling his youngest son stealthily hiding beef at the feast, a smile of helplessness mixed with amusement and affection appeared on the emperor's face. Sun Ke hadn't noticed this. This servant only saw General Shun eating beef endlessly. Thinking of General Shun's wolfing down manner of eating, Sun Ke nearly chuckled aloud, since General Shun was often criticized by the civil officials for eating so rudely, often bringing himself complaints. Doesn't His Highness Ten prefer snacks? He likes beef most of all. The emperor chuckled lightly. See if there's any beef left in the imperial kitchen. If there is, send it all to him. Stealing meat during the victory feast. That boy Little Ten really is... Sun Ke was astonished. He hadn't expected His Majesty to be so attentive to the 10th in this way. If His Highness Ten finds out, he will surely be very happy. Oh, and when you deliver the beef, ask if he's finished copying the Analects. If Zhao Yao were in front of the emperor at this moment, he would surely curse the emperor as a demon in his heart. Your Majesty, you still remember that? Sun Ke laughed. His Highness Ten might end up crying. Thinking of his young son's wronged and aggrieved, yet unable to retort expression, the emperor's eyes were full of laughter. It's good for children's eyes to cry more. Sun Ke thought, what kind of nonsense was this? To have a father like the emperor, His Highness Ten truly was unfortunate. Back at the imperial study in Qinguang Hall, the emperor buried himself in the memorials. Sun Ke personally went to the imperial kitchen instead of sending his apprentice. The eunuchs in the imperial kitchen were both surprised and overjoyed, yet fearful, seeing Chief Steward Sun himself come to the imperial kitchen, fearing the imperial meal tonight didn't suit the emperor's taste. Are there any leftovers of the beef from tonight? Beef? The eunuch of the imperial kitchen was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded, "There's just a little left. Should it be made into a midnight snack and sent to Qinguang Hall? Send whatever's left of the beef to Kundan Hall for His Highness Ten." Sun Ke added, "His Highness loves to eat it. This beef is fresh, and if left overnight, it won't be fresh anymore. I'll cook it up right now, so that the taste of the beef won't spoil." The eunuch of the imperial kitchen, cleverly discerning that the emperor specifically ordered this, was greatly astonished in his heart. After all, the 10th wasn't particularly favored. His Highness Ten is probably still at Choyang Palace. I'll come back for the beef tomorrow morning. Mr. Sun, why don't we cook the leftover beef tomorrow and then deliver it to Kundan Hall at noon? Kundan Hall has its own small kitchen. Let them prepare it themselves, Sun Ke instructed. I'll come by after the morning assembly. Having spoken, he left the imperial kitchen and returned to the imperial study to inform the emperor of the plan to cook the leftover beef. The emperor nodded. Your Majesty, shall we send only beef? Should we send some other items too? Just sending beef seems odd. Shall we add some snacks since His Highness Ten loves them? Then send some snacks too, the emperor said, suddenly thinking of Liang Zhaoyi's love for books. Send her a couple of those books composed by the court in the past few days. Seeing that the emperor was busy, Sun Ke prepared to leave. Just then, the emperor looked up from the memorials and instructed Sun Ke. She likes to read gazetteers. Find some more and send them to her. Sun Ke was slightly startled, then respectfully said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After giving the instruction, the emperor lowered his head to continue reading the memorials. Sun Kuei hesitated, then cautiously asked, Your Majesty, some brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones were recently tribute. Should a set be sent to Liang Jiaoyi? The emperor, without looking up, said, Then send her set. Sun Kuei thought. Indeed, he hesitated again and asked, Your Majesty, a lot of good fabric was recently tribute. Should we select some for Liang Jiaoyi? Fabric. The emperor picked up the vermilion pen and wrote, I know, on the memorial he had just finished reading, then put down the pen without rushing to pick up the next one, and asked, What kind of fabric? Fine fabrics like brocade, damask, silk, and gauze from Jiangnan, Sun Kuei replied. She likes plain colors, select some plain fabrics for her, the emperor added, and pick a few brightly colored fabrics for the 10th prince. Yes, Your Majesty, Sun Kuei asked again. Your Majesty, do you have any other instructions? The emperor thought for a moment and said, That's all. I take my leave. Sun Kuei withdrew from the imperial study. As he reached the door, he slightly furrowed his brows, appearing pensive. His apprentice saw his expression and approached with concern. Master, what's the matter? Sun Kuei came to himself and asked his apprentice, Do you think Liang Jiaoyi is favored? Liang Jiaoyi. The apprentice was suddenly asked, and for a moment didn't recall who Liang Jiaoyi was. After a while, he remembered there was a lady named Liang Jiaoyi in the harem. She is not favored, master. Why do you ask? The emperor just instructed me. Sun Kuei recounted the emperor's recent instructions to his apprentice, who listened with his mouth agape, looking surprised. The emperor actually remembers that Liang Jiaoyi likes to read and what kinds of books she likes. The apprentice was shocked. The emperor even remembers that Liang Jiaoyi likes plain-colored fabrics. How is that possible? The apprentice often went to the harem to deliver gifts from the emperor. Every time the emperor bestowed gifts, it was very casual, often leaving it to the master to choose. Only when bestowing gifts to noble princess consort Rong did the emperor specify what to give. None of the other consorts, including the empress, enjoyed the honor of the emperor personally choosing gifts. I'll go select the items, and you deliver them to Cunny Hall early tomorrow morning. Master, about Liang Jiaoyi. The apprentice raised an eyebrow, the implication clear. Sun Kuei sternly said, No need to go out of the way to please her. Keep things as they were. Understood, master. The apprentice said, a relieved expression on his face. It's fortunate that I always listened to you and never slighted Liang Jiaoyi. He sighed. I didn't expect Liang Jiaoyi to be so capable, to have the emperor know her likes and dislikes. A person whom the emperor favors every month is not simple. Sun Kuei had noticed this point earlier on. He remembered that when Liang Jiaoyi first entered the palace, the emperor called for her 3 or 4 times a month. 3 or 4 times a month seems few, but it's actually quite a lot in the harem. The most favored consort was noble princess consort Rong, who would attend to the emperor 7 or 8 times a month. Other consorts, including the empress, sometimes only saw the emperor twice a month, once a month, or sometimes not at all that time. Besides noble princess consort Rong, Liang Jiaoyi attended to the emperor the most. When everyone, including himself, thought Liang Jiaoyi would become the second noble princess consort Rong, the emperor suddenly stopped calling for Liang Jiaoyi to attend. But by the end of each month, the emperor would always spend the night at Cunny Hall. And no matter how busy he was, this never changed. The emperor wasn't indulgent with women and rarely visited the harem. Sometimes, due to being busy, he didn't see a single consort, not even noble princess consort Rong. But at the end of the month, he would still go to Cunny Hall. There were times when the emperor only went to Cunny Hall in a month and didn't visit the halls of other consorts. The emperor usually spent only a single night at Cunny Hall, rarely 2 or 3 consecutive nights at that time. He realized Liang Jiaoyi was not simple. He always felt there might be some agreement between the emperor and Liang Jiaoyi, and later he thought the emperor acted for the sake of the 10th prince. However, the emperor did not particularly favor the 10th prince, nor did the emperor specially favor Liang Jiaoyi. The gifts given to her were not special, nor did they exceed her rank. Sun Kuei always found the emperor's attitude towards Liang Jiaoyi peculiar. To say she was favored, she wasn't really. But to say she wasn't favored. The emperor visited Cunny Hall every month. Previously, when the emperor bestowed things to Liang Jiaoyi, there were no special instructions. But today, the emperor specifically instructed what to give her. Although the latter few items were a result of his own inquiry, the emperor remembered Liang Jiaoyi's preferences. The emperor, with so many matters to handle, didn't usually pay attention to these things. Even the preferences of noble princess consort Rong were unknown to the emperor at first. It was only after noble princess frequently expressed her likes in front of the emperor that he remembered. Even if Liang Jiaoyi often expressed her likes to the emperor, it's unlikely he would remember, given his personality. Moreover, Liang Jiaoyi was peculiar to say she sought favor. She never proactively did anything to please the emperor. Unlike other consorts, such as noble princess consort Rong and the empress, who would often make snacks and soups to personally deliver to Chengwang Hall. They would also often make clothes and footwear for the emperor. Noble princess consort Rong, to please the emperor, even learned to dance specially. Although the empress did not learn to dance for the emperor, she learned new melodies especially for him. Other consorts, let alone, tried every day to win the emperor's favor, but Liang Jiaoyi had done nothing in particular for the emperor. That's not entirely true. Whenever the emperor came to Kundi Hall, it was Liang Jiaoyi who would personally cook. Liang Jiaoyi had also made clothes and footwear for the emperor, but she never flaunted it, only when the emperor stayed. Overnight at Kundi Hall, would Liang Jiaoyi give the clothes and footwear she made to him if it weren't for his service in helping the emperor change clothes? He wouldn't have known that the emperor's undergarments were made by Liang Jiaoyi. Sun Kuei suddenly remembered that the clothes and footwear Liang Jiaoyi gave to the emperor he often wore. The clothes made by noble princess consort Rong and the empress for the emperor, he wore once or twice, and then never again. But the clothes Liang Jiaoyi made, the emperor wore often. He previously asked the emperor if Liang Jiaoyi's clothes were better, and the emperor said Liang Jiaoyi's clothes were comfortable to wear. He had carefully compared them and found that Liang Jiaoyi's clothes were no better than those made by the imperial mansion commander. Furthermore, the materials used by Liang Jiaoyi weren't as good as those of noble princess consort Rong and the empress. Actually, Liang Jiaoyi's skills weren't better than those of noble princess consort Rong and the empress either. Noble princess consort Rong grew up with the emperor and reportedly often made clothes for him before she came of age. The empress, before entering the palace, learned needlework from the best embroideress in the capital, and her skills were excellent. The clothing made by noble princess consort Rong and the empress wasn't inferior to Liang Jiaoyi's work, but the emperor favored wearing Liang Jiaoyi's creations. Along this journey, Sun Kuei recalled many things he hadn't noticed before. He suddenly realized that Liang Jiaoyi held some place in the emperor's heart. Speaking of Liang Jiaoyi, in the harem, her appearance wasn't outstanding. She was too quiet in temperament, had no notable talents, and her family had no power or influence. Compared to other consorts in the harem, Liang Jiaoyi was too ordinary. Yet, Liang Jiaoyi gave off a very comfortable feeling. Noble princess consort Rong and the empress were respectful to him because he was the eunuch attending to the emperor. However, he could sense that in the eyes of the empress, he was just a eunuch. That in the eyes of noble princess consort Rong, he was merely a servant. That in their eyes, he wasn't even human. But in Liang Jiaoyi's eyes, he was human. Liang Jiaoyi was always gentle with the eunuchs and palace maids, never treating them as less than human. He always thought Liang Jiaoyi was too gentle and kind, worried that in the perilous palace, her gentleness and kindness were excessive, even fatal, and would make it impossible for her to survive there. He used to think Liang Jiaoyi would quickly lose favor, and soon after, disappear from the palace. But to his surprise, Liang Jiaoyi soon became pregnant with a royal child, and later gave birth to the 10th prince. With a child, Liang Jiaoyi's rank was elevated. From then on, Liang Jiaoyi lived well in the palace. The celebration banquet in Xiongling Garden has already ended. Liang Jiaoyi and Yu Marin were on their way back to Kundi Hall. When the empress left, her face was as dark as water. It was really frightening. Pan Chiron recalled the events at the banquet with horror in her eyes. I was too scared to breathe. Me too. Yu Marin was still quite shaken. The empress's gaze was like she wanted to tear the noble princess consort Rong to pieces. The 5th princess had been so terrified by what happened at the banquet that she still hadn't recovered. In the past, though the empress and noble princess consort Rong spoke with barbs, it wasn't like just now. Pan Chiron carefully chose her words. Have they really torn their faces? Yu Marin said, probably. She showed a peculiar expression on her face. Though noble princess consort Rong never respected the empress and was always arrogant in front of her, she had never been so aggressive. Pan Chiron added to Yu Marin's words. Noble princess consort Rong's expression seemed to. She didn't dare to finish, but Yu Marin and Liang Jiaoyi understood her meaning. Why Yu Marin first looked around, seeing no one else but them, then lowered her voice. The words noble princess consort Rong spoke to the empress seemed to imply that the empress soon would no longer be the emperor. Before she could finish her sentence, Liang Jiaoyi covered her mouth. Liang Jiaoyi warned her, be careful, the walls have ears. Yu Marin quickly nodded, and only then did Liang Jiaoyi let go. Save your words for when we get back. Pan Chiron and Yu Marin nodded repeatedly, not daring to discuss the events of the banquet further. Gu Xing, go check on the celebration banquet at Chuyang Palace. Liang Zhaoi felt uneasy about Zhao Yao. Call Tongxi out and ask. Yes, I'll go right now. Gu Xing curtsied and then headed toward Chuyang Palace. I wonder how things are at Chuyang Palace. Yumarin was also worried about Zhao Yao. I wonder if Yao Yao was frightened. Pan Kairan said, with so many ministers and royal relatives, Yao Yao must have been scared. The most important thing was that both the crown prince and Prince Dai were present. I'm not worried about him being frightened, she said, knowing her son had great courage. I'm worried he'll overeat. There were quite a few dishes at the banquet tonight that he loved, especially beef, that he's been thinking about eating beef, and she was afraid he would finish all the beef at the banquet tonight. Yao Yao keeps talking about eating beef. Maybe he really will eat until he's stuffed, Yumarin laughed. I have some digestive medicine. Liang Zhaoi noticed the fifth princess hadn't spoken and gave Yumarin a look, to which Yumarin nodded knowingly. Before they returned to Kundi Hall, Gu Xing came back. Madam, the emperor had long since left, and the celebration banquet at Qingwang Hall has also ended. His Highness should have returned by now. Yumarin was surprised. The celebration banquet at Qingwang Hall also ended. How could it be so quick? Pan Kairan was equally puzzled. Wasn't tonight's banquet specially held for Prince Dai? The emperor favors Prince Dai so much. Why did he leave so early? Liang Zhaoi speculated. Perhaps the emperor had something to attend to. Thinking that her son had already returned to Kundi Hall, she urged, let's hurry back. All right, they quickened their pace. Soon, they reached Kundi Hall and discovered Zhao Yao had not returned. Where's Yao Yao? Wasn't it said that Yao Yao had returned? Gu Xing said. The eunuchs at Chaoyang Palace told me. He left long ago. He probably went to Xingda Palace, Liang Zhaoi guessed. He should be back shortly. She turned to Yu Meirin and the fifth princess. You two should go rest. Sister, then we'll head back. Liang Zhaoi added. Remember to drink a bowl of calming soup before you sleep. Suddenly thinking of something, she said to Yu Meirin, Little Five was really frightened tonight. Put a pair of scissors under her pillow, so she won't have nightmares. All right, I understand. Gu Xing watched Yu Meirin lead the fifth princess away, an expression of concern crossing her face. Madam, the fifth princess hasn't said a word on the way back. She seems really scared. The fifth princess usually was quiet in front of others, but was lively and talkative with Liang Zhaoi and her companions. However, from Qianling Garden to now, she hadn't spoken a word. It's not just her. Even we adults were scared, Liang Zhaoi said with a slight sigh as she sat on the couch. There are no longer peaceful days in this palace. Madam, does noble Princess Consort Rong think that now Prince Dai is back, she can replace the Empress? It is probably because the Emperor has betrothed the younger daughter of Kong Taichong to Prince Dai. Everyone in the harem knew noble Princess Consort Rong coveted the Empress's position. Moreover, she never hid her ambition. Nevertheless, she had never been so overbearing as she was tonight. She believes that Prince Dai will soon replace the crown prince as the heir. Everything noble Princess Consort Rong did tonight suggested she believed she would soon become Empress. Madam, does the Emperor really intend for Prince Dai to become the crown prince? It's not something we should concern ourselves with. I think the crown prince is very good. Gu Xing prefer the crown prince over Prince Dai. The crown prince has a gentle temperament and is kind to people. But Prince Dai? She trailed off and didn't continue. Liang Zhaoi shook her head. Be it the crown prince or Prince Dai, it has nothing to do with us. Gu Xing understood Liang Zhaoi's meaning and quickly nodded. Madam, you're right. I was being nosy. Go to Xingda Palace and see. Liang Zhaoi was still worried about Zhao Yao. Check if Yao Yao has overeaten and become uncomfortable. I'll go right away. Gu Xing went to Xingda Palace, only to find out Zhao Yao hadn't gone there with the eighth prince. She quickly asked where Zhao Yao was, but the eunuch guarding the entrance said he didn't know. Not daring to delay, she hurried back to report to Liang Zhaoi that Zhao Yao was not at Xingda Palace. Madam, could something have happened to his highness? No, he must have gone somewhere to play. Madam, should I go out to look for him? No need, he should be back soon. Liang Zhaoi wasn't worried about her son's safety. I'm tired. Assist me with bathing. Yes, madam. The Zhao Yao, who had been worrying Gu Xing, was at that moment by a well in a remote corner of the palace. A eunuch lay kneeling on the ground, sobbing. Tong, she squatted in front of the eunuch, patting his back to comfort him. If you have grievances, speak up, his highness will stand up for you. Zhao Yao said, if I can help you, I surely will. The eunuch shook his head while crying. What's the matter that even his highness cannot assist you with? Tong, she was anxious about the eunuch's silence. What did the third brother do to force you into wanting to die? The eunuch was the artistically talented one from beside the third prince they had met before. Upon hearing Zhao Yao's words, The eunuch's body went stiff. He knelt in shock, even forgetting to cry. So it's true. Third brother did something to you. Did the third prince abuse you? The eunuch shook his head vigorously. Oh, no, it's just that this servant doesn't want to live, he said, bowing deeply to Zhao Yao. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me earlier, but I can't stay alive. I will only bring trouble upon you. Do you know the third brother's secret? The eunuch bit his lips and remained silent. Seeing his expression, Zhao Yao knew he had guessed correctly. If I don't end my own life, the third prince will not spare me either. After saying that, the eunuch stood up abruptly and jumped into the well. Everything happened too quickly for Zhao Yao and Tong Shi to react. By the time Tong Shi realized, the eunuch had already leaped into the well. Tong Shi summoned all his strength to rescue the eunuch from the well. Perhaps because he had just felt the terror of death in the well, the eunuch looked ghastly pale after being rescued, his eyes filled with horror, and his whole body trembling. Tong Shi was so angry he almost wanted to beat the eunuch. If it weren't for his martial skills, this eunuch would surely have drowned in the well. The prince and I went to great lengths to save you, and yet you seek death again. Your life belongs to the prince. Without the prince's permission, how dare you die? The eunuch suddenly burst into tears, startling Zhao Yao and Tong Shi. Tong Shi hurriedly covered the eunuch's mouth. The eunuch grabbed his arm forcefully, sobbing silently. Zhao Yao stood quietly to the side without speaking. After a moment, the eunuch finally calmed down, no longer crying out loud, but his eyes were still red from crying. His tear-streaked face looked like a pitiful little rabbit abandoned by others. Seeing the eunuch calm down, Tong Shi finally let go. Speak. The eunuch lifted his head. Looking misty-eyed at Zhao Yao, he opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but hesitated. Seeing the eunuch's conflicted expression, Zhao Yao did not press him. If you don't want to say, then don't. Upon hearing this, the eunuch's eyes suddenly widened. I have no desire to know my third brother's secrets. Zhao Yao rescued the eunuch, not to learn about the secrets regarding the third prince from his mouth. Your Highness, I've saved you twice. If you still wish to die, I won't save you again. Zhao Yao did not intend to save someone who was determined to die repeatedly. Tong Shi, let's go. Tong Shi looked at the eunuch kneeling on the ground, soaking wet. Your Highness, are you really going to leave him? He doesn't want to live, and no amount of saving will help. Zhao Yao glanced at Tong Shi, who was also soaking wet. If you don't go change your clothes soon, you'll catch a cold. Your Highness, I'm not cold. Before Tong Shi could finish speaking, a gust of wind blew, making him shiver uncontrollably. Let's go back. Zhao Yao still had beef in his arms, intending to take it back to Liang Jiaoyi and the others to eat. Tong Shi glanced at the eunuch again, seeing him biting his lip without speaking, and decided not to bother with him anymore. Yes, Your Highness. Just as Zhao Yao and the others turned to leave, the eunuch suddenly called out, Your Highness. Zhao Yao turned to look at the eunuch without speaking. The eunuch kowtowed heavily to Zhao Yao 3 times and then said, Your Highness, this servant does not want to die. After jumping into the well and being submerged, he deeply felt the choking pain and terror. Your Highness, this servant wants to live. Hearing this, Tong Shi was delighted. That's more like it. Zhao Yao said, Our efforts to save you weren't in vain. He added, Since you want to live, then live well. Your Highness, this servant's name is Hua Qing, that he used to serve the 5th prince, but was later taken by the 3rd prince because he saw this servant is good at painting. In the end, this servant discovered it wasn't like that. Third brother took you not because you paint well, Zhao Yao said, but for another reason. Hua Qing, struggling to suppress his fear, said, The 3rd prince enjoys whipping us for fun. Thinking of the pain of being whipped over those days, Hua Qing began to tremble violently. Tong Shi understood, and his face showed anger. The 3rd prince actually enjoys abusing you for pleasure. Zhao Yao showed an expression of disbelief upon hearing this. When the 3rd prince whips us, if we don't scream, he whips harder. To Hua Qing, the days serving the 3rd prince were like living in hell. If we scream, the 3rd prince becomes very happy and whips even more fiercely. Zhao Yao, did you escape from the 3rd prince? Tong Shi asked. This servant escaped while no one was watching, Hua Qing said, kowtowing heavily to Zhao Yao 3 more times. Your Highness, I beg you to save this servant. If I return to the 3rd prince, I will surely be beaten to death. Zhao Yao finally recovered from shock. He asked incredulously, Does 3rd brother really enjoy torturing people for fun? This servant dares not deceive you. I never expected. 3rd brother always appeared as a modest gentleman. How unexpected it was to be a sadist. Your Highness, please save this servant, Hua Qing begged bitterly. This servant will work like a slave for you. He never wanted to return to the third prince. Your Highness, please be merciful and save him. Tong Shi, having heard Hua Qing's ordeal, felt increasingly sympathetic towards him. Zhao Yao held his chin, frowning slightly as he pondered. Rescuing you from third brother won't be easy, especially since you know his unspeakable secret. Your Highness, your situation is quite tricky, Zhao Yao analyzed. If I ask third brother for you, he'll definitely refuse. Third brother always disliked him, and anything he asked for would be denied. If it were fifth or sixth brother asking, he'd agree to give. Hua Qing misunderstood Zhao Yao's words as reluctance and hurriedly said, Your Highness, this servant will be wholeheartedly loyal to you, begging you to save this servant. Having nearly died once, Hua Qing didn't want to die again. Zhao Yao folded his arms, the index finger of his left hand tapping lightly on his left arm. You can't return now. Back with third brother, you'll be beaten to death sooner or later. Hua Qing pleaded again. Your Highness, please take this servant in. I can do anything. There's a place where third brother won't find you. Tongxi immediately realized what Zhao Yao was suggesting and blurted out, Cold Palace. Exactly, no one goes to the Cold Palace, and third brother won't think to look for you there. Zhao Yao said, Hide in the Cold Palace. This servant is willing to go to the Cold Palace. As long as he could survive, he would go anywhere. Tongxi, take him to the Cold Palace now, and let Tongli take care of him. Zhao Yao finished speaking and gave Tongxi a meaningful glance. Tongxi understood Zhao Yao's intention. I'll take him to the Cold Palace now. Seeing he was saved, Hua Qing kowtowed several more times to Zhao Yao, bloodying his forehead. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. Who gave you the name Hua Qing? Fifth brother or a third brother? The third prince did. I don't like that name. You'll be called Tong and from now on. Tong and hurriedly thanked him. Tong and thanks the 10th prince for the name. Zhao Yao said nothing more to Tong and, turning instead to Tong, take him to the Cold Palace. Yes, Your Highness. On the way to the Cold Palace, Tongxi spoke extensively to Tong, and this included warnings that if Tong betrayed Zhao Yao, he would make life worse than death for him. My prince, you're finally back. After attending to Liang Zhaoyi's bath, Gui Xing had been waiting for Zhao Yao at the door. She had waited a long time and finally saw Zhao Yao return. If Zhao Yao hadn't come back, she was about to go out to find him. Seeing Zhao Yao alone without Tongxi, she quickly asked, Your Highness, why are you alone? Where is Tongxi? I sent him to handle something. He'll be back soon. Zhao Yao said, grinning at Gui Xing. Gui Xing, I have something good for you. Something good? Gui Xing asked curiously, What good thing? You'll know right away, Zhao Yao replied. We're a mother and second mother. The beauty and the princess have returned to their rooms to rest, and the lady is reading. Gui Xing asked, Your Highness, where did you go? I went to Chuyang Palace and Xingda Palace, but couldn't find you. Did anything happen to you? Something did happen. Otherwise, I'd have been back earlier. What happened? Gui Xing asked urgently. Did Ninth Prince bully you again? Zhao Yao waved his hand. No, I'll tell you later. Now, let's go find Mother. As he walked inside, he shouted loudly, Mother, I'm back. Liang Zhaoyi heard her son's voice and smiled with a mix of helplessness and affection before putting down her book. Soon after, Zhao Yao ran in. Mother, I brought you something good. Seeing her son's proud look, Liang Zhaoyi asked amusingly, What good thing? Tada! Zhao Yao took out a package from his arms and presented it like a treasure to Liang Zhaoyi. Mother, look what this is. Liang Zhaoyi smelled the aroma and exclaimed with surprise, Beef? Yes, it's beef. Zhao Yao opened the oil-wrapped paper to reveal the beef inside. I hid it secretly. Mother, it's still warm. Have a piece quickly. Hidden it secretly? Liang Zhaoyi asked in astonishment. How did you hide it? I took 2 pieces of beef at once. Hid one and hid one, Zhao Yao said proudly. 4th brother and 8th brother also helped me hide. Mother, am I clever? He had hidden a big package of beef. Liang Zhaoyi and Gui Xing were dumbfounded after hearing this. Mother, I hid it on purpose so we can have a few more meals, Zhao Yao said, feeding a piece of beef into Liang Zhaoyi's mouth. Mother, this beef is delicious. Eat a piece quickly. Then he gave a piece of beef to Gui Xing and boasted, Gui Xing, this is what I said was good, have a taste. As a servant, Gui Xing never got to eat beef normally, not on ordinary days, nor on special ones. She had never had beef from childhood until now. This was her first taste. Thank you, Your Highness. Isn't the beef delicious? Gui Xing nodded quickly, her eyes slightly red. Delicious. She didn't expect the prince to secretly hide beef and specially bring it back for them to eat. See, I told you beef is the best. Zhao Yao took another piece of beef for Gui Xing. Since it's good, have another piece. Your Highness, one piece is enough for me. One piece is not enough. You need more to appreciate the good taste of beef. Zhao Yao picked up a few more pieces of beef for Gui Xing. Eat more to truly enjoy it. Your Highness. Zhao Yao ignored Gui Xing, turning to eagerly look at Liang Jiaoyi. Mother, is it good? Liang Jiaoyi gently touched her son's cheek and smiled warmly. Delicious. It's the best beef I've ever had. I knew the beef in Chaoyang Palace tastes better than in Xiongling Garden. Zhao Yao took a piece of beef and started eating himself. Mother, you probably haven't eaten much, right? Not much, Liang Jiaoyi replied, sitting with Zhao Yao on the couch. What made you think of hiding beef? Just thought of it suddenly. Zhao Yao grinned. As soon as I thought there wouldn't be another meal after this beef, I thought of hiding some so I can eat it tomorrow. Am I not smart? Seeing her son's expression of seeking praise, Liang Jiaoyi laughed and complimented him. Very smart. Your Highness, you're not just smart, but also good at managing things. Gui Xing joined in the praise. I also think I'm incredibly smart, Zhao Yao said, beaming with pride. Gui Xing, take some beef and let others taste it. Your Highness, you should keep the beef for yourself. I'll keep a few pieces for tomorrow. The rest you can share. Your Highness, go ahead and share it, Zhao Yao said, not allowing any refusal. On behalf of everyone, thank you, Your Highness. After giving a salute, Gui Xing took half of the beef and left. Liang Jiaoyi asked, why did you come back so late? What happened? On the way back, I rescued an eunuch. Zhao Yao recounted the incident with Tong and to Liang Jiaoyi. Mother, I really didn't expect third brother to enjoy whipping people for fun. Liang Jiaoyi was also shocked. The third prince. If father knew that third brother enjoyed torturing people, would he kill him? Not kill, but he would be disappointed with the third prince. If I hadn't encountered Tong, I wouldn't have known third brother was a cruel person, Zhao Yao said. Third brother disguises himself well. There's no wall that doesn't leak. You, and I know now. Others will know in the future too, Liang Jiaoyi said. Zhao Yao rubbed his chin, suddenly smiling cunningly. If third brother tries to harm me in the future, I'll tell father about this. Liang Jiaoyi furrowed her brow, her expression turning serious. With Tong suddenly missing, the third prince will definitely look for him. The third prince will not let him go. That's why I sent him to the Cold Palace. Zhao Yao mistakenly thought Liang Jiaoyi was worried about the Cold Palace's secret passage. Mother, don't worry. Tong won't find out about it. Also, Tong Lu will keep a close watch on him. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that your rescue of Tong will be discovered by the third prince. Liang Jiaoyi didn't blame Zhao Yao for saving Tong. And did you leave any traces when you saved Tong? No, Tong was also very cautious. He chose an obscure well to jump into, where people rarely go. Zhao Yao wouldn't recklessly save Tong and put himself in danger. He knew very well his and Liang Jiaoyi's situation and would never do anything to put them at risk. If it weren't for Lai Yi and the others leading the way, I couldn't have found Tong. After leaving Chuyang Palace, Zhao Yao didn't go with 8th Prince and the others to Xingda Palace, but returned to Cunny Hall. On the way back to Cunny Hall, Lai Yi and the others flew to find him and told him Tong was attempting to commit suicide by jumping into a well. The last time he met Tong, Zhao Yao had told Tong not to meddle, but he still had Lai Yi and the others keep an eye on Tong, and Lai Yi and Lai Qian are both sparrows. They often fly into the palace to find Zhao Yao. Zhao didn't want to meddle too much, but once involved, he couldn't just watch him die. She took Tong into the cold palace through a small path. They won't be discovered. Hearing Zhao Yao say this, Liang Jiaoyi felt reassured. What do you plan to do with Tong? I'll observe him for a while. If he has no issues, I plan to employ him. Zhao Yao tapped gently on the couch table with his index finger. He's good at painting, which is a valuable skill for future use. He can no longer stay in the palace. Liang Jiaoyi said seriously. We cannot let the third prince know he's still alive. Zhao Yao nodded. I know. Once he passes my assessment, I'll send him out of the palace to find my second uncle. Bring him to see me once he passes your assessment. All right, what happened in Chaoyang Palace? Mentioning the events in Chaoyang Palace, Zhao Yao suddenly became spirited, speaking with some excitement. Mother, what happened in Chaoyang Palace was amazing. Liang Jiaoyi asked curiously. What happened? Mother, let me tell you, Duke Zhen's methods are impressive. Zhao Yao vividly recounted the events of the celebration banquet in Chaoyang Palace to Liang Jiaoyi. Liang Jiaoyi listened in astonishment, and by the end, her face was full of incredulity. Mother, we didn't see it, but the minister's eyes were full of suspicion when they looked at second brother, and his face turned black. Zhao Yao couldn't help but laugh when he remembered the scene. By tomorrow morning, the whole capital will surely be buzzing with rumors that second brother is impotent. Liang Zhaoyi marveled. Duke Zhen's move is truly ruthless. It's insidious. It not only ruined second brother's reputation, but also spoiled his triumphant return. Zhao Yao chuckled. Tonight's celebration banquet was meant to be second brother's moment of glory, but Duke Zhen hit him hard. Starting tomorrow, second brother will become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Duke Zhen's move was indeed killing 3 birds with 1 stone, Liang Zhaoyi said, thinking she wouldn't have come up with such a counterattack against Prince Dai and Marquis Xianping. Actually, the biggest aim of the move wasn't just to ruin second brother's reputation. After all, soon there will be good news from his residence. Given Prince Dai's character, he would likely be trying for children as of tonight, and within a month, there would be happy news, quelling the rumors of his impotence. Liang Zhaoyi followed up on Zhao Yao's insight. Duke Zhen's primary goal was to sow discord, to make Marquis Xianping wary of Confucius Taichung. In Zhaoyang Palace, Empress Xie angrily smashed quite a few teacups and vases. Jiang Chuan and Nanny Sun stood silently on the side, as quiet as cicadas in winter. It was their first time seeing the Empress so furious. Due to her overwhelming rage, the Empress's delicately made-up face twisted. This moment, she was no longer the noble Empress, but rather a terrifying and fearsome demon, truly frightening. After breaking several things, Empress Xie's anger slightly subsided, but her chest continued to heave from indignation. The 7th prince waited until Empress Xie had vented her anger and stopped smashing things before he spoke. Mother, it's not worth harming your health over someone like noble princess consort Rong. At the mention of noble princess consort Rong, Empress Xie's eyes turned sinister, and her usually gentle and cultured demeanor became vicious and fierce, as if she wanted to devour noble princess consort Rong alive. That BTCHU Wan Rong, I will make her life a living hell. Thinking of noble princess consort Rong's smug and arrogant look at the celebration banquet, Empress Xie's rage flared up again. We absolutely cannot let the daughter of Minister Kong marry Prince Dai as a concubine. The 7th prince was taken aback at Empress Xie's words. Mother, didn't you previously say you were determined to see this matter through? At this moment, Jiang Chuan brought over a cup of cooling tea. Empress Xie picked up the teacup and, contrary to her usual elegant manner, drank it down in big gulps. As the tea went down, her inner fire diminished further. Once Prince Dai marries the daughter of Minister Kong as a concubine, it won't be long before he replaces Zhao Xian as the crown prince to be why then. The emperor will depose me as empress and make noble princess consort Rong the empress. Empress Xie said through gritted teeth. Prince Dai must never become crown prince. Mother, even if father is eager to make Prince Dai the crown prince, uncle, and they will never agree. The 7th prince was calmer than Empress Xie. Uncle, and they will certainly disrupt this arranged marriage. We need not intervene. That is true. Empress Xie slightly regained her rationality. Uncle has already taken action at the celebration banquet. Upon hearing this, Empress Xie raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, What did your uncle do? The 7th prince had rushed back, seeing Empress Xie in a fit, smashing things, and had not had the chance to tell her about what happened in Chaoyang Palace. Only now did he carefully recount to Empress Xie the events of the celebration banquet. After listening, Empress Xie first showed a shocked expression, then quickly broke into a smile. Mother, uncle's move was brilliant, making second brother completely lose face and sowing discord between Marquis Xianping and Minister Kong. The 7th prince was full of admiration, truly worthy of being uncle. Empress Xie chuckled lightly. Your uncle has more tricks up his sleeve than just this. This is nothing. Her tone carried a trace of pride, but she quickly remembered her eldest brother's support for Zhao Xian, not her son, and her smile faded. Marquis Xianping cannot compete with uncle. The 7th prince shared Empress Xie's thoughts, regretfully sighing. It's a pity uncle doesn't support me. Once Zhao Xian is deposed, your uncle will certainly support you. Empress Xie frowned, her tone somewhat cold. However, Zhao Xian can't be deposed now. If Zhao Xian were deposed now, then Prince Dai would inevitably become the new crown prince, and she as empress would be replaced by noble princess consort Rong. You aren't of age yet. Even if Zhao Xian were deposed, it wouldn't be your turn. The 7th prince understood. Mother, rest assured, uncle will never allow Prince Dai to overshadow the crown prince. I know, it's just that I can't swallow this bitterness. Tonight, Noble princess consort Rong humiliated her in front of the other concubines and taunted her, as she is about to be replaced by her as empress. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life, always in honor, and she must settle that score with noble princess consort Rong. Mother, what do you plan to do? Empress Xie's lips curled into a sinister smile. Naturally, I will make her life difficult. Mother, what do you intend to do? I need to think it over. Empress Xie was not impetuous. She knew that noble princess consort Rong was deeply loved by the emperor. If she acted rashly against her, not only would she fail to deal with noble princess consort Rong, but she would also be blamed by the emperor. Mother, in fact, starting tomorrow, noble princess consort Rong will be embarrassed anyway. The seventh prince felt there was no need for Empress Xie to dirty her hands dealing with noble princess consort Rong. Empress Xie suddenly remembered something and smiled maliciously. Jiang Chuan, this palace remembers there's a statue of fertility Guanyin in the storage. Jiang Chuan respectfully replied, Yes, your majesty, it was specifically requested for you by the old madam. Tomorrow morning, you will personally take that statue of fertility Guanyin to noble princess consort Rong, saying that as the legitimate mother, this palace is very concerned about Prince Dai's offspring. Jiang Chuan exclaimed, Your majesty, that statue of fertility Guanyin was specifically requested for you by the old madam. How can it be given to noble princess consort Rong? Empress Xie was unconcerned. This palace has already given birth to little Jing and doesn't need this statue of fertility Guanyin. However, Prince Dai very much needs it as the legitimate mother. It is my duty to help Prince Dai extend the lineage of the imperial family. As she spoke, her face once more regained the dignified and benevolent expression it usually wore. Moreover, as empress, I should assist the emperor with his worries. How can I stand idly by when the emperor is concerned about Prince Dai's offspring? The seventh prince agreed. Mother is right. Jiang Chuan felt a bit distressed over the statue of fertility Guanyin personally chosen by the old madam, but she understood Empress Xie's purpose in doing so. I will deliver it to Yongxin Palace early tomorrow morning. Also, arrange for several imperial physicians to visit Prince Dai Mansion early tomorrow morning. Have them carefully check Princess Consort Dai's pulse. Empress Xie recalled something else. This palace remembers that the Xie family has a secret recipe for having children. Take it to noble Princess Consort Rong together tomorrow. Your Majesty, also giving the secret recipe for having children. Isn't that too generous to noble Princess Consort Rong? This palace is magnanimous. Empress Xie's lips curved into a smiling expression. Your Majesty, you are truly too kind. This palace is also alleviating the emperor's worries. Mother, why not reward Prince Dai with a few beauties to let them bear him more children? That's a good idea. Empress Xie pondered slightly, then asked Jiang Chuan, What time is it now? It's almost the end of the Yu hour. Go to Qingguang Hall and find out if the emperor is there and whether he has gone to rest. I will go at once. Mother, what are you going to father for at this time? The seventh prince asked in confusion. To gift beauties, I need to ask your father's opinion. Empress Xie stood up. I will go and tidy up my appearance. Mother, should I accompany you to see father? It's not appropriate for you to follow. You should go back and rest, as you still have to study in Wenyi Hall early tomorrow. Then I take my leave. Jiang Chuan soon returned. Your Majesty, the emperor is still in the imperial study room going through memorials and has not gone to Yongxin Palace or rested. Come with me to the imperial study. Your Majesty, are we going empty-handed, or should we bring some hangover soup or something else? Empress Xie thought for a moment before saying, Prepare a bowl of lotus seed soup. Lotus seed soup is conducive to sleep. Empress Xie drinks a bowl every night before bed. Yes, Your Majesty. A moment later, Empress Xie, accompanied by Jiang Chuan who carried a food container, headed for Qingguang Hall. In the imperial study of Qingguang Hall, the emperor was listening to Sun Kuei recounting the events that took place at the banquet in Xiongling Garden. Upon hearing of noble Princess Consort Rong's words of humiliation toward Empress Xie, the emperor did not even furrow his brow. Sun Kuei, seeing that the emperor showed no emotional reaction after hearing about the events in Xiongling Garden, felt unsurprised in his heart. Noble Princess Consort Rong had always been at odds with the empress and was not very respectful towards her. To all this, the emperor turned a blind eye. Just then, Sun Kuei's apprentice came in, politely reporting to the emperor, Your Majesty, the empress requests an audience. Hearing this, the emperor's eyes flashed with surprise, and he promptly withdrew his legs perched on the imperial table. Let her in. Shortly after, Empress Xie entered carrying the food container. She first bowed and paid her respects to the emperor. This concubine greets Your Majesty. Rise. The emperor looked at Empress Xie, asking, "Why has the empress come?" This concubine thought that your majesty must have drunk quite a bit tonight and specifically prepared a bowl of lotus seed soup, which not only helps with hangovers, but also promotes sleep. Sun Kuei took the food container from Empress Xie's hands and immediately produced the lotus seed soup from within. The empress is considerate. The emperor knew that Empress Xie's visit to the imperial study was not solely to deliver lotus seed soup. Your majesty, Prince Dai has no heirs yet, and this concubine, as the legitimate mother, has not paid any attention to this matter, which is my negligence. I ask your majesty for punishment. Empress Xie knelt, pleading guilty to the emperor. The emperor thought to himself, indeed, "Rise, this matter is not your fault. You need not blame yourself. Thank your majesty for not holding me accountable." Rising, Empress Xie spoke. This concubine has considered and decided to send a statue of fertility guanyin to Princess Consort Dai, and furthermore reward a few beauties to Prince Dai. What does your majesty think? Beside them, Sun Ke was internally astonished, knowing that this act by the empress was clearly meant to embarrass noble Princess Consort Rong and Prince Dai. Truly, the empress and Duke Zhun are siblings. The empress is meticulous, the emperor said with a gentle smile. Let be as the empress suggests. Sun Kuei had thought the emperor would oppose the empress's proposal, but to his surprise, the emperor agreed, making his eyes widen in shock. I will carefully select a few fertile beauties to send to Prince Dai's mansion. Empress Xie said, a hint of hesitation appearing on her face. Seeing Empress Xie's expression as if she had something to say, but stopped herself, the emperor gently said, Empress, speak your mind. Empress Xie hesitated for a moment before speaking. Your Majesty, should we send a few imperial physicians to Prince Dai's mansion to check the pulses of Prince Dai and Princess Consort Dai? She quickly added, Prince Dai has been frequently engaged in battles over the past few years, suffering various injuries and taking numerous medicine. As the saying goes, medicine is 3 parts poison. Perhaps it's harmed his foundation. It might be best for the physicians to carefully examine him and prescribe something for proper recovery. Then send the imperial physicians to Prince Dai's mansion. After speaking, the emperor noticed Empress Xie wearing another hesitant expression and smiled at her softly. Empress, is there anything else you wish to say? Your Majesty, if I arrange for physicians to visit Prince Dai's mansion and reward beauties to Prince Dai, I fear noble Princess Consort Rong will be displeased and will not agree with my actions. Empress Xie said, with a wry smile on her face. I'm afraid noble Princess Consort Rong might consider that I'm deliberately humiliating Prince Dai. Sun Kuei thought to himself, isn't that the case? You mean well, the emperor said. Even if the empress hadn't mentioned it, I would have sent the physicians to Prince Dai's mansion tomorrow. Your Majesty, truly a benevolent father. Tomorrow, make the arrangements. Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor then asked, Empress, is there anything else? I have nothing more, Your Majesty. I shall not disturb you further. Empress Xie curtsied respectfully. Your Majesty, please rest early. The empress should also rest early. The emperor glanced at Sun Kuei. Escort the empress out. Yes, Your Majesty. Sun Kuei escorted Empress Xie out of the imperial study. Empress Xie did not rush to leave, but instructed Sun Kuei, Mr. Sun, when His Majesty is busy, he forgets the time. Remind him to go to rest early. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will certainly remind His Majesty. If His Majesty feels hungry, remember to prepare a night snack for him. Empress Xie said, the night snack should be easy to digest. Also, do not prepare strong tea for His Majesty at night, that if he drinks too much strong tea, he'll have trouble sleeping at night. Empress Xie instructed many things, and only after Sun Kuei remembered them all did she leave, holding Jiang Chuan's hand. Sun Kuei escorted Empress Xie a little further, then was sent back by Empress Xie, urging him to hurry back to attend to His Majesty. Your Majesty, the Empress just gave me many instructions. Without looking up, the Emperor asked, what did she say? The Empress told me to remind Your Majesty to rest early. Sun Kuei conveyed to the Emperor everything that Empress Xie instructed him to do, in full detail. After listening, the Emperor merely nodded slightly without saying anything. Your Majesty, the Empress truly cares about you. The Emperor merely responded with a soft hum. Seeing that the Emperor had nothing more to say, Sun Kuei did not wish to disturb him further. But seeing the lotus seed soup on the table, he had to speak up again. Your Majesty, the soup sent by the Empress will grow cold if not consumed soon. The Emperor glanced at the lotus seed soup set aside and said in a bland tone, take it away. Yes. Sun Kuei carried the soup out. His apprentice approached upon noticing. is His Majesty not drinking it? Sun Kuei handed the soup to his apprentice. His Majesty doesn't particularly like drinking soup. Whether it's sent by the Empress or noble princess consort Rong, His Majesty seldom drinks it. When noble princess consort Rong sent soup, His Majesty would take a couple of symbolic sips, leaving the rest for him to remove. However, each time His Majesty visited Kundi Hall, Liang Jiaoi would prepare a bowl of soup, and His Majesty would finish it entirely. What should be done with this soup? Consider it a treat for you. Sun Kuei knew this lotus seed soup wasn't personally brewed by the Empress, so he let his apprentice have it. If it had been personally made by the Empress, Sun Kuei would have disposed of it. Thank you, master. The apprentice carried the soup back to his room before drinking it. Empress Xie returned to Zhao Yang Palace and instructed Jiang Chuan and Nanny Sun to select 2 beautiful palace maids from Zhao Yang Palace. The others were to be chosen from other palaces. Jiang Chuan and Nanny Sun understood Empress Xie's intentions and quickly selected 2 exceptionally beautiful palace maids from Zhao Yang Palace. Empress Xie was very satisfied after looking at them. Nanny Sun took the 2 palace maids aside and instructed them on some matters. Your Majesty, there's something I'm not sure whether to say. Empress Xie spoke gently. Speak your mind. Your Majesty, allowing the younger daughter of Marquis Kong to enter Prince Dai's mansion might not be a bad thing. Empress Xie was somewhat surprised by Jiang Chuan's words and asked, why wouldn't it be a bad thing? After Marquis Kong's younger daughter enters Prince Dai's mansion, she will surely vie for favor against Princess Consort Dai. If she bears Prince Dai's eldest son before Princess Consort Dai, her status in Prince Dai's mansion will surpass that of Princess Consort Dai. Jiang Chuan, having grown up in the Xie family, had witnessed many schemes and strategies in the Xie's inner quarters. Princess Consort Dai in Marquis Xuanping's mansion will surely not take this lying down. Empress Xie hadn't considered this aspect, but hearing Jiang Chuan's analysis, she found it somewhat convincing. Your Majesty, Prince Dai's mansion's inner quarters will certainly not remain peaceful. Upon hearing this, Empress Xie mused, indeed, it might not be a bad thing, but what benefit does it bring us? Your Majesty, didn't you just say that the 7th prince is still young? In the coming years, the crown prince will need to engage diplomatically with Prince Dai. Jiang Chuan analyzed, if we don't create distractions for Prince Dai, he might successfully replace the crown prince before the 7th prince reaches adulthood, which would be detrimental to the 7th prince. You are right. Before little Jing grows up, she must support the crown prince, preventing him from being replaced by Prince Dai. Otherwise, when little Jing grows, Prince Dai will be firmly seated as the crown prince, making it extremely difficult to depose him then. I will immediately write a letter to my brother, telling him not to prevent Marquis Kong's younger daughter from becoming a concubine to Prince Dai. Your Majesty is wise. Thanks to your reminder. Empress Xie had been agitated with noble princess consort Rong tonight and momentarily didn't think in this direction. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with noble princess consort Rong? Let her have her moment of pride for a few more days. Empress Xie said, turning the ring on her ring finger with deep implications. In a few days, it will be the memorial day of my dear sister. Your Majesty, do you intend to act against noble princess consort Rong on the late empress's memorial day? Jiang Chuan asked, do you think in the emperor's heart is noble princess consort Rong more important, or is it my dear sister? Jiang Chuan dared not answer this question because Empress Xie would be displeased whether he answered noble princess consort Rong or the late empress. Speak truthfully, I will not hold it against you. Jiang Chuan dared not remain silent and answered, I believe in the heart of the emperor, the late empress is more important than noble princess consort Rong. When the late empress passed, the emperor was upset and did not hold court for 3 days. Moreover, when the late empress was alive, the emperor was respectful and devoted to her. She recalled once when the late empress was ill, she accompanied the then young lady into the palace to visit the late empress. Soon after they arrived, the emperor, having just finished court, hurried over to visit and personally fed the late empress medicine and tea that time. Noble princess consort Rong was also ill, but the emperor, upon finishing court, first visited the late empress instead of noble princess consort Rong. Additionally, when the emperor was not yet emperor, he frequently fought in wars, and every time he returned, he brought things for the late empress. The empress was already envious of the late empress then. After the late empress passed away, every year on her memorial day, the emperor would personally pay respects. He remembered the late empress's birth date clearly and would go to Zhonghua Palace to honor her. She also recalled when the late empress was pregnant and returned to the Xie residence. Then, the late empress was 4 months pregnant, and her belly was not large, but the emperor worried about her safety. Not only did he personally help her off the carriage, But he also held her hand cautiously into the Xie residence. When the late empress was pregnant with the crown prince, her appetite was poor, so the emperor deliberately sought out a skilled cook to prepare her meals. The emperor's concern for the late empress was known to everyone in the Xie family at the time. If Yuanrong does something disrespectful to my dear sister on her Memorial Day, do you think the emperor will be angry? Of course, the emperor will be angry. Empress Xie devised a plan and beckoned Jiang Chuan closer. Jiang Chuan approached, and Empress Xie whispered her instructions in her ear. The rumor about Prince Dai's inability had spread throughout the capital even before the next day. That'd be why the early morning of the following day, every citizen in the capital knew about Prince Dai's inability to produce an heir. The servants of the Kong mansion naturally heard the news too. Uncle Gio, I just heard something. A servant of the Kong mansion hurriedly came to the front courtyard to find the steward. The steward saw his grave expression, thinking something serious had happened, and quickly asked, "What happened?" The servant whispered into the steward's ear, "I recently went to buy groceries and heard people saying Prince Dai is incapable and unable to have children, which is why he has no offspring." What? The steward was shocked by this rumor. Uncle Gio, everyone in the capital is talking about it now. I'm not making it up, the servant said. Everyone's saying it with details that seem credible. Besides, Prince Dai indeed has no heirs. I will immediately report this to the master, said the steward, then hurried off to find Kong Taichong. Kong Taichong was having breakfast when he saw the steward walking in with urgency, and he quickly asked what had happened. The steward reported what he had just heard to Kong Taichong. After listening, Kong Taichong's expression remained very calm. The steward was surprised to see no reaction and asked, "Master, you know?" Kong Taichong nodded and said, not unexpected. He had anticipated that news of Prince Dai's incapability would spread throughout the capital after Duke Zhun spoke those words at the celebration banquet last night. "Master, if Prince Dai is incapable, what about Miss?" The Miss was betrothed to Prince Dai as a consort. If Prince Dai is incapable, she would marry him to live a lonely life, which is too unjust for her. Kong Taichong had finished his breakfast, took a few sips of tea, and said, "Yao Er will not marry Prince Dai as a concubine." After the early morning court session today, he planned to see the emperor and refuse the marriage decree. "Master, do you plan to?" "It's getting late. I should go to court now." Kong Taichong walked to the door, where Kong Yuan was already waiting by the carriage. "Father." Kong Yuan saluted Kong Taichong and then helped him into the carriage. Once the father and son were seated, the coachman lifted his whip and urged the horses, and the carriage slowly drove towards the imperial city. "Father, are you ready?" Kong Yuan asked. Kong Taichong solemnly nodded. "I am ready." Then he sighed softly. "We might face imprisonment." "Father, I'm not afraid of prison, but it's just that mother and sister will suffer later. I've talked to your mother. If anything happens to us, let her take your sister and leave the capital." Kong Yuan frowned slightly. "I fear mother and sister may not be able to escape the capital." Kong Taichong also considered this possibility and fell silent. Prince Dai will probably not easily give up on this marriage. Their Kong family was too important to Prince Dai. Even if the emperor nullifies the marriage decree, Prince Dai won't give up and might resort to any means. This was what he least wanted to see. Kong Taichong naturally also considered this. He said heavily, "This is the aspect your father fears the most. This marriage decree puts our Kong family on the fire. If we don't refuse the marriage, our family's lives are temporarily safe, but our Kong family's reputation will be ruined. If we refuse, our family's lives are in danger, but the Kong family's reputation is preserved. Father, the reputation of the Kong family is more important than anything. As descendants of the Kong family, they must protect the centuries-old reputation of the Kong family, so they would not face their ancestors in shame later on. It's just that your mother and sister are implicated, and for this, your father feels sorry for them." Kong Taichong originally planned to divorce his wife and expel his daughter from the family, but there was simply no time. "Father, mother, and sister won't blame you. I know they won't blame me, but Kong Taichong thought to himself that he could only repay his wife and daughter in the next life. What did our Kong family do to displease the emperor? He thought over and over again, feeling the emperor shouldn't have betrothed his daughter to Prince Dai as a concubine. Yet, the emperor did it anyway. Our Kong family hasn't done anything outrageous. Kong Yuan hesitated and said, "In the emperor's eyes, our Kong family is merely a tool to balance the crown prince and Prince Dai." Kong Yuan's words hit a sore spot in Kong Taichong's heart, his face full of pain. "A tool? Father, you must have realized by now that in the emperor's mind, our Kong family is not that important, that we are just a tool for balancing the court's power, whereas the Leaf family. Here, Kong Yuan paused. Seeing his father's unwillingness, he didn't continue. Kong Taichung continued. Whereas the Li family is deeply respected by the emperor. Indeed, the Li family is more important to the emperor than the Kong family. Kong Yuan stated objectively. Although the Li family doesn't have the same legacy as the Kong family, their reputation in the past century has surpassed ours. Today, the Li family holds a high status in the hearts of scholars across the country, not only rivaling us, but even surpassing us. Kong Taichung's eyes reddened and tears welled up, that he choked. If it weren't for that beast, how would our Kong family have ended up like this and lost to the Li family? Father, we must accept this fact. Kong Yuan said calmly. This is why the emperor granted my younger sister's marriage to Prince Dai as a concubine. This reality was hard for Kong Taichung to accept, but there was no way not to. If your younger sister truly marries Prince Dai as a consort, our Kong family will be ruined, will be despised by scholars nationwide. Alas, if we are punished this time for defying the imperial order, our Kong family will instead preserve its reputation. Kong Taichung's tone suddenly became bleak. Our Kong family cannot escape this disaster, but at least we will have fulfilled our family's honor. Father, this is the responsibility of us Kong family members. Kong Yuan had known from a young age the responsibility of being part of the Kong family. He knew that for their family, honor was more important than life. Father, neither I nor mother nor sister regret being part of the Kong family. These words made Kong Taichung unable to bear it any longer. He covered his face and cried silently. Kong Yuan, seeing his father like this, felt deeply saddened. Tears blurred his vision. He took a deep breath and said, Father, perhaps things are not as bad as we imagine. Although the emperor sees our Kong family as a tool to balance the crown prince and Prince Dai, the emperor is not a cold and ruthless person. Kong Taichung raised his sleeve to wipe his tears away. Father, as long as you earnestly request the emperor to withdraw the marriage decree, the emperor might agree and not hold you accountable. You're right, the emperor is not a cold-blooded, ruthless person. Over the years, our Kong family has done quite a few things for the court and the people. Even if there's no merit, there's also hard work. Kong Taichung consoled himself. The emperor might show mercy to our Kong family. Our Kong family's reputation may not be as high as the Li family's now, but it holds some esteem among the nation's scholars, which the emperor will somewhat consider. You're right, Kong Taichung said, feigning lightheartedness as he smiled at Kong Yuan. I don't think our fate is doomed. Father, I think the same. The father and son exchanged smiles and burst out laughing. Amidst their laughter, the coachman stopped the carriage. Master, young master, we have arrived. Kong Taichung and Kong Yuan quickly adjusted their appearances before getting out of the carriage. By then, many officials had arrived at the palace gate. The palace gate had not yet opened, and officials could only wait at the entrance. As soon as Kong Taichung and Kong Yuan got off the carriage, many officials surrounded them to greet them. These officials were supporters of Prince Dai, since the emperor granted the marriage. Prince Dai's faction regarded Kong Taichung and his son as allies. Kong Taichung and Kong Yuan responded to their greetings distantly, but the officials seemed oblivious to their indifference and continued to speak warmly. Father and son had no choice but to run over to find Prime Minister He and the others. Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were chatting casually when they saw Kong Taichung and his son suddenly coming over to greet and talk with them. They politely responded. They expected Kong Taichung and his son to leave after greeting, but unexpectedly, the two didn't show any intention of leaving. The ministers supporting Prince Dai saw Kong Taichung and his son discussing serious matters with Prime Minister He and his group, so they had to step aside to ate tea this time. The ministers supporting the crown prince mocked Prince Dai for not being capable, accusing him of not being able to produce offspring. Many deliberately said they knew doctors skilled in pregnancy and childbirth and could introduce them to the Prince Dai mansion to diagnose Prince Dai. The ministers of the Prince Dai faction were naturally very angry upon hearing this and started arguing with the ministers supporting the crown prince. The ministers supporting the crown prince kept urging Kong Taichung to quickly refuse the imperial marriage gift from the emperor, otherwise his youngest daughter's lifetime happiness would be ruined. They also said the Prince Dai mansion was a fire pit and implored Kong Taichung not to push his daughter into it. They also persuaded the ministers supporting Prince Dai to advise him not to ruin Kong Taichung's daughter and harm the young woman's lifelong happiness. Furthermore, they said Prince Dai marrying Kong Taichung's youngest daughter was essentially harming the girl. The ministers of the Prince Dai faction were furious upon hearing these words and started to curse at the ministers supporting the crown prince, almost coming to blows. Both sides insulted each other back and forth, exposing each other's weaknesses, turning the originally quiet palace entrance into a noisy marketplace. These adults, usually seen as lofty by the common people, were at this moment no different from quarrelsome women, but of course, their insults were not as straightforward and crude as those of market women. Their insults were classical and full of references. Those who couldn't understand would find it scholarly, but those who could understand found it extremely unpleasant. Shun Hu and Chu Ying stood aside, watching indifferently. Prime Minister He. What are they arguing about? These people insult each other with such refinement. Shun Hu said with disdain, "It doesn't sound like cursing. It sounds like they're composing poetry. However, their ugly and vulgar expressions make them look like they're indeed cursing." Grandmaster Lu was amused by Shun Hu's words. They're not composing poetry. Their insults are more unbearable than those of market women. Shun Hu and Chu Ying were shocked as they exclaimed in unison. Really? We couldn't catch a single word of it. Prime Minister He, amused, looked at them and said, "I've told you to read more, but you don't. Now you can't even understand their insults. Reading makes me sleepy." As soon as Shun Hu mentioned reading, a look of disdain appeared on his rugged face. "Reading might kill me, and I'd like to live a few more years." Chu Ying echoed, "I'd rather die than read." He preferred battle over reading. With the time spent reading, he could kill a few more on the battlefield. These people are still insulting, really energetic. Shun Hu mocked bluntly. They each fancy themselves as gentlemen, always talking about rules and etiquette, yet here they are quarreling and cursing at the palace entrance. Indeed, he paused, thought hard, and said, "Yes, hypocrites." Hearing Shun Hu correctly use several terms, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu looked surprised. "Wow, Shun Hu, you know what hypocrisy is." Chu Ying teased. Shun Hu glared at Chu Ying, slightly raised his chin, and said proudly, "I hear them say it every day. How could I not know?" Then, he contemptuously glanced at the quarreling ministers. "Each one is a hypocritical, false gentleman. I drank too much last night. My head still aches this morning, and their quarreling gives me a headache." Annoyed by the noise, Chu Ying asked with a fierce expression, "Prime Minister He, can I beat them up?" At this moment, Song Dikang and Zhang Gong arrived. As soon as they reached the palace entrance, they saw the ministers quarrel. Then they shouted, "What's the commotion? This is the palace entrance, not your home. Keep it up, and I'll deal with you by military law." This statement instantly quieted both the Crown Prince and Prince Dai factions. Song Dikang and Zhang Gong, both tall and intimidating, caused the ministers to step aside wherever they went, opening a path for them. Last night, Song Dikang and Zhang Gong drank with Chu Ying. They drank a lot as well, and even after a night's sleep, they hadn't recovered, with a headache still lingering. The ministers' quarrel made their heads and ears buzz. Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu saw Song Dikang's displeased expression and knew they had been drinking with Chu Ying last night. Shaking their heads helplessly, Song Dikang glared fiercely at the ministers, speaking with ill intent. "Keep it up, and I'll rip out your tongues." His intimidating appearance and words made many timid ministers turn pale, while some trembled. Although many ministers disapproved of Song Dikang's arrogant demeanor, they couldn't defeat him and had to endure it. They really couldn't defeat him. A few years ago, Song Dikang's group did indeed beat up these civil officials. The court civil officials were quite terrified of Song Dikang's group. Although they often complained about their rudeness, they feared them deeply in their hearts. "You guys should drink less in the future." Prime Minister He reminded Chu Ying and his group for the umpteenth time, seeing their hung-over appearance. "If you mess up because of drinking, the Emperor will not spare you." "Don't worry, Prime Minister He, we know our limits." Zhang Gong and his group loved drinking and often drank, but never let it impede their duties, having learned their lesson. Back when they followed the Emperor to war, they once delayed military affairs due to drinking and were severely punished by the Emperor through military law. Since then, they dared not let excessive drinking affect their duties again. "You all better quit drinking." Prime Minister He had repeated this countless times, but Zhang Gong and his group didn't heed it. "Prime Minister He, quitting drinking would kill us." Prime Minister He, hearing their reply, was too lazy to continue discussing quitting drinking. "Prime Minister He, when will Lao Yin return?" Song Dikang asked about Yin Huarong, a friend of theirs who was sent to the southern border by the Emperor last year. He had spent most of the year recapturing the southern border. The rebellion in the southern border is quelled, so Lao Yin should be back. "He can't return for now," Prime Minister He replied. "Although the rebellion is quelled, the southern border is still unstable. Moreover, several countries around the southern border are restless. He needs to garrison there for a while." Shen Hu and his group, shocked, said, "So, Lao Yin won't be back for 3 to 5 years. The Emperor sent him there not only to quell the rebellion, but mainly to garrison the area, deterring those unruly countries to the south. It's probably not just about deterrence. Chu Ying thought deeper. I guess the emperor will later have Lao Yan annex those unruly small countries. Excited by the prospect, Shun Hu said, "Then I'll go help Lao Yan." Having stayed in the capital for the past 2 years without going to battle, Shun Hu was nearly suffocated. If I don't go to battle soon, this old tiger, Shun, will turn into a sickly cat. As they were speaking, Prince Dai, Marquis Xianping, and Duke Zhun arrived at the palace entrance together. Their arrival instantly changed the atmosphere at the palace entrance. Duke Zhun stepped forward and greeted Prime Minister He and his group courteously. Although Prime Minister He and his group couldn't be swayed by Duke Zhun, he always treated them with courtesy whenever they met. Prime Minister He and his group, though disliking Duke Zhun, reciprocated with polite greetings. Prince Dai approached with Marquis Xianping and greeted Prime Minister He and his group politely as well. After the greetings, Prince Dai chatted amiably with Shun Hu and his group. Towards Shun Hu and his group, Prince Dai was very respectful. One reason was because they were the emperor's trusted aides, and another was because he genuinely admired their bravery in battle. Chu Ying and his group wouldn't treat Prince Dai, especially just because he was the emperor's most favored son. Although many said Prince Dai resembled the emperor, Chu Ying and his group thought Prince Dai was far inferior to the young emperor. Regarding the emperor's 10 sons, Song Di Kang and his group felt none matched up to the emperor. This resemblance referred not to appearance, but temperament and talent. None of the emperor's 10 sons inherited his remarkable talent. The only one they found agreeable was the 4th prince. Although the 4th prince did not resemble the emperor in looks or temperament, he was steady, talented, and highly respectful. Towards the military officers, as for the crown prince, Shun Hu and his group respected him due to the former empress, but they didn't endorse him. To owe them. He was too weak and overly reliant on the Duke Zhun country mansion, lacking any of the emperor's bold spirit. At the beginning of the Qin hour, the early morning court session began. Last night, the emperor reviewed memorials until midnight. After going to bed, he kept dreaming and didn't sleep well in the latter half of the night. That he felt quite lethargic upon waking up in the morning. This moment, he was sitting on the dragon throne, resting his right hand on his face, with his elbow on the armrest, lying sideways on the throne without any proper sitting or lying posture. The emperor frequently opened his mouth wide to yawn, lacking any imperial demeanor. Prime Minister He and several senior ministers stepped forward one by one to report important matters. The emperor listened drowsily. He waved his hand casually, indicating that he understood. After Prime Minister He and the others finished reporting important matters, the imperial censor stepped forward to impeach Prince Dai. The imperial censor had a strong voice, loud enough to startle the emperor, who was nearly asleep. The emperor's right hand had gone numb, so he changed his posture and hand position, switching to his left hand to support his face, and earnestly listened to the imperial censor's report. The imperial censor accused Prince Dai of being disrespectful, arrogant, and disdainful of the crown prince. He recounted all the rude actions of Prince Dai towards the crown prince when welcoming him back to the capital. After he finished, several other censors came forward to echo his words, saying Prince Dai, emboldened by his victories, disregarded the crown prince. Prince Dai did not take the censor's reports to heart. The ministers supporting Prince Dai refuted the censor's accusations one by one, saying that on that day, the crown prince greeted Prince Dai not as the heir apparent, but as an elder brother. Facing a brother did not require so much etiquette. The supporters of the crown prince's faction thought they were being unreasonable and argued with them about ceremonial rules. The crown prince and Duke Zhun, Prince Dai, and Marquis Xianping remained silent, standing aside watching the ministers debate over ceremonial rules. The imperial censor suddenly raised his voice, urging the emperor to deal with Prince Dai, but he went on to say that if Prince Dai, relying on his military merits for Great Zhou, ignored the court's laws and etiquette, he would certainly commit more egregious acts in the future. He further mentioned that Great Zhou was newly established and had just repaired its rituals and music. If, because of Prince Dai's victories, they allowed him to disregard etiquette, then the effort Great Zhou spent on this would be for naught. Marquis Xianping, seeing that the imperial censor had elevated the issue to the level of Great Zhou's rituals and music, thought they could not let him continue, or else Prince Dai would become like Prince Yun of the previous dynasty. Just as he was about to speak, he didn't expect the imperial censor to consult the Minister of the Ministry of Rights. The Minister of the Ministry of Rights was the cousin of the 4th prince and a member of the Li family. Back in the day, the Li family was invited down from the mountains by the late emperor specifically to repair the rituals and music of Great Zhou. Nobody understood Great Zhou's ceremonial rules better than the Li family, so consulting the Minister of the Ministry of Rights was appropriate. The minister of the Ministry of Rites did not expect to be consulted by the imperial censor and was momentarily stunned, then stepped forward to answer. He was not afraid of Prince Dai, nor the ministers supporting him. He answered the imperial censor's question objectively. In his response, he detailed which articles of the ceremonial law pertained to these matters. Upon hearing the minister of the Ministry of Rites' response, Prince Dai and his ministers frowned unconsciously. The ministers supporting Prince Dai did not dare to refute the words of the minister of the Ministry of Rites, because everything he said was correct. Most importantly, the ceremonial laws were revised by the Li family, and even if the ministers wanted to refute, they could not. Neither the Crown Prince nor Prince Dai dared to offend the members of the Li family. The Li family held a very high position in the court, even higher than the Kong family. Back then, the late emperor paid 3 personal visits to invite the Li family down from the mountains that enticed them. The late emperor promised some special privileges to the Li family. The specific privileges were unknown to the ministers, as they were not made public by the late emperor, and the Li family did not divulge them. Among the various speculations about these privileges, one conjecture was that the late emperor granted the Li family a death exemption token, which many ministers agreed upon. After the minister of the Ministry of Rites finished speaking, the imperial censor once again urged the emperor to punish Prince Dai as a deterrent to others. That moment, the hall fell into silence. The imperial censor and several censors were kneeling on the ground, and the standing ministers on both sides did not speak. The emperor straightened up and looked at Prince Dai, standing below. Realizing the gaze of the emperor, Prince Dai's heart jumped, and he hurriedly stepped forward and knelt down, pleading guilty to the emperor. "Father, I acknowledge my fault. I should not have treated the crown prince as an elder brother. It was my misconduct. Please punish me, father." At this moment, the crown prince also stepped forward, saluting the emperor. "Father, I greeted my younger brother, who had returned victorious, in the capacity of an elder brother and not as the crown prince. Furthermore, there is no need for so many rules and etiquette between brothers. I ask that you do not blame my younger brother." The emperor raised his hand to signal the crown prince and Prince Dai to rise. The crown prince and Prince Dai both said, "Thank you, father." On that day, I agreed to the crown prince welcoming Prince Dai as an elder brother. In that case, there was only the elder brother that day, neither the crown prince nor ruler and subject. The emperor said plainly, as if discussing a trivial matter, "Without ruler and subject, there's no need to adhere to such etiquette." Prince Dai was delighted upon hearing what the emperor said. He knew his father would protect him. The crown prince's expression remained unchanged, but the hand at his side clenched into a fist. "Your Majesty," the imperial censor, displeased with the emperor's favor toward Prince Dai, began to speak, but the emperor cut him off with a raised hand. "Prince Dai, yes, father. If you commit acts of misconduct in the future, I will not spare you lightly. I will remember father's teachings." The emperor nodded, then said, "Write out the rights and laws 100 times. Prince Dai was stunned. He hadn't expected the emperor to punish him with writing the rights and laws. "What? Do you think 100 times is too few, then?" Before he could finish saying 2, Prince Dai hurriedly said, "No, not at all. I am willing to write it 100 times. The emperor looked at the imperial censor and said, "Imperial censor, once Prince Dai has written the rights and laws 100 times, he will surely remember it by heart and henceforth will not violate it." The imperial censor remained silent. The emperor asked, "Imperial censor, are you satisfied with this punishment?" The imperial censor was, of course, not satisfied, but he dared not say so. "I would not dare. You may rise." "Thank you, your majesty." The emperor sat back down on the dragon throne. "Is there anything else?" "Father, I have a request," the crown prince suddenly said. "What is it?" "Father, next month is the anniversary of Mother's death, and I would like to go to Hulong Temple to pray for her," the crown prince pleaded. "I wish to bathe and fast for 7 periods of 7 days for Mother. Please grant it." The mention of the late empress immediately changed the emperor's demeanor, no longer as casual as before. "I am pleased by your filial piety. When do you plan to go to Hulong Temple?" "I wish to go to Hulong Temple tomorrow." "Then you shall go." "Thank you, father." The emperor said nothing more. Sun Kuei then asked the ministers, "Is there any other matter to report?" Seeing that the ministers had nothing more, Sun Kuei loudly announced, "Court is dismissed. Long live His Majesty. Long live forever." After the emperor left the grand hall, Minister Kong hastily followed. In the imperial study. As soon as the emperor sat down, he heard Minister Kong requested an audience. "Let him in." Minister Kong entered, bowing, then knelt down. kowtowing 3 times heavily to the emperor. Seeing Minister Kong perform such a grand gesture, the emperor knew his purpose in coming to the imperial study. Beloved minister, why such a grand etiquette? Your Majesty, my youngest daughter is not worthy of being Prince Dai's concubine. I beg your Majesty to annul the marriage allotment. Minister Kong said directly. Hearing Minister Kong's words, the emperor was not surprised at all. Beloved minister, does this mean that you do not wish to become in-laws with me? Minister Kong's heart trembled, but he still tried his best to maintain a calm facade. I do not wish to, nor do I want to be in-laws with your Majesty. The emperor did not expect Minister Kong to be so bold and straightforward, which surprised him somewhat. After speaking righteously, Minister Kong, pale-faced, prostrated on the ground, anxiously awaiting the emperor's punishment. In Windy Hall, Zhao Yao occasionally glanced at the third prince. The eighth prince noticed that Zhao Yao had been secretly watching the third prince, so he softly asked, "10th brother, why are you staring at third brother?" He suddenly thought of a possibility and quickly asked with concern, "Is third brother bullying you?" "No, third brother is not bullying me." After Zhao Yao said this, seeing the eighth prince's look of disbelief, he added, "Really, third brother isn't bullying me. Besides, third brother wouldn't even bother to bully me. Among all the elder brothers, only the ninth prince bullied him. The other brothers did not. The third brother and the others didn't bully him not because they were kind-hearted, but because they completely ignored him as their younger brother to them. Bullying him would be beneath their dignity. In other words, as their younger brother, he wasn't even worthy of being bullied by them." The eighth prince also knew what kind of person the third prince was, so after hearing Zhao Yao's words, he felt relieved. "Then why are you staring at third brother?" "Eighth brother, what kind of person do you think third brother is?" This question made the eighth prince slightly pause. Then he asked puzzledly, "Why are you asking this?" "Just asking casually." The eighth prince did not believe Zhao Yao's words that he frowned slightly and asked, "Did you hear something?" Zhao Yao wore an expression of eighth brother. "How did you know?" The eighth prince lowered his voice and asked, "What did you hear?" Zhao Yao looked at the eighth prince, then discreetly glanced around at others. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he whispered to the eighth prince, "Eighth brother, I heard that third brother likes." "Likes what?" "I heard that third brother likes eating stinky tofu," Zhao Yao said with a straight face. The eighth prince, he thought Zhao Yao was going to mention something serious, but to his surprise, it was about food. Zhao Yao continued gossiping with the eighth prince. "Third brother always smells so fragrant, even more so than my mother's concubine, that I was wondering why third brother smells so good. Turns out it's to cover up the stinky tofu's odor." As he said this, he clicked his tongue. Isekai really never thought third brother loved eating stinky tofu. The eighth prince felt both amused and exasperated after hearing Zhao Yao's words. "Where did you hear this from?" "From those eunuchs," Zhao Yao said, glancing at the third prince again. "Third brother usually dresses up like an immortal. I thought he looked down upon the mundane, but he actually likes eating stinky tofu. You really can't judge a book by its cover." The eighth prince sneered. "He always likes putting on an act. I'm a person who loves to eat, yet I can't handle stinky tofu. How could third brother eat it? I've heard that stinky tofu tastes really good, the stinkier the better, but I really can't stomach that smell. Just smelling it makes me want to vomit. Stinky tofu smells as bad as feces. How could third brother eat it?" After saying this, he suddenly thought of something and covered his mouth, giggling secretly. The eighth prince saw his mischievous smile and knew Zhao Yao was thinking of something. He poked Zhao Yao's cheek where there was no dimple, saying in exasperation, "You little rascal. Eighth brother, how am I bad? I didn't say anything at all." Zhao Yao innocently widened his eyes. "Don't wrong me. You, eighth brother, don't tell anyone about this," Zhao Yao said with a frightened look, shrinking his neck. "If third brother finds out we know he likes stinky tofu, he definitely won't spare us." "I didn't hear anything just now." The eighth prince saw Zhao Yao staring at the third prince again, pinched his little cheek, and warned him, "If you keep staring at third brother, he'll notice." This scared Zhao Yao into quickly lowering his head, not daring to look at the third prince again. The fourth prince, sitting in front of Zhao Yao and the eighth prince, nearly couldn't help but laugh after hearing Zhao Yao and the eighth prince's exchange. "Eighth brother, do you think second brother will invite us to his mansion for a meal?" Upon hearing this, the eighth prince knew what Zhao Yao was up to. "You're thinking of going to the Prince Dai mansion to eat beef?" Realizing his intentions were exposed, Zhao Yao sheepishly smiled. "I also want to take the opportunity to go out of the palace and have fun. Speaking of which, I've never been to the Prince Dai mansion, and neither have you, eighth brother." "What's so great about that?" The eighth prince doused Zhao Yao's hopes. "Even if second brother invites us for a meal, there won't be any beef on the table." Hearing this, Zhao Yao remembered that beef wasn't allowed outside the imperial palace. Oh right, there's no beef at second brother's place. With that, he lay on the table, his face full of disappointment, and said, "Alas, I have to wait for the Dragon Boat Festival to eat beef. Stop thinking about beef and hurry up with your writing, or the tutor will punish you." Zhao Yao quickly sat up straight, picked up his pen, and started copying the lesson the teacher had just taught. Just as Zhao Yao was eagerly anticipating the Dragon Boat Festival, Sun Kuei came to Cundy Hall with cooked beef in the imperial kitchen, along with some fabrics and imperial books. Sun Kuei's arrival greatly surprised Liang Jiaoyi and Yumarin. "Lady Jiaoyi, this box contains beef, specially bestowed by the Emperor to His Highness the 10th Prince." "Beef?" Liang Jiaoyi looked surprised and then asked in confusion. Why would the Emperor bestow beef to the 10th Prince? The Emperor saw that His Highness enjoys eating beef, so he decided to give all the leftover beef from yesterday to His Highness. Liang Jiaoyi. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. "Mr. Sun, did Yao Yao ask the Emperor for beef at the banquet yesterday?" This was a thing her son would indeed do. He could do anything for food. "No, but at the banquet yesterday, the 10th Prince was eating beef the whole time, and the Emperor noticed, so he decided to grant the leftover beef from yesterday to His Highness." Sun Kuei added, "Lady Jiaoyi, the Emperor has a fondness for the 10th Prince." Liang Jiaoyi curtsied towards the direction of Qingguang Hall. "I thank the Emperor for the 10th Prince." "Lady Jiaoyi, these fabrics and books were specially ordered by the Emperor. He said they are all to your liking." Liang Jiaoyi, flattered, said, "Your Majesty, I thank the Emperor." Sun Kuei did not say more. "Lady Jiaoyi, this servant shall take leave." "Mr. Sun, have a cup of tea before you leave." "Lady Jiaoyi, this servant must return to serve in the imperial study, so I cannot accept your tea." Sun Kuei bowed to Liang Jiaoyi and said, "This servant takes his leave." "Thank you, Mr. Sunday, please take your time." Liang Jiaoyi gave Gue Xing a look, and Gue Xing understood, personally escorting Sun Kuei out of Cundy Hall and giving him a wallet filled with some money, saying it's for tea. Sun Kuei did not refuse and accepted it openly. Inside Cundy Hall, Yumarin, Princess Five, and Lady Pan stared at the food box of beef. "Really never thought the Emperor would bestow beef to Yao Yao." Lady Pan said, "It's the first time I've seen the Emperor bestow beef." The 5th Princess sharply commented, "Only 10th brother has the ability to get father to bestow beef to him." Liang Jiaoyi found it somewhat amusing, but also interesting. To Yao Yao, nothing is better than beef. The Emperor's bestowal of beef is what pleases him the most. Yumarin laughed. "That's true." Lady Pan, chuckling, said, "Although bestowing beef is a bit, this shows the Emperor's fondness for Yao Yao. Otherwise, how would he know Yao Yao likes beef?" Liang Jiaoyi instructed Gue Xing, "Take the beef to the small kitchen and have it cooked for lunch." "Yes, my lady." Liang Jiaoyi looked at the fabrics on the table and said to Yumarin and the others, "Take some fabric back to make new clothes." "Sister, these are bestowed to you by the Emperor. How can we take them?" "Sister, you should keep them for yourself." "I can't use all this fabric by myself. Just take some back," Liang Jiaoyi said as she personally selected fabric for Yumarin and the others. "Don't be polite with me." Yumarin and the others no longer stood on ceremony and accepted the fabric. After Yumarin and the others left, Gue Xing asked, "My lady, why did the Emperor suddenly bestow gifts upon you?" The Emperor wasn't scheduled to visit Cundy Hall, and the lady hadn't seen the Emperor lately. "Why did the Emperor suddenly decide to bestow gifts?" "I was a bystander," Liang Jiaoyi replied. "The Emperor probably felt it wasn't appropriate to give only beef to Yao Yao, so he conveniently bestowed some things to me. I'm benefiting from Yao Yao's good fortune." "But the Emperor remembers that you like plain fabrics and that you enjoy local chronicles," Gue Xing said with a giggle. "My lady, the Emperor holds you in his heart." Liang Jiaoyi just smiled at these words. "My lady, should these fabrics be stored away or made into new clothes for you?" "Make them into new clothes." "Yes, my lady." Gue Xing took the fabrics and left. Liang Jiaoyi picked up the Imperial Chronicle book, gently caressing the cover, and couldn't help but show a sweet smile. Meanwhile, Sun Kuei had just reached the entrance of the Imperial study when he saw Prince Dai and Official Kong walking out together, both looking displeased. Sun Kuei was puzzled. What happened to make Prince Dai and Official Kong look so upset? Sun Doubtu saw Sun Kuei return and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Master, you're back." Sun Kuei nodded slightly, then looked at Prince Dai and Minister Kong, who had already walked away, and asked Sun Doubtu what happened. "Why do Prince Dai and Minister Kong look so grim?" Sun Doubtu shook his head and said, "I'm not sure." Earlier when Prince Dai and Minister Kong were in the Imperial study, Sun Doubtu was standing guard at the door and didn't hear what they were talking about inside. "Master, as soon as you left, Minister Kong came to request an audience, and not long after, Prince Dai arrived. Sun Kuei more or less guessed what was going on. I'll go in and serve. You keep watch at the door. Yes, master. Sun Kuei walked quietly into the imperial study, bowed to the emperor, and then said, Lady Zhao asked me to thank you on her behalf. The emperor acknowledged with a sound and said nothing further. Seeing the emperor not asking, Sun Kuei dared not say more. He asked for why Prince Dai, and Minister Kong looked grim. He dared not inquire. He quietly stepped aside to wait. After a while, he went out and had Sun Du bring a cup of hot tea. Sun Du quickly brought the tea, and Sun Kuei took it inside, holding it with both hands before the emperor. Your Majesty, have a sip of tea and take a break. The emperor put down the memorial he was holding, took the teacup from Sun Kuei, and, as he lifted the lid, the aroma of the tea filled his senses. Previously, the emperor drank tea prepared as tea powder, not this type. The tea he drank now was brewed, a habit he learned from Liang Zhaoyi. Liang Zhaoyi's brewed tea suited the emperor's taste. Because the emperor liked it, the entire palace switched to drinking this kind of tea. Later, the court ministers followed suit, and eventually, it became trendy throughout the capital city. This brewed tea was something Zhao Yao learned from Zhao Yao in his dreams. Zhao Yao loved tea and was particular about it. After sipping the tea for a few moments, the emperor inquired Sun Kuei, is everything prepared for the former empress's memorial? Sun Kuei answered respectfully, everything is prepared. The emperor put down the teacup and sighed gently. In the blink of an eye, she's been gone for 7 years. Your Majesty, Sun Kuei, seeing the trace of sorrow on the emperor's face, didn't know how to console him. I owe her so much. Thinking of the late empress, the emperor felt full of guilt. Throughout his life, he wronged 2 people. One was his elder brother, and the other was the former empress. When the former empress married the emperor, he was often away on campaigns, and she managed everything at home without troubling him. She also took care of the families of his soldiers, allowing them to focus on the battlefield without worrying about their loved ones. She never told me what she did, nor did she ever ask for anything. In his youth, the emperor was quite careless and rarely paid attention to household affairs. If not for the Empress Dowager informing him of the former empress's efforts, he would have never known. Even at her deathbed, she didn't ask for anything. She always considered him, never asking anything for herself or the crown prince. Sun Kuei said, the former empress was a virtuous empress. She'd rather trouble herself than let me be troubled. Of all the people around him, only the former empress never asked anything of him. Even when she fell ill, she didn't want me to know and worry about her. In truth, the former empress had been ill since 9 years AG. First, wasn't too severe to avoid letting the emperor know. She ordered the imperial physician to keep it secret. Later, her condition worsened, and she couldn't hide it anymore. Only then did she let the emperor know. The former empress didn't want you to be distracted by her affairs. When she was gravely ill, the emperor hadn't been on the throne for long. The realm was unstable, with many court issues, and the emperor often worked on memorials late into the night, sometimes not sleeping at all. If only I had known about her illness earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have left so soon. The emperor was always troubled by the former empress's passing, that he believed that had he discovered her illness sooner, it might have been treated in time. Your Majesty, the former empress deliberately kept it from you. How could you have known? Indeed, the former empress was excellent at keeping things under wraps. If not for the emperor accidentally seeing her cough up blood one day, he might never have known about her illness. It was my negligence, he admitted. While deeply respectful of the former empress, his concern for her was lacking. Sometimes, when he was busy, he would even forget the former empress's existence. Your Majesty, are you thinking of the former empress? Sun Kuei had been serving the emperor since he was made crown prince, and even back then, he noticed that the emperor had no affection, only respect for the former empress. I feel as if I owe her. Although not passionate about romance, the emperor wasn't heartless. Though he didn't love the former empress, he recognized her sacrifices. Now that she was gone, saying he owed her was of no use. Your Majesty, if you feel indebted to the former empress, have the monks at Hulong Temple pray for her more. This year marks the 7th anniversary of her passing. The emperor considered, on her death anniversary, I will go to Hulong Temple myself to pray for her. With you praying for the former empress, her soul will surely find peace in the Western paradise. On her death anniversary, let there be no mourning court. Upon hearing this, Sun Kuei was taken aback and exclaimed, Your Majesty, no mourning court on that day? There will be none. The 7th anniversary of a loved one's passing is a significant year, generally marked with grand memorials. Sun Kuei subdued his shock and respectfully said, Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor bowed his head, resumed going through the memorials. and spoke no more. Sun Kuei retreated to a corner, standing quietly, though within his heart, a storm was raging. The emperor intended to forego court on the late empress's death anniversary. This was astounding. Although the emperor had called off court 3 days after the late empress's death, he hadn't done so since 7 years later. The emperor was again foregoing court for a day in her honor. Could it be that the emperor chose this time to forego court as a gesture toward the crown prince? Perhaps, after giving the young daughter of Minister Kong in marriage to Prince Dai, the emperor felt he owed the crown prince and wanted to make amends? Or maybe the arriving anniversary of the former empress made the emperor feel remorseful for her, leading him to soften towards the crown prince. Well, such matters are not for a servant like him to ponder. Your Majesty, for the former empress's death anniversary, shall we add more items? Have the monks at Hulong Temple transcribe more Buddhist scriptures for the former empress. Your Majesty, would you like to add anything else? The emperor said, no need to add anything further. With that, he waved Sun Kuei away to tea this moment. In Cunny Hall, Liang Zhaoi was discussing the transcription of Buddhist scriptures with Yumerin and the others. In a few days, it will be the former empress's death anniversary. Starting from tomorrow, let's abstain and fast for 3 days, and afterwards, transcribe Buddhist scriptures for the former empress. Each year on the former empress's death anniversary, Liang Zhaoi and Yumerin would transcribe scriptures in her memory. Sister, this year marks the 7th anniversary of the former empress's passing. Are we only transcribing Buddhist scriptures? Yumerin asked, do you have any ideas? According to tradition, we should also make lanterns. These must be handmade, and the lamps must also bear transcribed scriptures. Yumerin said, such scriptures are normally transcribed with the blood of kin to ensure the deceased receives them. However, we aren't kin to the former empress, so we don't need to do the blood transcription. Pan Chiron asked, if we make lanterns, will the former empress receive them? Probably not, but they represent our heartfelt intentions. Liang Zhaoi asked, what kind of lanterns? Lotus lanterns. Lotus lanterns can't bear scriptures. They're ordinary lamps, but we can draw lotuses on them. Liang Zhaoi nodded. Then after transcribing the scriptures, we'll make the lanterns. She further asked, anything else we should do? The rest isn't within our means, Yumerin remarked. As per custom, the crown prince should go to a temple to pray for the former empress for 49 days. What about other princes? Liang Zhaoi said. Zhao Yao and the others are also children of the former empress. Should they do something for her? The former empress was the legitimate mother, the mother of all princes, so Zhao Yao and the others were obliged to pray for her. In noble families, illegitimate children must pray for the legitimate mother. But in the palace, I'm not certain. Yumerin, being a local of the capital, was quite familiar with the local customs on the 7th anniversary of the Empress Dowager's passing. The emperor followed protocol and went to Hulong Temple himself to pray for her for 49 days. As for other princes, there weren't any others when the late emperor ascended to the throne. Despite holding a selection of court ladies and having several noble women enter the palace to be concubines, none bore the late emperor any offspring. The empress dowager and the late emperor didn't have only the emperor as a son. The emperor originally had 4 older brothers and 2 sisters. He was the late emperor and empress dowager's youngest child. Before founding the kingdom, his 4 brothers and 2 sisters had all passed away. His 2 elder sisters died during his childhood in the turmoil of war. His 4 brothers perished on the battlefield. After the late emperor ascended to the throne, he was already not young. Coupled with injuries sustained over years of campaigning, resulting in many aftereffects, he could no longer sire children. Fortunately, there was the emperor, the youngest son. Otherwise, the late emperor would have had to adopt a child from others. However, even the emperor nearly lost his life once. Fortunately, he had great fortune and made it through to In Zhaoyang Palace. Empress Xie learned that the emperor had bestowed some gifts upon Liang Zhaoi and felt puzzled. Out of the blue, why would his majesty suddenly reward Liang Zhaoi? Jiang Chuan was also perplexed. It's not even the day for Liang Zhaoi to serve in bed. She hasn't met with the emperor recently, nor has she sent anything to Qingguang Hall. The emperor suddenly rewarding Liang Zhaoi is indeed peculiar. Empress Xie never considered Liang Zhaoi a threat. The only one she regarded as a rival was noble Princess Consort Rome. Not even Princess Consort De or Princess Consort Shu mattered to her. Perhaps the emperor had a whim. My lady, should you reward Liang Zhaoi as well then? Every time the emperor bestowed gifts upon the concubines, the empress would also give her share. Give her a few pieces of cloth. Empress Xie dismissed the matter. Let someone else deliver her reward. You come with me to Yongxin Palace. At that moment, Nanny Sun carried a fertility guanyin in a brocade box. Have Meng Gang send the imperial physician and the beauty to Prince Dai Mansion, ordered Empress Xie. My lady, shouldn't we show the beauty to noble princess, consort Rome? Jiang Chuan asked. If we show her, she will certainly be displeased. Just send them directly to Prince Dai Mansion. Yes, my lady. Empress Xie raised the corners of her mouth with a wicked smile. Let's go to Yongxin Palace. Jiang Chuan showed a schadenfreude smile on his face. Yes, my lady. Empress Xie, leaning on Jiang Chuan's hand, gracefully headed towards Yongxin Palace. Another palace made by Zhu carried some cloth from the previous year and headed towards Cunning Hall in Yongxin Palace. Noble Princess Consort Rong heard rumors that Prince Dai could not sire offspring and was furious. She had just thrown a major fit. My lady, be careful not to harm your body from the anger. Jean May brought over a cup of chrysanthemum tea. My lady, have some tea to calm down. Noble Princess Consort Rong, with a sour face, took the teacup and after drinking several sips, her anger did not lessen. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she smashed the teacup on the ground. Jean May saw that noble Princess Consort Rong's hand was wet from the tea, quickly took a handkerchief from her sleeve, and knelt to wipe her hand. My lady, what will you do if you fall ill? Duke Zhun humiliating Prince Dai like this. How can I swallow this insult? Noble Princess Consort Rong said, looking increasingly grim with anger. Sooner or later, I will make the CF family pay in blood. My lady, there should be good news from Prince Mansion soon, and then this rumor will naturally collapse. It's all because of Chong Ying's uncooperative womb. Although noble Princess Rong was pleased with her niece since she grew up by her side and was taught well by her. But now, the ridicule caused by the issue of Prince Dai, without offspring, made noble Princess Rong dissatisfied with this daughter-in-law. Married to Prince Dai for 2 years, yet no news from her womb at all. Jean May thought it wasn't just Princess Consort Dai's fault, but such a time, she couldn't defend her. My lady, why not ask the imperial physician to prescribe some remedies for Princess Consort Dai to nourish her body? Noble Princess Rong nodded slightly. Let Dr. Su do it. Dr. Su is the most skilled gynecologist in the palace. Jean May comforted her. My lady, don't worry too much. With Dr. Su taking care of the princess consort, she will surely conceive soon. Let's hope so. Noble Princess Rong spoke with a hint of self-blame on her face. It's all my negligence. When they first married, I should have sent the imperial physician to check on Chongqing, preventing Prince Dai from being mocked now. My lady, His Highness was dispatched by the Emperor to quell disturbances soon after marriage. Even if he wanted children, there wasn't time. At that time, I asked him to take 1 or 2 people to serve alongside him, and he said no women are allowed in the military camp. Rejecting my suggestion, noble Princess Rong said, had he listened, bringing 1 or 2 people to serve beside him, I would have had a grandchild by now. My lady, our prince is a man of principle. If a concubine were to become pregnant first, what would happen to the princess consort? Jean May argued. The princess consort is His Highness's cousin. They grew up together from childhood. How could His Highness bear to see the princess consort embarrassed? Not wanting to embarrass the princess consort leads to his own mockery. My lady, the princess consort will soon have good news. Jean May continued to console noble Princess Rong. Once Miss Kong enters the Prince Mansion, she will expand your family line, so you needn't worry too much. Noble Princess Rong suddenly remembered something. Her brows slightly furrowed. Isn't it true that the descendants of the Kong family, the family of Kong Taichung, aren't numerous? I recall he has only 2 sons. And 2 daughters. Miss Kong is the youngest daughter, Jean May said. All 4 of Kong's children were born by Mrs. Kong. Kong Taichung doesn't have any concubines. Relatively speaking, his descendants aren't considered few. What you say makes it seem not few at all. Noble Princess Rong said with a worried look on her face. I worry that Kong Taichung's youngest daughter might not be someone who bears easily. My lady, you are too. Just as they were speaking, Nanny Sure came in, respectfully reporting to Noble Princess Rong. My lady, the Empress is here. Noble Princess Rong heard the words, frowned, and showed a look of displeasure. What is she here for? Jean May guessed. My lady, the Empress probably doesn't have good intentions. Noble Princess Rong guessed Empress Xie's purpose, her bright face suddenly turning sinister and cold. She has come at the right time. She ordered Nanny Sure, let her in. According to the rules, noble Princess Rong should rise to greet Empress Xie, but she didn't. Instead, she sat inside the hall, waiting for Empress Xie to enter. Nanny Sure approached Empress Xie. My lady, noble consort requests you to enter. Jean May heard this, full of fury, angrily scolded Nanny Sure. Insolent! How dare you let the Empress enter? Has noble consort forgotten The hierarchy? Nanny Shi stood silently aside. Empress Xia wasn't angry. She maintained a gentle demeanor. Tell noble Princess Rong, I came on the orders of His Majesty that if she doesn't come out, I will leave. Nanny Shi heard this, a flash of astonishment in her eyes, then quickly rushed back. My lady, the Empress says she came on the Emperor's orders. Emperor's orders? Noble Princess Rong immediately stood up, tidied her attire, and then went out to greet Empress Xia. Seeing Empress Xia, noble Princess Rong did not salute, coldly asked, what orders from His Majesty did the Empress bring? Empress Xia, upon seeing noble Princess Rong, looked very stern. Noble Princess Rong, watch your attitude. Noble Princess Rong was not afraid of Empress Xia and replied unkindly. Empress, if you don't tell me the Emperor's orders, I'll personally find the Emperor. Empress Xia restrained her anger and said, Prince Dai has been married for 2 years and still has no offspring. The Emperor and I are very concerned. Noble Princess Rong listened. Her face immediately darkened. For Prince Dai without offspring, it's my negligence as the legitimate mother. I specially asked the Emperor for forgiveness. Empress Xia said, with a tone full of self-reproach. Although the Emperor didn't blame me, I indeed overlooked this matter. I remembered when I first entered the palace, my mother specially sought a statue of fertility guanyin for me. Her words were coldly interrupted by noble Princess Rong. It's unnecessary. This statue of fertility guanyin is very efficacious. I soon conceive the 7th prince. Noble Princess Rong interrupted Empress Xia once again. It's unnecessary. Twice interrupted, Empress Xia remained unangered, still with a smiling face. Noble Princess Rong, His Majesty wants me to send this fertility guanyin to Prince Dai and Princess Consort Dai. Are you sure you don't need it? Empress, isn't this your idea? Noble Princess Rong coldly said. My cousin wouldn't do this. The address cousin sounded somewhat grating to Empress Xia. The Emperor agreed. And I've already dispatched the imperial physician to Prince Mansion. Have them carefully diagnose Prince Dai and Princess Consort Dai, that if there's an issue, there's still time for treatment and care. Noble Princess Rong had just started to speak when Empress Xia interrupted her. Noble Princess Rong, I am relaying the Emperor's orders. Your repeated interruptions. Where's your etiquette? She reprimanded. Do you still acknowledge the Emperor? Stop using my cousin to suppress me. Noble Princess Rong defiantly glared at Empress Xia. Like mother, like son, your arrogance has corrupted Prince Dai, causing him to be accused of disrespect by the imperial censor. Empress Xia coldly sneered. Noble Princess Rong, you now even disregard the Emperor. Are you and Prince Dai plotting treason? Empress, stop slandering me. Noble Princess Rong suddenly laughed, very smugly. My cousin would never blame me. Empress Xia knew noble Princess Rong spoke the truth. The Emperor always favored noble Princess Rong, excessively indulgent towards her. The Emperor, due to his excessive favoritism towards noble Princess Consort Rong, was often criticized by the imperial censors. However, he did not take it to heart and continued to dote on her. Noble Princess Consort Rong was well aware of this, relying on the Emperor's favor. She didn't overstep her bounds excessively. The only exception was her lack of respect towards Empress Xia. When the late Empress was alive, noble Princess Consort Rong was also highly favored, but she dared not disrespect the late Empress, relying on the Emperor's affection. The Emperor held great respect for the late Empress. None of the concubines, including Princess Consort Rong, dared to be disrespectful towards the late Empress. The Emperor did not hold as much respect for Empress Xia, at least not as much as he did for the late Empress. Nonetheless, the proper courtesies were maintained. The disrespect towards Empress Xia was not because she was the subsequent Empress, but because of the Duke Mansion. Noble Princess Consort Rong understood the Emperor's stance towards Empress Xia and the Duke Mansion, which emboldened her to openly confront Empress X. As long as she didn't overdo it, the Emperor would turn a blind eye. I have already bestowed several beauties upon the Prince Dai Mansion, hoping they can bear offspring for Prince Dai, which would reassure His Majesty and myself. Empress Xia always believed that the reason noble Princess Consort Rong dared to act wantonly before her was due to the Emperor's doting. She always thought of noble Princess Consort Rong as a vixen, bewitching the Emperor to favor her consistently for 20 years. Noble Princess Consort Rong, it's not for me to say, but as Prince Dai's biological mother, you seem awfully indifferent regarding his offspring. Empress Xia looked at noble Princess Consort Rong with reproach in her eyes. Back then, the Crown Prince and Crown Princess Consort were married for 3 months, and the Crown Princess Consort was already pregnant. However, Prince Dai has been married to Princess Consort Dai for 2 years. Yet there is still no good news. Noble Princess Consort Rong looked coldly at Empress Xie. Has the Empress finished conveying the Emperor's decree? She rudely issued an order for her to leave. If you're done, you may leave. When dismissed by Noble Princess Consort Rong, Empress Xie did not get angry and maintained a gentle and dignified smile. If Prince Dai still cannot provide an heir for His Majesty, Noble Princess Consort Rong can come to me for help, and I can share the exclusive Xie family fertility secrets with you. Noble Princess Consort Rong pointed toward the main entrance of Yongxin Palace, her face sinisterly turning to Empress Xie. Get out. Noble Princess Consort Rong, you are too presumptuous. Before Jiang Xuan could finish speaking, her face was slapped forcefully by Noble Princess Consort Rong. Noble Princess Consort Rong. Empress Xie reprimanded. Noble Princess Consort Rong took the handkerchief handed by Jean Mei and carefully wiped her hands, then turned and returned to the main hall. She couldn't be bothered to spare Empress Xie another glance. Jean Mei politely said to Empress Xie, "Your Majesty, please." Empress Xie gave a sinister glare at Noble Princess Consort Rong, then raised her hand to sharply slap Jean Mei twice. Then, she supported Jiang Chuan's hand as they left Yongxin Palace. Before leaving, Empress Xie stopped and deliberately said aloud, "Next month is the anniversary of my sister's death. Noble Princess Consort Rong, don't forget to transcribe Buddhist scriptures in her memory." Upon hearing this just as she returned to the main hall, Noble Princess Consort Rong's expression instantly changed. Her previous hostility towards Empress Xie was immediately replaced by jealousy. Regarding the late Empress, Noble Princess Consort Rong was jealous. However, she didn't dare to hate. She knew well the late Empress's place in the Emperor's heart, and never dared to show her jealousy or resentment towards the late Empress in front of the Emperor. In truth, Noble Princess Consort Rong held a degree of admiration for the late Empress. Everything the late Empress did for the Emperor, she had witnessed. To be honest, she couldn't achieve what the late Empress did. When the late Empress was alive, not only did the late Emperor and Empress Dowager favor her, but even the ministers of civil and military authorities universally respected her. Even the common people hailed her as the virtuous Empress. Moreover, when the late Empress passed away, the Emperor halted court for 3 days. This was unprecedented in the previous dynasty and even the one before that. Noble Princess Consort Rong clearly knew if she were to pass away one day, the Emperor would never halt court for her. "Ma'am, Empress Xie." Jean Mei's face was swollen from the slap, attesting to Empress Xie's strength. Seeing Jean Mei's swollen face, Noble Princess Consort Rong comforted her. "Sorry for your trouble. Quickly apply some medicine." Whether in terms of characteristics or means, Empress Xie paled in comparison to the late Empress. Although an eldest daughter from a noble family, Empress Xie entirely lacked the grace expected of such a lineage, whereas the late Empress, though born of a concubine, displayed the demeanor of a mother of the nation. Jean Mei hurriedly complied and withdrew. She returned to Noble Princess Consort Rong's side momentarily later. Noticing Noble Princess Consort Rong's distracted look, she asked with concern, "Ma'am, what's troubling you? Do you think the cousin loves Xie Wan?" This had always been a thorn in Noble Princess Consort Rong's heart. She dared not ask the Emperor. She feared hearing from his mouth the answer she least wanted. "Ma'am, His Majesty only held respect for the late Empress, not love." Jean Mei said emphatically, "His Majesty loves you." Really? If cousin didn't love her, why would he halt court for 3 days for her? A woman like the late Empress not only attracted men, but also charmed other women. When she was ill, cousin stayed by her bedside, personally feeding her medicine. Cousin did many things for her, things he never did for me. In cousin's heart, she still holds great importance. "Ma'am, no one is more important than you," Jean Mei consoled. "Why compete with the deceased? She felt jealous, resentful. Though the late Empress was gone, the Emperor would no longer do such things for her, but the Emperor surely wouldn't forget the late Empress in his heart. "Ma'am, you are now His Majesty's most favored concubine." Jean Mei saw the vulnerability in Noble Princess Consort Rong's eyes and held her hands, comforting her. "Soon, you will become His Majesty's consort. To him, no one else matters as much as you." Jean Mei's words comforted Noble Princess Consort Rong greatly. She smiled slightly. "Every year, when her death anniversary approaches, my heart, ma'am, His Majesty dotes on you so much. Don't overthink it," Jean Mei urged. "If His Majesty knew you were having such thoughts and doubting his affection for you, he'd surely be angry." "You're right." Noble Princess Consort Rong took a deep breath to steady herself. "Starting tomorrow, I'll bathe and observe a vegetarian diet for 3 days." Despite her overwhelming jealousy towards the late empress, every year on her memorial day, noble princess consort Rong sincerely transcribed Buddhist scriptures herself, not letting anyone else assist. She understood that if she didn't wholeheartedly transcribe the scripture for the late empress, it would undoubtedly displease the emperor. Princess consort Da and others would also transcribe by hand, not daring to have someone else do it for them. Even though they loathed doing it, they had no choice lest they spurn the emperor's favor. Empress Xie returned to Zhao Yang Palace and instructed Jiang Chuan to handle certain matters. She was now impatiently awaiting her dear sister's memorial day to arrive at Wendy Hall. Zhao Yao was anxiously waiting for lessons to end. His eyes were fixed on the hourglass in front, waiting for it to empty, signaling midday. When the sand in the hourglass finished pouring, Zhao Yao's eyes suddenly brightened, and a wide smile spread across his small face. Mr. Xiao closed the book in his hand and left the classroom. Seeing Mr. Xiao had left, Zhao Yao jumped up, grabbed his book bag, and quickly said to the 8th prince and the 4th prince, "4th brother, 8th brother, I'm leaving first." With that, he disappeared in a gust of wind from their sight. The 8th prince and 4th prince didn't have time to speak to him before Zhao Yao's figure was gone. Tong, she saw Zhao Yao running out and hurried after him. "Your Highness, slow down, be careful not to fall." Zhao Yao ran for a while and then stopped, looked at Tong Shi, and asked, "How is Tong?" And he's quite obedient, showing no curiosity even toward the cats and dogs in the cold palace. Tong Shi had gone to visit Tong and in the cold palace, while Zhao Yao was studying in Wendy Hall. His body bore many injuries, with many places beaten until the skin was broken, yet he endured them without a word. "Your Highness, you wouldn't believe the state his body is in, covered with whip marks, not a single unscathed area." Tong Shi spoke with red eyes, saying in indignation, "The 3rd prince is truly heartless. Let him rest well for a few days, until his wounds heal, then we'll make arrangements." "Your Highness, fortunately, you anticipated that Tong An's injuries would cause a fever. Otherwise, he might have concealed it all along." Tong Shi mentioned. The servant applied medicine and gave him medication, but he's quite fortunate, soon recovering from the fever after the medicine, because he wants to live. "Your Highness," Tongan told the servant that the 3rd prince had always liked to abuse those attending him since childhood, killing many eunuchs and palace maids serving him. In the palace, the death of eunuchs and palace maids was of no concern to anyone. Most masters, if they died, nothing regrettable. The 3rd prince particularly likes whipping good-looking eunuchs and palace maids. Zhao Yao listened, frowning deeply, and said, "A beast in human guise, that's the 3rd brother." "Your Highness." Tong Shi was about to say something when Lai Yi, together with its siblings, flew over. Lai landed on Zhao Yao's shoulder, chirping and saying, "Yao Yao, Lai Qian and the others are coming back." "Lai Qian and the others are coming back, really?" It's been a while since Lai Qian and Lai Shi left the capital. Zhao Yao thought Lai Qian and the others would take at least a month to return, but he didn't expect them to be back so soon. It's true, Lai Qian and the others are already on their way back. Lai rubbed Zhao Yao's cheek with its little head and said, "Lai Qian asked a friend to tell me." Zhao Yao tilted his head and rubbed Lai's little head with his cheek. "That's great. Lai Qian and the others are finally coming back. It's strange, the matters in Yangzhou have been dragging on for several months, yet father and the ministers have shown no reaction. There's no news about Yangzhou in court either, as if everyone has forgotten about the rebellion in Yangzhou." Although his maternal grandfather and the others wrote to say they're fine and that there's nothing unusual in Yangzhou, he still feels there's something wrong with the rebellion, that he always feels that Yangzhou is only superficially calm, and that there might be hidden dangers beneath the surface. Moreover, the calmer the court's attitude, the more it suggests that there's a big problem in Yangzhou. His intuition tells him that there's a conspiracy in the Yangzhou rebellion, and it's not a small scheme either. Zhao Yao is not worried about the rebellion in Yangzhou, but is concerned about the safety of his maternal grandfather's family. If his maternal grandfather's family weren't in Yangzhou, he wouldn't be bothered with its affairs. They should arrive in a few days. When Lai Qian and the others return, I'll treat you all to a feast. Upon hearing about the feast, Lai immediately flapped its wings with joy. Yao Yao won't eat fruits, snacks, insects, and more. Since knowing Zhao Yao a glutton, these birds have also become gluttons. Every time they come to Zhao Yao, they would actively order what they want to eat. Zhao Yao is generous and usually satisfies them. "No problem." Zhao Yao looked at Lai, and a thought suddenly occurred to him, a sly smile appearing at his lips. "Lai, I have something I need your help with." "What is it?" Lai raised its right wing and gently patted Zhao Yao's cheek, saying boldly, "Whatever it is, I'll help you." Zhao Yao's eyes darted around, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one else was present. then asked Lai, "Do you know my third brother?" "We know all your brothers." Lai tilted its little head, thought for a moment, and said, "Your third brother is the one who likes to carry a fan, right?" "That's right, it's him." An insidious smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Yao's face. "Lai, in the next few days, whenever you see my third brother, poop on him, preferably all over his head." Tong Shi, following behind, was first shocked with his mouth agape, then felt his prince was really clever. Lai thought it was something significant, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter. "No problem. Leave it to us. My third brother is not a good person. Once you poop all over him, he'll surely be very angry and might even order someone to catch you, or he might order someone to shoot arrows at you. With his third brother's temperament, he would really do something like that. After pooping, quickly fly away and hide in the cold palace, so his people won't find you." "All right," Lai asked, "Yao Yao, has your third brother bullied you?" "He hasn't bullied me, but he bullies my people," Zhao Yao said in a low voice to Lai. "My third brother isn't a good person. He enjoys beating people." Lai exclaimed, "Then he really is a bad person. Don't worry. We'll help you teach him a lesson." Zhao Yao cupped Lai in his hands and kissed its little head. "Lai, you're really too good." Lai was very pleased by the kiss, raising its little head to gently peck at Zhao Yao's chin with its tiny beak. "Yao Yao, you're good too." It suddenly remembered something. "Yao Yao, do you really want to see that nasty third brother of yours suffer?" "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to poop on his head." Lai mimicked Zhao Yao's earlier sly smile. "Then I'll call the crows over." "Sure. I haven't seen Lai Wu and the others in a long time." Mentioning Lai Wu and the others, Zhao Yao puffed his cheeks unhappily. "They never visit me in the palace." "Yao Yao, the crows actually want to see you and want to play with you, but they are afraid they'll bring you bad luck, so they don't dare to visit." "I've already said I don't mind, and I don't believe crows bring bad luck," Zhao Yao said earnestly. "In many places, crows represent good luck. Besides, Lai Wu and the others haven't brought me any bad luck." Over a year ago, Zhao Yao saved and injured Lai Wu. Since then, he and Lai Wu became friends. However, Lai Wu felt being a crow would bring bad luck to people, so it didn't dare to approach Zhao Yao easily. In fact, Lai Wu would secretly visit the palace to see Zhao Yao every once in a while, but it hid and didn't let Zhao Yao notice. "I'll talk to them and bring them to deal with your third brother. Then I'll trouble you." Lai feigned arrogance and said, "I don't help for free. You'll have to give me good food. Then I'll give you plenty of apples and snacks. Then I'll go find the crows now." Lai, being an impetuous character, flew off immediately after speaking, gathering its brothers to find Lai Wu and the others. Zhao Yao waved at Lai and the others. "Be careful. He has many bird friends. They are very kind and often fly into the palace to visit him, sharing things they've seen and heard. They often help him gather information. Yes, they fly outside frequently. He worries about them being caught or shot. Previously, Lai Qian and Lai had both been injured. If not for meeting him, they might not have survived. Zhao Yao frequently tells Lai and the others to fly higher during weekdays so they won't get hurt. If they're hungry, they can come directly to the palace to find him." "Your Highness, are you really asking the sparrows?" Zhao Yao interrupted Tong Shi, correcting him. "It's Lai and the others." "All right, it's Lai and the others. You're really asking them to poop on the third prince's head?" "That's right." Zhao Yao thought his idea was simply brilliant. It's to help Tong and vent his frustration. The third prince will definitely be super mad. Tong Shi imagined the third prince being pooped on by a bunch of sparrows and found it amusing. "I've heard that if you're pooped on by a bird or get bird poop on you, it brings bad luck. Is there really such a saying?" Zhao Yao replied with a mischievous smile. "Then it's a win-win." "Your Highness is wise," Tong Shi said, then suddenly realized something, quickly asking, "Your Highness, can Lai and the others understand what you're saying?" Zhao Yao gave Tong Shi a sideways glance and said, exasperated, "Of course they can understand. Otherwise, what were we just talking about?" "Tong Shi, Your Highness, weren't you just talking to yourself?" Whenever he saw Zhao Yao talking to the sparrows or to Lai Fu and the others, Tong Shi felt Zhao Yao was talking to himself. "Do you think Lai and the others are as dumb as you?" Zhao Yao glanced disparagingly at Tong Shi. "Everything has a spirit. Lai and the others can understand human speech." Tong Shi thought to himself, "Is that so?" Seeing Tong Shi's disbelief, Zhao Yao couldn't be bothered to explain further. "Let's go. Hurry back to eat. I'm starving." "Your Highness, slow down. Be careful not to fall." Tong Shi hurried to catch up. Zhao Yao hopped and skipped back to Cunny Hall. Lai Fu and Lai Kai, along with Lai Yun, came out to greet him. Lai Fu and Lai Kai jumped straight in his arms. Lai Yun flew directly onto his shoulder. "Yao Yao, there's beef. Lots of beef." Lai Yun said excitedly, flapping its wings. Lai Fu also said, This morning, Mr. Sun sent some beef and other things. Lai Kai rubbed his face as it spoke. The maid prepared the beef in the small kitchen. We could smell it. It was delicious. Really? Zhao Yao was full of surprise and delight. Really? Yao Yao, we also want to eat beef. No problem. I'll feed you later. Zhao Yao picked up Lai Kai, leading Lai Fu, and with Lai Yun perched on his shoulder, running inside. Mother, I want to eat beef. Zhao Yao ran to Liang Jiaoyi, forgetting to greet her, and quickly asked, Mother, why did Mr. Sun send us beef? It was a reward from your father. Liang Jiaoyi smiled and said, Your father saw you eating beef last night and asked the imperial kitchen to give you all the leftover beef. A reward from father? Zhao Yao was filled with disbelief. Would father really be so kind? Father wouldn't have put some drug in the beef, would he? If he eats it, he'll get diarrhea, or perhaps father has some scheme in mind. Liang Jiaoyi knew that Zhao Yao loved eating beef and hot pot, so she directly had the small kitchen prepare a beef hot pot. Zhao Yao sat at the dining table, staring intently at the beef hot pot in front of him, hesitating to pick up his chopsticks. Liang Jiaoyi and Yumarin saw Zhao Yao looking cautiously at the beef hot pot and asked with a smile and curiosity, Yao Yao, this is your favorite beef hot pot. Why aren't you eating? The fifth princess also found it strange. Yao Yao, you keep clamoring to eat beef every day. Now that father has gifted you so much beef, why aren't you eating it? Pan Chiron saw that Zhao Yao hadn't touched the beef and hesitated to pick up her chopsticks as well. She asked in surprise, Yao Yao, is something wrong with this beef? Zhao Yao puffed his cheeks and said, I think father doesn't have good intentions. Before he could finish his sentence, his little ear was pinched by his mother, the consort. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mother, spare me. Zhao Yao quickly begged for mercy. The emperor saw that you like beef and gifted it to you. How can you say such things? Zhao Yao rubbed his ear, sore from Liang Jiaoyi's pinch, and pouted. Why would father suddenly be so kind? He had often been teased by his father. In the past, when father saw I liked certain foods, he deliberately wouldn't let me have pastries and would eat them in front of me, saying a child eating too many pastries would spoil their teeth. There was another time I wanted an apple, and father deliberately had someone take it away. And another time, I liked drinking the sweet soup mother made, but when father came, he snatched it away and said kids shouldn't drink sweet soup. Also, every time father came to Cunny Hall, he would snatch my food that I liked, chicken legs, and he would deliberately snatch them from me. Every time Zhao Yao thought about the emperor snatching his food, his little face would puff up like a puffer fish, his eyes would turn red with anger, and his little expression would be very aggrieved. I like egg custard, and father snatched my egg custard away, finishing it entirely without leaving me a crumb. The more Zhao Yao spoke, the angrier he became. Whatever I like to eat, father takes away. How could he possibly be kind enough to give me beef? What kind of father specifically snatches what his son likes to eat? What kind of father loves bullying his son so much? He knew his father liked to tease him. The angrier he was, the happier his father became. Every time father came to Cunny Hall, he told himself not to fall for father's tricks, not to get angry, or father would tease and bully him even more. Yet every time, father would make him angry, then sit nearby laughing very happily and loudly. Listening to Zhao Yao's complaints, Yumarin and Pan Chiron were taken aback. Unable to believe the emperor was like this, Liang Jiaoyi was well aware of the emperor's nature and how he liked to tease Zhao Yao for fun. Father must have put something in the beef, then made me have diarrhea. Zhao Yao was scared of being teased by the emperor and couldn't believe he would kindly bestow him beef. Liang Jiaoyi reached out to stroke Zhao Yao's little cheek, gently saying, Your father wouldn't poison you to give you diarrhea. It's not like father hasn't tampered with my food before. He put coptis in my sweet soup before, almost making me bitter to death. Once, father came to Cundy Hall, very kindly brought him a bowl of sweet soup. Tea that moment. Zhao Yao thought father was genuinely kind-hearted, but he never imagined father had put coptis in the sweet soup. He had never tasted something so bitter. Remembering this, a bitter taste rose in Zhao Yao's mouth, and his face scrunched up. Father must have put coptis in the beef. Yumarin and Pan Chiron were speechless, not expecting the emperor to be so wicked. Liang Jiaoyi picked up chopsticks, took a piece of beef from the pot, and started eating it. Then she told Zhao Yao, Not bitter, there's no coptis. Mother, you'd better not eat it either. Zhao Yao still didn't let his guard down. Even if father didn't put coptis in the beef, he might have added another drug, like making my stomach rumble constantly, or making me constantly fart. Father wasn't beyond doing such things. The fifth princess listened in shock. She couldn't believe the imposing emperor in her heart could be so bad. Yumarin and Pan Chiron were hearing such things for the first time. and their faces were full of disbelief. Sister, did the emperor really? Second consort, third consort. I'm not lying to you. Father is really this bad. Father just loved bullying him, taking pleasure in it. Third brother liked abusing people, enjoyed whipping people, and that was inherited from father. Moreover, when I'm asleep at night, father will pinch my nose and wake me up. Yu Meirin and the other two were momentarily at a loss for how to react. Zhao Yao angrily stated, "Father's mischievous deeds are innumerable." Liang Jiaoyi was amused by Zhao Yao's words, pinched his little cheek, and teased him. "You even know the phrase innumerable? Mother, am I wrong? Your father is just playing with you." Regarding the issue of the emperor loving to tease Zhao Yao, Liang Jiaoyi was also helpless. She had previously advised the emperor to stop bullying Zhao Yao, and the emperor responded, "Sons are meant to be played with by their fathers," and he said Zhao Yao was fun. The emperor loved seeing Zhao Yao's angry appearance. With his eyes round and angry, his face flushed, and his expressions very fierce, but daring not to do anything. He often said Zhao Yao's angry appearance resembled an angry young wolf cub. "It's not just playing, it's bullying me." The more Zhao Yao spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. "Mother, you always take father's side. Mother promises you there's nothing wrong with the beef." Liang Jiaoyi gently reassured him, "If anything's wrong with the beef, Mother will seek justice for you." "Really?" Zhao Yao asked, somewhat unbelieving. "Really, Mother wouldn't lie to you." Liang Jiaoyi picked up a piece of cooked beef and placed it in Zhao Yao's bowl. "Mother assures you, the beef is delicious." Zhao Yao was half convinced. Ultimately, he couldn't resist the allure of the beef and decided to reluctantly trust Liang Jiaoyi's words. He picked up the beef and began eating cautiously. After eating a couple of bites, his eyes immediately sparkled. "Delicious. So what if father put some strange drug in the beef? He'd still want to eat it, because the beef hot pot was truly delicious." Liang Jiaoyi picked up a few more pieces of beef and put them in Zhao Yao's bowl. "Eat more." After saying this, she turned her head to Yu Meirin and the others. "You all eat too. Second consort, third consort, fifth sister, the beef hot pot is absolutely delicious. Hurry and eat." Yu Meirin and the others looked at Zhao Yao. Amused, he had just been angrily saying the beef had problems and couldn't be eaten, but now he was eating happily. Liang Jiaoyi laughed. "The beef really doesn't have any problems. Eat without worry." Upon hearing this from Liang Jiaoyi, Yu Meirin and the others no longer hesitated, picking up the beef and eating it. "Delicious. This beef tastes great in the hot pot." "Yes, incredibly delicious," Zhao Yao said proudly. "I told you beef is the best meat in the world, and you didn't believe me, but now you agree, right? Of course, our Yao Yao knows how to eat best." Liang Jiaoyi noticed Zhao Yao only eating beef and no other vegetables. Feeling helpless, she picked up some spinach and brought it to Zhao Yao's mouth. "Eat your veggies." Upon seeing the spinach, Zhao Yao immediately furrowed his small eyebrows, showing an expression of disgust. "If you don't eat vegetables, you can't eat beef." This child Yao Yao loves meat and dislikes vegetables. It's hard to say who he inherited that from. Zhao Yao pouted and reluctantly opened his mouth to eat the spinach. Soon enough, Zhao Yao and the others finished all the beef in the pot. The beef hot pot was not only delicious, but also very appetizing, making Liang Jiaoyi and the others inadvertently eat too much. After finishing lunch, they all felt stuffed. Liang Jiaoyi worried that Zhao Yao would have stomach issues in the afternoon, so she quickly gave him a digestion pill and then rubbed his little belly. "You weren't saying the beef might be tampered with by your father." Liang Jiaoyi pinched her son's little nose, amused yet helpless. "Yet you ate the most." "Can't help it. The beef was too delicious." Zhao Yao laughed cheerfully. "I couldn't resist the temptation of beef." Yu Meirin laughed. "This beef hot pot really tastes great. No wonder Yao Yao loves it so much." "Thanks to Yao Yao, we all got to enjoy such delicious beef today," Pan Chiron said. "Unfortunately, to eat beef again, we'll have to wait for the Dragon Boat Festival." Liang Jiaoyi patted Zhao Yao's little butt. "You just finished eating and are already thinking about the Dragon Boat Festival. That's how life remains hopeful. Since you've eaten the beef, remember to go thank your father," Liang Jiaoyi instructed. "After your studies this afternoon, go thank your father. If I don't have a stomach ache after my studies, then I'll thank father." Although he had eaten the beef, he still suspected his father might have done something behind the scenes in the afternoon. There's no need to go to Winnie Hall for lessons. Zhao Yao can take it in tea the time of 4:15 noon. He was promptly awakened by Lai Fu and Lai Kai licking him. Just waking up, Zhao Yao was groggy and obediently let Liang Jiaoyi wash his face. After washing his face, he finally became clear-headed. Liang Jiaoyi then instructed, "After your music lessons, remember to thank your father." "I know." Zhao Yao waved at Liang Zhaoyi. Mother, I'm leaving. Be careful on the road. Lai Fu and the others escorted Zhao Yao to the entrance of Cunny Hall. Tong, she was already waiting at the door for Zhao Yao. Your Highness, Tong and hasn't had a fever again. At noon, Tong, she went to the cold palace to see Tong, and although Tong and still looks pale, his spirits are better than in the morning. That's good. Zhao Yao then asked, how are Lai Lu and the others doing in their training? Training is going very well. Tong Lu said Lai Lu and the others can find things by scent. Tong, she said, Your Highness, you can go have a look after class. Is that so? Then the training is going smoothly. Just as Zhao Yao was talking with Tong, Lai, he came flying over with his group of brothers. Yao Yao, we are here. Zhao Yao hurriedly asked, did you do it? Not yet. I just flew back from outside. Lai Yi perched on Zhao Yao's shoulder. I spent a long time looking for the crows. Where are Lai Wu and the others? Zhao Yao looked around but didn't see Lai Wu and the others. The crow said it couldn't see you and ran off to find your third brother. Lai Yi said angrily, I told it that you don't mind it and wouldn't think it brings bad luck, but it just wouldn't listen. Lai Yi had never seen such a stubborn crow like Lai Wu. It was truly infuriating. Zhao Yao, hearing this, lowered his head in disappointment. Lai Wu and the others probably don't like me. That's why they don't want to see me. Yao Yao, Lippy. Lai lifted one wing and gently patted Zhao Yao's little face. We like you. We'll play with you. We're going to Changqing Palace later for music lessons. You could drop bird poop on the third brother's head there. Making the third brother embarrass himself in public would be fun. Okay, I'll go and tell the crows to hold off for now. Lai said and flew towards Changqing Palace. Places Zhao Yao frequents, this group of birds knows well. Previously, Zhao Yao would always tell them where each place was when he visited. The birds were very smart and remembered it after hearing it a few times. The crows were waiting at the martial arts arena. Zhao Yao and the others often came to the martial arts arena in the afternoon to learn horse riding and archery. Frequently watched by Lai Wu and its group. Lai found Lai Wu in a tree by the wall of the martial arts arena. When it saw Lai Wu, it angrily pecked Lai Wu's head, making its feathers stand on end. Even though Lai Wu was much bigger, it obediently let Lai Yi peck at it. Stupid crow, you didn't go see Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao is very sad and said you don't like him. Lai Wu hurriedly said, when did I ever not like him? You didn't go see him, so he thought you didn't like him and didn't want to see him. Lai Yi, with wings akimbo, angrily scolded Lai Wu. Yao Yao almost cried just now. Lai Wu panicked. I like Yao Yao the most. Then tell him to his face. I can't see Yao Yao. I will bring bad luck to him that I can't harm Yao Yao. Humans say they crows aren't good birds and are unlucky, bringing misfortune that IT doesn't want to bring bad luck to Zhao Yao by being close. Yao Yao said you're his good friends and wouldn't bring him misfortune. Lai Yi continued. Yao Yao also said we birds are just birds. There's no such thing as auspicious or inauspicious birds. It's humans who define us based on their preferences. Yao Yao said not everything humans say is right. There's no need for us birds to listen. Lai Wu asked, is that so? Yao Yao said we birds like to eat insects, so to farmers, we're good birds. Lai Yi lifted its wing and patted Lai Wu's head. You crows eat insects too, so you are good birds. Lai Wu hesitantly said, we're good birds too? Of course good birds. Lai Yi added, Yao Yao asked us to go to Changqing Palace to deal with the third prince, you, and I should fly over quickly. Okay, I'll go with you. Lai Wu and its group of crow brothers followed Lai Yi and its group, flying to Changqing Palace. Changqing Palace was right next to Winnie Hall. It was the palace specifically for placing musical instruments and where the princes learned to play. Usually, the palace's musicians also practiced here. Lai Yi and Lai Wu had already flown to Changqing Palace, perching on the palace wall at the entrance. Zhao Yao hadn't arrived yet, and they called out to him from afar. Yao Yao, we're here. Seeing the group of crows standing on the palace wall, Zhao Yao's eyes lit up, and he ran over cheerfully. Standing below the wall, he looked up at Lai Wu and the others, full of joy. Lai Wu, you finally came to see me. I thought you all didn't want me anymore. Lai Wu anxiously said, Yao Yao, we did not want you, nor do we dislike you. Its brothers quickly echoed, Yao Yao, we like you the most. You are our best friend. Zhao Yao put his small hands on his waist, pouting discontentedly. Then why don't you come to see me or play with me? I've been waiting for you, that if you don't come to see me, I'll cry, really cry. He said, putting on a face that looked about to cry. Lai Wu and the others couldn't bear to see Zhao Yao cry. They hurriedly said, Yao Yao, don't cry. We will often come to see you and play with you in the future. You better keep your word. Zhao Yao said, if you lie to me, I'll be very sad. We will keep our word. Zhao Yao held out his hands to Lai Wu. Lai Wu, come here, let me hold you. Lai Wu hesitated for a moment, then flew down from the wall to land on Zhao Yao's shoulder. Zhao Yao held Lai Wu in his arms, rubbing his head against Lai Wu's little head, while stroking the feathers on Lai Wu's back. Lai Wu wasn't entirely black. Some of the feathers on its wings were dark green. The tip of his tail also had dark green feathers. Its feathers were very smooth, glittering under the sunlight. Extremely beautiful. Lai Wu rubbed its head against Zhao Yao's small face, then gently pecked Zhao Yao's earlobe. The other crows saw the intimate scene between Zhao Yao and Lai Wu and couldn't help but fly onto Zhao Yao. Two mischievous little crows flew straight to Zhao Yao's head, gently pecking at his hair and messing it up. Lai saw this, flew over, and kicked the two little crows off. Tong, she stood to the side, dumbfounded at Zhao Yao being surrounded by sparrows and crows. His Highness really charms sparrows and magpies, but he even charms crows. Crows aren't exactly good birds, but His Highness didn't mind at all and got along with them that I in the entire world. Probably only His Highness would dare be close to crows. Luckily, the other princes hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, seeing His Highness getting close to crows, they'd surely think he was crazy. A short while later, voices were heard approaching from afar. Tong, she stepped forward and reminded Zhao Yao, "Your Highness, the other princes are coming." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao released Lai Wu and the others. Lai Wu and the others knew other people didn't like them and didn't want to see them, but if they did see them, they'd definitely drive them away. They flew to the trees beside the palace wall, hiding among the leaves. Lai Yi and its group remained on the wall, awaiting the arrival of the third prince. It's the 8th prince and Yu Hai who arrived. 8th brother, what did you eat at Crown Prince Brother's place for lunch? The 8th prince flicked Zhao Yao's forehead with a finger. Not as good as what you had for lunch. 8th brother, you know I had beef for lunch. Didn't Father grant all the leftover beef from last night to you? Gifts like these aren't easy to keep secret. Soon as son Kuei delivered the items to Cunny Hall, the whole harem knew Cunny Hall received a reward. 8th brother, why would Father suddenly gift me beef? Zhao Yao tugged on the 8th prince's arm and whispered, "What do you think Father is up to? Father saw that you like to eat beef, so that's why he rewarded you with beef." The 8th prince, hearing Zhao Yao say this, felt a bit sorry for him. Don't overthink it, your father's son. Occasionally rewarding you with your favorite foods isn't unusual. Although his 10th brother wasn't book-smart, he was well-behaved and simple-minded, very endearing. It wasn't clear why Father didn't favor him. "All right, I won't think about it too much," Zhao Yao said with a smile. "I hope Father will reward me more of my favorite foods in the future." The 8th prince poked Zhao Yao's dimpleless right cheek, little glutton. Just then, the 4th prince arrived, and the smile on the 8th prince's face instantly disappeared. The 8th prince didn't want to stay with the 4th prince. After greeting him, he led the way into Chongqing Palace. Zhao Yao asked the 4th prince the same question, whether he ate anything good for lunch. The 4th prince also teased, saying he didn't have beef for lunch. Zhao Yao generously offered to give the 4th prince some of his beef. Seeing Zhao Yao willing to give away his favorite beef, the 4th prince smiled slightly and said he didn't like beef, urging Zhao Yao to keep it for himself. "Let's go in." Following the 4th prince through the gates of Chongqing Palace, Zhao Yao ran to a tree beside the palace wall, peeking out sneakily. The 4th prince looked at him confusedly. "10th brother, why are you hiding behind the tree?" Zhao Yao beckoned to the 4th prince. "4th brother, come here and hide." The 4th prince walked over, standing behind Zhao Yao. "10th brother, what are you doing?" "4th brother, just hide, you'll see later." Watching Zhao Yao's whole demeanor oozing with mischief, the 4th prince guessed he was up to no good. Feeling uneasy about Zhao Yao's antics, he complied and hid behind the tree as instructed. A moment later, he heard the voices of the 3rd and 5th princes approaching. Zhao Yao's eyes sparkled. "4th brother, the show is about to start." Lai Yi and Lai Wu are familiar with the 3rd prince. As the 3rd prince walked through the large gates of Chongqing Palace, Lai Yi led its sparrow brothers and flew towards the 3rd prince. Zhao Yao stared intently at the 3rd prince, his tone somewhat excited as he said to the 4th prince, "4th brother, watch closely." The 4th prince, not understanding what he was meant to see, could only follow Zhao Yao and gaze at the 3rd prince in the distance. Lai Yi and its group of sparrows divided into several waves, flying over the 3rd prince's head in batches. While flying towards the 3rd prince, Lai Yi shouted to its brothers, "Brothers, get all you've got later. Let's cover the 3rd prince's head with our droppings." "No problem." Lai Yi first led 5 sparrows over the 3rd prince's head. As they flew by, they defecated on his head, face, nose, and neck. The 3rd prince was chatting and laughing with the 5th prince, playfully waving a folding fan in his hand, completely unaware of Lai Yi and its companions. When he felt something cold drip onto his face, he thought it was rain, wiped it with his hand, and then discovered it was bird droppings, his expression immediately darkening. just as he was about to start cursing, he felt something cold drip onto his neck again. The fifth and sixth princes saw a blob of bird droppings appear on the third prince's face, tried to warn him, but then saw another blob land on his nose. After the 5 sparrows finished, the second batch followed. Bird droppings rained down on the third prince's head and body like droplets. The fifth and sixth princes, standing beside him, were unlucky enough to be affected too, with droppings landing on their heads, faces, and bodies. Some sparrow aimed particularly well, landing right on the third prince's mouth. The third prince, with a mouthful of bird droppings, spat it out in disgust and then roared angrily, "I want to kill these beasts." The fifth and sixth princes, smelling the bird droppings on themselves, looked disgusted and quickly distanced themselves from the third prince, shouting, "Democrat Minnesota, these beasts, kill them all." After dropping on the third prince, Lai Yi and its gang swiftly flew towards the direction of the Cold Palace. Next were Lai Wu and its group, cawing as they flew towards the third prince. A dozen crows swooped in together, creating a rather frightening scene. The third prince, fifth prince, and the eunuchs around them were all startled. Lai Wu and its companions pecked at the third prince's face and head, instantly marring his beautiful as a flower face. As the third prince yelled and flapped at the crows with his hands, "Someone kill them!" After pecking his face, Lai Wu and its gang defecated on the third prince, covering his head, face, neck, and body. While the third prince and his party were still reeling, Lai Wu and its flock flew toward the Cold Palace. Hiding behind a tree, Zhao Yao watched the scene unfold, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. The fourth prince stood by, dumbfounded by what had just occurred. Originally suave and charming, the third prince was now covered in bird droppings. His cleanliness compulsion was unbearable. He bent over and started to retch. Although the fifth and sixth princes had distanced themselves from the third prince, they too were affected. While not as drenched as the third prince, they had bird droppings splattered all over them. The eunuchs around the third prince, like the fourth prince, were stunned into silence, taking a long time to recover their senses. Zhao Yao looked back at the fourth prince, excitedly asking, "Fourth brother, wasn't that quite a show?" The fourth prince, upon hearing this, lowered his head and stared at the gloating Zhao Yao, shocked. "10th brother, this." Zhao Yao put his finger to his lips, making a gesture for silence. "Shoo, fourth brother, before third brother and the others find out. Let's quickly leave." With that, he took the fourth prince's hand and slipped away from behind the tree. The eighth prince, who was entering Qin Hall, heard the third and fifth princes yelling in the courtyard and rushed out to see what was going on, only to witness the scene of the third prince and his party covered in sparrow and crow droppings. He was completely stunned, having never seen anything like this before. Zhao Yao, pulling the fourth prince into Qin Hall, noticed the eighth prince still staring at the third prince and reached out to pull him as well. "Eighth brother, stop looking, otherwise third brother and the others might vent their anger on you later." The eighth prince, being dragged into Qin Hall by Zhao Yao, still hadn't come to terms with what had happened. The fourth prince had already gathered his senses, staring at Zhao Yao in amazement. "10th brother, what just happened?" He seemed to know those sparrows and crows would poop on the third prince and his brothers. "Fourth brother, it was just as you saw." Zhao Yao grinned mischievously. "Wasn't it splendid? Wasn't it amazing?" It was also his first time seeing so many birds simultaneously poop on one person. It was quite a spectacle. The eighth prince, hearing the conversation between the fourth prince and Zhao Yao, snapped out of his shock and stared at Zhao Yao in surprise. "10th brother, was it you?" Zhao Yao quickly waved his hands. "It wasn't me, I'm not a bird." The fourth prince gave Zhao Yao a deep look, asking, "10th brother, how did you know?" Zhao Yao blinked his eyes, looking innocent and perplexed as he said, "I didn't know, I don't know anything." With that, he quickly sat down in his seat and plucked at the zither strings. The fourth and eighth princes cast inquisitive gazes at Zhao Yao. Outside Qin Hall was in chaos. The third and fifth princes cursed as they left Changqing Palace. Before leaving, they instructed their attendants to find those sparrows and crows and capture them. They wanted to skin them alive. The Master Qin learned of the third prince's misfortune and was uneasy, worrying he might be blamed. He hurriedly suggested Zhao Yao and the others go home, canceling the day's zither lesson. Zhao Yao didn't expect asking Lai Yi and the others to help prank the third prince would have this benefit. Although he didn't mind learning the zither, he preferred not attending class. "Fourth brother, eighth brother, why are you dragging me?" The fourth and eighth princes pulled Zhao Yao out of Changqing Palace and took him to the peach grove nearby. There was a peach grove near Changqing Palace, left from the previous dynasty. Every spring, this peach grove became the most beautiful scenery in the whole imperial palace. The eighth prince asked Yu Hai to stand guard at the entrance to prevent others from entering. Fourth brother, eighth brother, what do you want to do? Zhao Yao leaned against a peach tree, raised his hands to his chest, with a face of feigned fear and unease. What exactly happened earlier? How did you know? Zhao Yao earnestly lied. I guessed. The fourth prince, astounded, said guessed. Fourth brother, eighth brother, don't you know little birds hold grudges? Third brother bullied those birds before. Zhao Yao's mind turned quickly, and he instantly came up with a reason. Of course, those birds wanted revenge. When I first arrived at Changqing Palace, I saw those birds standing on the palace walls. The fourth prince asked, how do you know the birds at Changqing Palace were the ones third brother bullied before? I know them, Zhao Yao said with pride and confidence. Fourth brother, I've told you before, I know every cat and dog, even the birds in the palace. Those birds often fly to Kundi Hall, and I've fed them. This was the truth. He recognized every animal in the imperial palace, whether it flew in the sky, ran on the ground, or swam in water, and even named them. The fourth and eighth princes knew Zhao Yao was popular among animals. They had seen sparrows perch on Zhao Yao's shoulder, and Zhao Yao chatting animatedly with the sparrow. Hearing him now dissolved their doubt. All sparrows and crows look the same. How can you tell them apart? Tenth brother. They don't look the same at all. Zhao Yao eagerly explained to the eighth prince and the others. Let me tell you, each bird has unique markings and features. For example, some sparrows have a small tuft of white feathers on their head. Some have a small white dot near their eyes. Some have black feathers around their neck. The fourth and eighth princes were amazed at what they heard, not expecting Zhao Yao to be so observant. Not only do the sparrows look different, but their personalities are unique too. For example, Lai Qian is lively and mischievous, much like a child who loves to play. Lai Yi is more mature and steady than Lai Qian. It looks after its brothers like an elder brother. Actually, they're just like people, but they don't speak human language. That on the way to Qinhuang Hall, the fourth prince held Zhao Yao's hand and reminded him, tenth brother, animals are not very clean, but be careful when you're close to them. Many cats, dogs, and birds carry diseases, and the fourth prince was worried that Zhao Yao would get too close to them and catch something. Fourth brother, I understand. Zhao Yao knew in his heart that the fourth prince was only reminding him out of concern about getting close to the animals. Third brother and fifth brother were teased by your bird friends. They will definitely not spare your bird friends. You should let your bird friends stay away from the imperial palace for a while. The fourth prince knew that Zhao Yao loved small animals and always treated them kindly. He remembered a year ago, when a ninth prince injured a cat with a stone, and when the tenth prince saw it, he was so angry he started a fight with the ninth prince. It was the first time he had seen the tenth prince fight. Afterward, the tenth prince cried very sadly while holding the injured cat. The fourth prince saw Zhao Yao getting close to those birds and thought that if those birds were caught by the third prince and the others, Zhao Yao would definitely be very sad. Zhao Yao nodded and said, I've already told them to stay far away from the imperial palace. Thinking of the third prince's angry and twisted expression just now, Zhao Yao thought that this was probably the true face of the third prince. Fourth brother. I find the third brother a bit scary. The fourth prince thought Zhao Yao had been scared by the third prince's angry outburst, so he gently comforted him, stay away from third brother and the others in the future. As for the third and fifth princes, the fourth prince did not like them. Fourth brother, you should also stay away from them. Fourth brother is so good. He didn't want fourth brother to be bullied by the third brother and others in the future. The fourth prince nodded lightly. Okay, we'll stay away from them together. Zhao Yao shook the fourth prince's hand gently. The fourth prince cooperated with him and shook hands together. A moment later, the brothers arrived at the entrance of the imperial study. The fourth prince let go of Zhao Yao's hand and gently patted him on the back. Go see father. Zhao Yao took a few steps, then saw that the fourth prince hadn't followed, so he walked back. Fourth brother, aren't you going in with me? I have nothing to discuss with father. You can go in alone to thank him. Earlier, Zhao Yao was afraid to come alone to the imperial study to thank the emperor, so the fourth prince accompanied him here. Fourth brother, I'm afraid to go in alone. Zhao Yao was scared to face the emperor by himself, fearing being bullied by him. Fourth brother, come with me. If you're there, father won't bully me, he said as he tugged on the fourth prince's sleeve and acted coyly. If father finds out you only dare to see him with me, he'll think you're cowardly and punish you again. The fourth prince, like the eighth prince, felt sorry that Zhao Yao was not favored. Now that Zhao Yao had a chance to be alone with the emperor, the fourth prince naturally didn't want to interrupt. You're going to thank father. He won't bully you. Fourth brother, can't you really go in with me? Zhao Yao looked at the fourth prince pitifully. The fourth prince lightly patted Zhao Yao's shoulder. I have other matters, so I won't go in with you. After speaking, he turned and left. Zhao Yao couldn't believe that the fourth prince left so cold-heartedly. His eyes widened in shock. Fourth brother. The fourth prince didn't look back. Zhao Yao stared incredulously at the retreating back of the fourth prince and said, "Fourth brother just left like that?" At this moment, son Daodu approached, respectfully saluting Zhao Yao. Servant greets the 10th prince. "Little Mr. Sun, is father in the imperial study?" Zhao Yao asked. "Is father busy?" Sun Daodu was Sun Kuei's disciple. In the palace, people referred to Sun Kuei as Mr. Sun and called him Little Mr. Sunday. His Majesty was just resting. "I'll help you inform him now." "Thank you." "You're welcome, Your Highness," Sun Daodu said compliantly. "Your Highness, please wait at the door." Zhao Yao nodded obediently and stood at the entrance waiting. Just then, Lingnan flew out of the imperial study, passing right in front of Sun Daodu, startling him and causing him to almost fall backward. Seeing Lingnan fly toward Zhao Yao, Sun Daodu worried Zhao Yao might get injured by Lingnan and was preparing to help, only to witness the usually fierce Lingnan being cuddled obediently by the 10th prince. Lingnan rubbed its head against Zhao Yao's little face, softly cooing, sounding as if it was acting coquettishly. Sun Daodu gaped, unable to believe that the revered Lingnan was being held so tamely. Was this sea eagle constantly nuzzling the 10th prince's face really Lingnan? Could he be mistaken? Sun Daodu blinked and opened his eyes again, still seeing the reverent Lingnan snuggling against the 10th prince's face. Zhao Yao held Lai Fu for a while before complaining that Lai Fu felt heavy. "Lai Fu, have you gotten fat again? I can't hold you anymore." Lingnan refused to admit it was gaining weight. "It's because you haven't held me lately that I feel heavy. If you held me every day, I wouldn't feel heavy." "Is that so?" Zhao Yao, with sore arms, crouched down and placed Lingnan back on the ground. "I can't hold you anymore. Better stay on the ground." Lingnan, being put down, appeared slightly displeased, pecking lightly at Zhao Yao's leg. Sun Daodu was dumbfounded watching Zhao Yao's interaction with Lingnan and momentarily forgot to inform the emperor. It wasn't until Zhao Yao gave him a glance that he came back to his senses and hurried into the imperial study. He had just bowed and was preparing to report that Zhao Yao was seeking an audience when he heard the emperor say, "Let him in." "Huh?" Sun Daodu was momentarily taken aback, and after a while he came to his senses, then stepped out of the imperial study. "Your Highness, the emperor invites you in." "Okay." Lingnan followed obediently at Zhao Yao's feet, entering the imperial study with him. Sun Daodu on the side watched in shock as Lingnan followed Zhao Yao, crying out internally, "Is this really Lingnan the Great? Could it be some strange thing pretending?" As Zhao Yao crossed the threshold, Lingnan skillfully jumped over it, then continued to waddle along at Zhao Yao's side. Sun Kuei saw from a distance how Lingnan stuck closely to Zhao Yao's feet like a little puppy, also stood in stunned amazement. The emperor, however, remained very calm. When Lingnan flew out of the imperial study earlier, the emperor already knew it meant Zhao Yao had arrived. "This son greets father." Zhao Yao obediently bowed to the emperor. "Rise." "Thank you, father." The emperor crossed his hands under his chin and looked at Zhao Yao with interest. "What brings the 10th prince to my imperial study today?" Zhao Yao. Father was being sarcastic again. "East wind," Zhao Yao said, puffing his cheeks. Hearing Zhao Yao's response, Sun Kuei almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The 10th prince was really amusing. No wonder his majesty liked to tease him. The emperor was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Yao to answer that way. Why the east wind? The little 10th always had astonishing things to say. "Because purple air comes from the east," Zhao Yao said earnestly. "Father, since you are the emperor, shouldn't it be the east wind?" "Huh?" The emperor was amused by Zhao Yao's words. Zhao Yao thought, "What's so funny about that?" "Father, this son is here to thank you for the beef you gifted me." The emperor waved Zhao Yao over. "Come here." Zhao Yao's heart skipped a beat, and he reluctantly walked up to the emperor. As soon as he approached, the emperor pinched his small face hard. He just knew it. The emperor pinched his little son's face, shaking it vigorously. Zhao Yao's fair little face immediately turned red from the pinching. "Ouch. Father always pinched his face so hard." Zhao Yao, unable to bear the pain, glared angrily at the emperor. "Father, that hurts." His face wasn't dough. Upon hearing this, the emperor didn't let go, but instead started rubbing Zhao Yao's small face. Zhao Yao's little face was kneaded into various shapes. He felt as if a layer of skin was being rubbed off his face. He tried to pull the emperor's hand away with no success. Frustrated, he resorted to grabbing the emperor's face. But instead of the face, he caught the emperor's mouth and beard. The emperor's beard was too short for Zhao Yao to get a good grip on, so he had to retaliate by pulling the emperor's lips hard. Sun Ke was astonished, watching the emperor and his son pinch and pull at each other's faces, wondering what on earth they were doing. Zhao Yao's fingers reached into the emperor's mouth, and the emperor mischievously bit down, making him cry out in pain. Angry, he pulled the emperor's lower lip very hard, stretching it a lot. The emperor, feeling some pain from the pulling, pinched Zhao Yao's nose. Zhao Yao's nose suddenly couldn't breathe, forcing him to open his mouth wide to breathe. Ouch, father! It hurts! His nose felt like it was being pulled off. Father was truly despicable. He knew father would bully him. The emperor, pinching Zhao Yao's nose, still deliberately moved it side to side. Seeing that the emperor wasn't letting go, Zhao Yao started crying in frustration. Sun Ke, watching, felt a pang just seeing the emperor finally release his grip. Noticing his youngest son shedding golden beans, the emperor let go, then poked Zhao Yao's forehead with some disdain. "What are you crying for?" Zhao Yao angrily shouted. It hurts a lot, boo-hoo." Crying very aggrievedly, "Father, you're bullying me, boo-hoo." His nose hurt so much, his face ached. It was only then that the emperor noticed how his youngest son's nose and face had turned red from his handling. He reached out to wipe Zhao Yao's tears away. His hand was rough, callous from years of battle. When he wiped, he didn't control his strength, making Zhao Yao's tender little face hurt even more. "What are you crying for? Can't tolerate this little pain. How could I have such a delicate son?" Clearly, father hurt him, and yet he blamed Zhao Yao for being fragile. Zhao Yao was furious, retorting, "How could I have such a mean father?" Zhao Yao cried harder and harder. "Father is bullying me." The emperor was a bit panicked, wiping Zhao Yao's tears while awkwardly coaxing him. "I'm just playing with you." Sun Ke saw the emperor wiping Zhao Yao's tears, and Zhao's little face turning redder. Feeling it was unbearable, he quickly went to get a handkerchief. "Your Majesty, use a handkerchief." The emperor took the yellow handkerchief handed by Sun Ke, made of top-grade silk, which didn't hurt the face when used. "You're a man, you shouldn't cry." Zhao Yao sobbed. "I'm not a man, I'm a child, and children can cry." He glared at the emperor accusingly. "It's your fault, father, for hurting me. Why can't I cry? It's clearly all your fault, and you're blaming me." Zhao Yao looked aggrieved. "Father, you're too mean." All right, father shouldn't have hurt you." The emperor gently coaxed. "No more crying, okay?" "No," Zhao Yao said loudly. "I want to go back to mother consort." The emperor picked up his youngest son and let Zhao Yao sit on his lap, deliberately threatening him. "If you cry again, I'll make you copy the Analects." Before he could finish, Zhao Yao let out a loud wail and cried even harder. Clearly, it was father's fault. Why did father want to punish him by making him copy the Analects? The emperor was now completely at a loss and looked to Sun Ke for help. Sun Ke reacted quickly and went out to instruct Sun Dudu to bring some snacks. The emperor hurriedly coaxed, "Father is just scaring you that I won't make you copy the Analects." This didn't stop Zhao Yao's crying, "Wah wah wah." At this moment, Sun Ke came in carrying a plate of snacks. "Your Highness, the servant brought you your favorite snacks. Please try them." He picked up a piece of pastry and handed it to the emperor. The emperor took the snack and brought it to Zhao Yao's mouth. "This is your favorite date pastry." Zhao Yao turned his head away, unwilling to eat. The emperor, seeing this, directly fed the pastry into Zhao Yao's mouth. "Your Majesty." Sun Ke was about to stop him, but the emperor already stuffed the pastry into Zhao Yao's mouth that he looked worried, fearing Zhao Yao might choke. The emperor was still somewhat measured and didn't stuff the whole piece of pastry into Zhao Yao's mouth, but only a small portion in his anger. Zhao Yao didn't want to eat the date pastry and was about to spit it out when he heard his father say, "If you spit it out, you won't be allowed to eat date pastries anymore." He added, "You won't be allowed to eat any snacks in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao forgot to cry, his eyes wide open. "If you eat the date pastry now, you can still eat snacks later." The emperor threatened, "Will you eat it or not?" Sun Ke, "Oh my, your Majesty, is this how you coax a child?" This threat was very effective on Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao glared fiercely at the emperor and then resolutely swallowed the pastry in his mouth. He chewed very hard, as if biting someone. After Zhao Yao finished eating, the emperor stuffed another piece of date pastry into his mouth. Zhao Yao choked, coughing violently. The emperor hurriedly grabbed the teacup from the imperial table to feed Zhao Yao water. Zhao Yao drank several sips of tea before stopping his cough. "Keep eating." The emperor pointed to a plate of snacks on the imperial table. "This plate of snacks is all yours." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and instructed Sun Ke, "Go prepare a bowl of sugar water." As soon as he heard the words, sugar water, Zhao Yao's eyes lit up instantly. Then he thought of something and looked cautiously at the emperor. "Father, You're not going to put coptis root in the sugar water again, are you? Not this time. However, if you cry again, I'll have someone put coptis root in it. Zhao Yao. Why does he have such a wicked father? Sun Kuei, Your Majesty, it's one thing for you to tease the ministers with your mischief, but why are you teasing the 10th prince? Putting coptis root in his sugar water. Is that something a normal father would do? Will you cry or not? Zhao Yao wanted to cry, but didn't dare. If he cried, not only would there be no snacks to eat, but he'd also have to drink sugar water with coptis root. I won't cry. That's a good boy. The emperor turned and said to Sun Kuei, go bring the sugar water. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, Sun Kuei returned with freshly made sugar water. The emperor took the sugar water but didn't immediately give it to his youngest son. He tasted it first. Seeing that the sugar water was a bit hot, he scooped it with a spoon and blew on it. When the sugar water had cooled a bit, he fed it to Zhao Yao. The sweetness of the sugar water brought a happy smile to Zhao Yao's little face. Seeing his youngest son's eyes turn into crescents after drinking the sugar water, the emperor chuckled. Is sugar water really that good? Yes, it's sweet. Zhao Yao loved eating sweet things. As soon as he ate something sweet, he would become happy. If you eat too many sweets, bugs will grow in your teeth, and they'll ruin your teeth. Then aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid of bugs. When you lose your teeth, don't cry. Zhao Yao retorted defiantly. I won't cry. The emperor teased. Who was crying just now, a puppy? If you hadn't pinched me, father, I wouldn't have cried. Zhao Yao said angrily. Father, you're the culprit. Oh, not bad. You even know what a culprit is. The emperor laughed. It seems you've been studying well lately. At the mention of studying, Zhao Yao couldn't help but feel nervous, looking at the emperor with wary eyes. Father, you're not going to make me copy books again, are you? I asked you to copy the Analects 100 times before. Have you finished? The emperor deliberately put on a stern face. If you haven't finished, I'll make you copy it another 100 times. Almost done. Luckily, he had the parrot to help him copy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to finish it himself. If unfinished, he'd have to copy another 100 times, and he'd never finish. I will check. The emperor feigned severity. If you fool me, I won't let you off lightly. Zhao Yao felt a bit guilty, unknowingly showing a scared expression. The emperor saw it and quickly put away his serious expression, continuing to feed Zhao Yao sugar water. After drinking the sugar water, Zhao Yao continued to eat date pastries. Watching his youngest son hold the pastry with both hands, eating little by little with his head down, the emperor's heart felt a warm softness. Beside him, Sun Kuei also looked at Zhao Yao with a loving gaze. The 10th prince is truly adorable. A plate of snacks was quickly finished by Zhao Yao. Burp. Zhao Yao burped. Are you full? Actually, I can eat another plate of snacks. When it comes to snacks, he can never get full. No more. You can't eat anymore. Zhao Yao pouted unhappily and muttered softly, stingy. All right, I accept your gratitude. Now leave. The emperor let Zhao Yao go, reaching out to pat his little son's bottom. Zhao Yao obediently saluted the emperor. Your son takes his leave. After saying that, he made a funny face at the emperor and stuck out his tongue. Then he quickly ran out of the imperial study, seeing Zhao Yao leave. Lingnan glanced at the emperor. The emperor nodded at it. Go on. Lingnan hurriedly flew out to chase after Zhao Yao. Your Majesty, did you really put coptis root in the 10th prince's sugar water? Sun Kuei hadn't heard of this before. It was his first time hearing about it. This little rascal loves sweets. Besides eating snacks every day, he loves to drink sugar water, especially before bed. That I was afraid he'd ruin his teeth, so I deliberately put coptis root in his sugar water. The emperor chuckled gently. Since drinking the coptis root sugar water, he's never dared to drink sugar water before bed. Sun Kuei, ordinary people wouldn't think of putting coptis root in sugar water. I'm doing it for his own good, but this little rascal bears a grudge. The emperor shook his head helplessly, smiling indulgently. He's nothing like me, but a bit like my elder brother, Prince Yong. When the former emperor ascended the throne, he posthumously conferred his late eldest son as Prince Yong. The term Yong perfectly describes the emperor's elder brother. Yes, my brother also loved sweets, but he thought eating sweets wasn't manly. That he always ate them secretly. Recalling the amusing things from the past, the emperor's face showed a nostalgic expression. When I was young, I didn't like eating snacks, but my brother, in order to eat them, would deliberately tell father and mother that I wanted to eat. Using you as a scapegoat? Yes, he'd go out to buy snacks, clearly buying them for himself, but he'd tell the shopkeeper it was for his little brother, making everyone think I loved snacks. I didn't expect Prince Yong had this side to him. He thought snacks were delicious and forced me to eat them. The emperor laughed. My brother loved to share the things he liked to eat with me. That if he found something delicious outside, he'd bring it back for me. When my brother passed away, he had a roast chicken in his arms, saying he wanted to bring it back for me to eat. Your Majesty, Prince Yong really cared for you. I was the youngest brother. My brothers and sisters all spoiled me. Unfortunately, they're no longer here. The emperor said, Little Ten's left dimple is just like my brother's. When he was young, he loved to poke his brother's right cheek, hoping to poke out another dimple for him. Nephews generally resemble their uncles, just like nephews resemble their uncles on their mother's side. My brother wasn't as mischievous as Little Ten when he was a child. Sun Kuei exclaimed, Haven't you always said the 10th prince is silly? The emperor smiled meaningfully and said, He's not silly at all. After Zhao Yao made a funny face at the emperor, he dashed out as if fleeing for his life, running a great distance without stopping. The 4th prince saw Zhao Yao running out and was just about to call out to him, but Zhao Yao swept past him like the wind. Wei Mian, seeing Zhao Yao run as fast as a rabbit, asked in astonishment, Your Highness, what's going on with the 10th Highness? The 4th prince shook his head lightly and said, Let's catch up to him. Despite his small stature, Zhao Yao was quite fast when he ran. The 4th prince and Wei Mian took some time before they caught up to him. Seeing the suddenly appearing 4th prince, Zhao Yao asked in surprise, 4th brother, what are you doing here? Weren't you going back to Xingda Palace? Wei Mian explained for the 4th prince, 10th Highness, our Highness was worried about you, so he didn't go back and waited for you to come out. Zhao Yao exclaimed in shock. So, 4th brother, you've been waiting for me for nearly an hour. Have you been crying? The 4th prince, being attentive, noticed Zhao Yao's eyes were red, as if he had been crying. He also noticed that Zhao Yao's nose and face were a bit red. Did father bully you? Zhao Yao nodded heavily. He did bully me, 4th brother. You don't know how bad father is. Then Zhao Yao pitifully complained about what the emperor had just done to him to the 4th prince. 4th brother, don't you think father went too far? The 4th prince. He really didn't expect his father to be so mean. 4th brother, I asked you to go in with me, but you didn't, which got me bullied by father again. Zhao Yao pointed at his own face and nose. Look, father pinched my face and nose so hard. It hurts a lot. The 4th prince reached out to gently touch Zhao Yao's red little face and self-reproached. It's all 4th brother's fault. I should have gone in with you. With you there, 4th brother, father wouldn't bully me. Everyone thinks father's favorite son is the 2nd brother. But actually, Zhao Yao thinks father's most beloved son is the 4th brother. He just didn't show it as openly. Come to my place, I'll put some ointment on you. The 4th prince couldn't help but blame the emperor in his heart, wondering if his father couldn't control his strength. 10 brother's skin is tender, and a slight pinch can cause redness. 4th brother, I'm afraid of running into 3rd brother and the others and getting their anger transferred onto me, so I won't go to Xingda Palace with you. Zhao Yao estimated that the 3rd brother and the others were probably angry at this moment. 4th brother, be careful not to run into 3rd brother and the others when you go back to Xingda Palace. Okay, I'll be careful. Make sure to be safe on your way back. 4th brother, I'm off then. With that, Zhao Yao started running with Tongxi again. Seeing Zhao Yao bouncing away, Wei Mian commented with a smile, Your Highness, the 10th Highness sure is full of energy. He suddenly paused because he saw the sea eagle who was usually beside the emperor flying over Zhao Yao's head. The 4th prince naturally noticed this too. Your Highness, isn't that Lingnan? Wei Mian asked in shock. Why is it following the 10th Highness? Could it be that it wants to harm him? Wei Mian looked worried, urging, Your Highness, let's hurry and save the 10th Highness. Lingnan won't harm my 10th brother. Your Highness, Lingnan is a bird of prey. Lingnan is very close to 10th brother. It won't hurt him. As soon as the 4th prince finished speaking, Lingnan descended from the sky a short distance away and started walking beside Zhao Yao. After a few steps, it nudged Zhao Yao's leg. Wei Mian was ready to rush forward to drive away Lingnan, but saw Zhao Yao crouch down to pick up Lingnan, who nudged his little face with its head. With a mix of helplessness and affection, Zhao Yao said, I've told you I can't hold you anymore, but you still want me to hold you, that I'll just hold you for a little while. Okay. Lingnan responded by rubbing its head against Zhao Yao's chin. Hugging Lingnan, Zhao Yao said, Laifu, you're a bird of prey. Why do you keep acting spoiled and want me to hold you? It tarnishes your reputation. Standing at a distance, Wei Mian couldn't hear what Zhao Yao was saying, but he could see Lingnan constantly nuzzling Zhao Yao's face. Your Highness, is that really the Emperor's sea eagle? Surely it wasn't Lingnan. It is Lingnan, the 4th prince chuckled lightly. Lingnan and Laihu both like 10th brother a lot. They enjoy being close to him. Animals are very sensitive to people's goodwill and hostility. They can sense whether a person is good or bad. The fact that these animals like 10th brother shows he is a pure-hearted and kind person. The 10th Highness is innocent and adorable. Who wouldn't like him? Wei Mian liked Zhao Yao very much, but was also very worried about him. Fortunately, there was the 4th prince. Let's head back. Yes, your highness. Inside Kundi Hall, Liang Zhaoyi was waiting for Zhao Yao to return. Upon seeing her, Zhao Yao immediately complained, accusing the emperor of bullying him. After listening to him, Liang Zhaoyi was filled with helplessness. When your father comes to Kundi Hall, I will help you get justice. Mother, do you really mean it? I really mean it. Knowing that his mother wasn't very favored, Zhao Yao shook his head and said, Mother, let's forget it. With a father like this, he could only count himself unlucky. Liang Zhaoyi didn't say much about this matter and changed the topic. What happened with the 3rd prince and the others? Did you let Lai Yi do it? Mother, congratulations, you guessed it right. Liang Zhaoyi reached out and tapped Zhao Yao's forehead. Aren't you afraid the 3rd prince and the others might harm Lai Yi and the others? I've sent Lai Yi and the others to the Cold Palace. For the next few days, I instructed them not to come to the Imperial Palace looking for me again, Zhao Yao said. Mother, I have to take a trip to the Cold Palace to check on them. Go ahead. In the secret base of the Cold Palace, the cats and dogs were diligently training. Tongan sat nearby, sunbathing while watching the cat and dog training. Lai Lu and the others stopped immediately upon hearing Zhao Yao's voice, rushing to the doorway. Tongan noticed the cats and dogs suddenly stop, and then one by one running very obediently to the door. They all lifted their little heads and wagged their tails joyfully. Look, what's gotten into them? Tongan couldn't help but ask, curious and confused. The prince is here, Tong Lu said from behind the cats and dogs. Hearing this, Tongan quickly stood up and walked to Tong Li's side. Shortly thereafter, the door to the secret base was pushed open from the outside, and Zhao Yao came into view for the cats and dogs. Lai Lu and the others stood up and wagged their tails with enthusiasm. They didn't rush forward but waited until Zhao Yao approached before surrounding him. Zhao Yao sat on the ground, embracing the cats and dogs with affection. The cats and dogs were constantly licking his face or hands. Seeing Zhao Yao surrounded by the cats and dogs, Tonga momentarily forgot to perform any ritual greetings. For the past 2 days, while he stayed in the Cold Palace with these cats and dogs, they were quite indifferent to him and never came near. Zhao Yao first asked with concern if Lai Lu and the others had been injured during training. Learning that they were mostly unscathed, he was relieved. Then, he inquired about their training progress. Lai Lu and the others proudly told Zhao Yao that they were doing very well, already able to smoothly pass all obstacles and getting faster each time. Hearing this, Zhao Yao gave them big affectionate kisses. Lai Yi, seeing Zhao Yao had arrived, perched on his shoulder and boasted, Yao Yao, did we do a good job? You did wonderfully. I heard 3rd brother and the others are still taking baths. In the secret base, cats and dogs don't fight, and the cats don't eat small birds. Therefore, it's safe for Lai Yi and the others to come to the secret base. We helped you get a good vent of anger. You did, but for the time being, don't come to the Imperial Palace anymore. 3rd brother and the others have already ordered people to catch sparrows and crows. By the way, tell the other birds not to come to the Imperial Palace recently. If they get caught by 3rd brother's people, it's over. All right, we won't come to the Imperial Palace for now. If Lai Qian and the others return, come to find me at night, said Zhao Yao. At night, 3rd brother's people won't discover you. Okay, Tong, she brought apples and pastries for you. Hurry up and go eat, Zhao Yao said. And seeing Lai Wu and the others perched in the trees, he beckoned to them. Lai Wu, come down and eat. Lai Wu hesitated for a moment before finally flying down onto Zhao Yao's shoulder, gently nuzzling Zhao Yao's little face. Yao Yao, I forgot to tell you something. Zhao Yao asked, what is it? Lai Wu said, a flock of our relatives flew from the south to find us. They said there's going to be a big flood in the south this year. Lai Wu and the others have a special ability to predict the weather. Heart tightening, Zhao Yao's expression grew serious. A big flood in the south. Is it true? It should be true. Otherwise, they wouldn't have flown all the way to the capital to find us. When is the flood happening soon? No, it's in the summer. Thoughtfully, Zhao Yao said, if it's in the summer, there's still time for precautions. He definitely needed to write a letter to inform his granduncle about this, so they could prepare early. Lai Wu, thank you for telling me this. The 3rd prince and 5th prince scrubbed themselves raw until they were sure they didn't smell like bird droppings, but they still felt unclean. Catch them for me. Catch every single one. Leave none behind, the 3rd prince said, his face dark and his presence exuding a menacing aura. I want to skin them alive. Chao Yi bowed cautiously and said, this servant has already sent people to catch them. Rest assured, not one will escape. Chao Yi was the 3rd prince's close eunuch, well aware of the 3rd prince's temperament. This time, the 3rd prince, covered in bird droppings by sparrows and crows, had lost both face and dignity, and he was not going to let it go easily. Please calm yourself, Your Highness. The third prince suddenly thought of something, his face growing even more sinister. Has Hua Qing been found? At the mention of Hua Qing, Chao Yi's body tensed immediately. He braced himself and said, replying to Your Highness, he has not been found. With a bang, the third prince grabbed the teacup beside him and smashed it onto the floor in front of Chao Yi. The shard splattered onto Chao Yi's face, cutting it. Chao Yi immediately knelt down, his body trembling slightly as he begged for forgiveness. Your Highness, please forgive me. Can't even find a person, useless. At this moment, the third prince's expression was sinister and twisted, entirely unlike his usual upright and kind appearance. The servants have secretly searched all the palaces and asked many people. All said they haven't seen Hua Qing. Did he vanish into thin air? The third prince mocked. Your Highness, this servant suspects Hua Qing is no longer alive. Chao Yi voiced his suspicion. No longer alive. This servant guesses Hua Qing may have thrown himself into a well. Chao Yi said, Hua Qing had sought death before. Moreover, a person can't just disappear from the imperial palace like that. There's only one possibility, that he's no longer alive. The third prince thought Chao Yi's words made some sense, that he raised an eyebrow and said, alive, I want to see him. Dead, I need to see his corpse. Even if he knowingly jumped into a well, I still need to see his body. Rest assured, Your Highness, I've already sent people to search all the wells in the palace. We should be able to find Hua Qing's body soon. Seeing the third prince's expression easing a bit, Chao Yi secretly sighed in relief. The third prince nodded slightly, then raised his hand toward Chao Yi. Chao Yi quickly got up. Thank Your Highness. He looked at the third prince, showing hesitation. The third prince, seeing his hesitant look, said with displeasure, speak without reservation. Chao Yi quietly reminded. Your Highness, starting tomorrow, you need to bathe and fast to copy the Buddhist scriptures for the late empress. You haven't forgotten, have you? The third prince had indeed forgotten, he replied with some impatience. I know. Chao Yi hesitated for a moment, then braced himself to say, Your Highness, during the late empress's memorial period, it's best if you avoid hitting anyone again. Otherwise, if the emperor finds out, he will certainly punish you. The third prince stared at Chao Yi with a menacing glare, causing Chao Yi's legs to go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Your Highness, it's not that this servant is being nosy, but Chao Yi broke into a cold sweat under the third prince's gaze. The emperor deeply respected the late empress, and any incident during her memorial period would definitely incur his wrath. The third prince withdrew his sharp gaze and said with visible discontent, I'm not so foolish as to anger father at this time. Upon hearing this, Chao Yi hurriedly slapped himself. This servant was out of line. The third prince waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. Anything else? Your Highness, last year on the late empress's memorial day, the fifth prince presented a Sharaputra to the emperor, greatly pleasing him. This year, it is likely the fifth prince has found something valuable again. The sixth prince probably has as well. Though fearing the third prince, Chao Yi was very loyal and considerate towards him. You are to leave the palace and start your own household next year. If you win the emperor's favor before then, perhaps he will grant you a good piece of land. His words pleased the third prince, resonating with him. You're right that I should prepare for my ennoblement next year. Your Highness, Jiangnan has been prosperous and rich in talent and beauty since ancient times. Chao Yi added, although Yangzhou is currently in rebellion, by next year, the rebellion should be quelled. Why not go to Yangzhou? The third prince's previously gloomy eyes instantly gleamed with excitement upon hearing this. Yangzhou is a good place, he said, standing up enthusiastically. I'm going to find Mother Concubine to help me secure Yangzhou. With that, he hurried off to Fuyang Palace. Just as he walked out of Xingda Palace, he saw Sun Kuei's apprentice, Sun Dadu, approaching. Upon seeing the third prince, Sun Dadu immediately wore a smile and approached, bowing to the third prince. This servant greets Your Highness. Towards Sun Dadu, the third prince was somewhat courteous. Please rise, young Mr. Sunday. Thank you, Your Highness. Is father looking for me? Your Highness, the emperor wants you to go to the imperial study. The third prince asked, is there something father wants to discuss? This servant does not know. The third prince knew he wouldn't get a straight answer from Sun Dadu, so he stopped asking about it, and instead engaged Sun Dadu in casual conversation. Sun Dadu answered the third prince's questions with a deferential smile, slightly bowing as he did. The third prince was courteous to Sun Kuei and his apprentice not to curry favor, but because he knew better than to try to win over those who serve by the emperor's side. For fear of angering the emperor, he was courteous because they served the emperor. Not only the third prince, but others in the palace and even ministers treated them with respect, not daring to offend lightly. After a short while, the third prince and Sun Doudou arrived at the imperial study. Sun Doudou said, "Your Highness, please go directly in." Before leaving, the third prince gave Zhao Yi a meaningful glance, and Zhao Yi understood as soon as the third prince entered the imperial study. Zhao Yi took a money pouch from his bosom and handed it to Sun Doudou. Sun Doudou initially declined twice, but, unable to resist Zhao Yi's insistence, eventually accepted it. Zhao Yi did not inquire about the matters inside the imperial study, but instead chatted about trivial topics. Inside the imperial study, the third prince respectfully saluted the emperor. Despite his sinister demeanor earlier in Xingda Palace, he was as cautious as Zhao Yi in the presence of the emperor. All the princes felt awe when facing the emperor. Moreover, the third prince had once been severely punished by the emperor, which increased his fear. "Why did you order people to catch birds?" the emperor asked. "To eat them." Though the emperor's tone seemed calm, it sent chills down the third prince's spine that he quickly knelt. "It's not to eat them, but..." Thinking of the previous incident at Changqing Palace, the third prince looked embarrassed. "I was covered in bird droppings and couldn't stand it. So you wanted to kill them out of spite?" The emperor's tone suddenly turned cold. "What day is it tomorrow?" The third prince instantly remembered he was supposed to bathe and fast to copy the Buddhist scriptures for the late empress the next day. Killing birds before copying scriptures was taboo. His face turned pale, eyes filled with panic. "Father, I know my mistake. I was so enraged by the birds that I lost my head. Please forgive me, Father." He couldn't believe he forgot something so important. In a cold voice, the emperor said, "Get out. I take my leave." The third prince hurriedly got up and left. Standing by the door of the imperial study, Zhao Yi saw the third prince come out looking terrified, and his heart sank. Did his highness get scolded by the emperor? The third prince dared not linger at the entrance of the imperial study. Quickly leaving, Zhao Yi hurriedly followed. Walking for a while, the third prince suddenly stopped and kicked Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi knelt on the ground. "Calm down, your highness. Why didn't you stop me from catching and killing the birds earlier? Don't you know we can't shed blood during the late empress's memorial period?" Zhao Yi felt wronged. He had hinted at it, but the third prince didn't pick up on it. Besides, he dared not say it out loud when the third prince was angry. This servant failed in his duties. "Please punish me, your highness." The third prince knew it wasn't Zhao Yi's fault for not reminding him, but he could only vent his anger on Zhao Yi. "Have him stop immediately. No more bird catching. This servant will do as ordered." The third prince did not return to Xingda Palace, but went to Fuyang Palace to find his mother consort, concubine Shud, in the imperial study. Sun Kuei sneaked a glance at the emperor. Seeing the emperor still looked upset, assumed he was still angry with the third prince. He hesitated briefly, deciding not to plead for the third prince. Just over an hour ago, the emperor was playfully interacting with the 10th prince. Yet an hour later, he was sternly reprimanding the third prince. The contrast was stark indeed. In Fuyang Palace, the noble consort angrily pointed at the third prince's nose and scolded, "Are you unaware that your father values the late empress's memorial day? Have you forgotten that we copy Buddhist scripture for the late empress at this time every year? During the late empress's memorial period, everyone is cautious not to anger the emperor, yet you dare to order the capture and killing of birds. Are you out of your mind?" The third prince weakly defended himself. "Wasn't I just so angry that I forgot about it? Such an important matter, and you can forget it. Was your brain eaten by a dog?" At this moment, the noble consort had lost all her usual grace and composure. "In a few months, you'll be leaving the palace to be titled a prince. And yet, just before the late empress's memorial day, you capture and kill birds. Are you seeking to be exiled to the frontier by your father and never return to the capital?" The third prince was frightened by the noble consort's words and quickly shook his head, saying, "Of course I don't want that. Luckily, the emperor called you to scold you. If someone else had reported you to the emperor, it wouldn't just have been a scolding." The noble consort, with a stern face, said seriously, "I've always told you, before you reach adulthood and are titled, behave yourself, don't do anything outrageous to anger the emperor. But look at you, the year just started, and you almost caused a mess. How do you expect the emperor to bestow you with a good fief like this?" The third prince remained silent under the reprimand. "Do you still want Yangzhou? With your current behavior, I'm afraid you won't even get that small place, Qingzhou." Although the noble consort was also annoyed by the late empress's memorial day, she never dared to show it. The second princess brought a cup of hot tea to the noble consort and sweetly smiled at her. "Mother, have some tea to calm your anger." The noble consort accepted the teacup, took a few sips, and felt her anger subside a bit. "Brother, what did you do to make those birds drop on you?" The second princess's words were cut off by the noble consort. "Do not speak so crudely." "Yes, mother." The second princess stuck out her tongue. "Brother, what exactly did you do?" The third prince, looking aggrieved, said, "I didn't do anything." "If you didn't do anything, why are the sparrows and crows bullying you? You must have done something to provoke them, and they're taking revenge on you." The second princess's guess was spot on. "Why would I bother with those birds when I have nothing better to do?" The third prince felt unlucky. The second princess mocked. "It must be because you're dressed too flamboyantly." The third prince liked to wear bright-colored clothes, dressing himself like a peacock, extremely eye-catching. "Brother, you should tone down your dressing style in the future." The third prince glared at the second princess. "What do you know?" He believed his good looks allowed him to wear vibrant clothes. Ordinary people couldn't pull off wearing such vivid colors. "I think you want to be picked on again." The second princess teased knowingly. "Are you really my sister?" "Enough." The noble consort interrupted the siblings' conversation and, solemnly advising the third prince, "From tonight, behave yourself, and don't eat meat for dinner." The third prince obediently agreed. "Yes. During the period of copying Buddhist scriptures, just focus on that and don't do anything else." The noble consort was aware of her son's nature and knew he preferred whipping people. If your actions during the late empress's memorial period were known to the emperor, you know what consequences you would face. "Don't worry, mother. I won't do anything else." Although the third prince was violent by nature, he wasn't foolish. The emperor has many sons. Losing one of you changes nothing. The noble consort was clear that the third prince held no significant weight in the emperor's heart. "Mother, what do you mean by that? What does it mean to lose one changes nothing?" "It means having you as a son is no loss to the emperor," the noble consort replied coldly. "But without your princely title, you are nothing." The second princess was also shocked by the noble consort's words. "Mother, would father really be so heartless?" The noble consort sneered. "If you don't believe it, you can try." The third prince and second princess. They didn't dare try. The noble consort glanced at her son and daughter and sighed. "I've always told you that for the emperor, state affairs come first, while concubines and princes and princesses are less important." She continued, "The emperor is first an emperor, then your father. Understand?" The third prince and second princess understood and nodded profusely. "Understood. All right, it's getting late. You should return to Shinga Palace." Although the third prince had not yet reached adulthood, he was old enough not to linger in the harem. "Your son takes his leave." The noble consort, still uneasy, reminded once more, "Behave yourself." "Yes." The noble consort waved his hand, indicating the third prince to leave. "Mother, if father's aware of the things brother has done, would he really disown him? After all, brother only beat some eunuchs and palace maids, not commoners. Your brother beating one or two wouldn't be a problem, but he has beaten to death over 20 or 30 eunuchs and palace maids. If the emperor knew, he would certainly be furious." The noble consort had some understanding of the emperor's temper. Even if the emperor doesn't depose your brother from his princely title, he would still be imprisoned in the Zongjing temple. "Fortunately, we've kept it hidden well. Father won't find out." The noble consort nodded slightly. "Your brother will leave the palace next year, and if he acts out then, it won't be easily discovered." In her eyes, there was nothing wrong with her son's penchant since the lives of eunuchs and palace maids didn't count as real lives. They stopped discussing the third prince's issues and shifted the topic to the late empress's memorial day. The noble consort instructed people to bring out plain-colored clothes, and from the next day on, their clothes shouldn't be too vivid. In Kundi Hall, Zhao Yao was writing a letter to his second uncle. In the letter, he informed him of the impending flood in Jiangnan during the summer and advised him to write to their grandfather, cautioning him. After finishing the letter, Zhao Yao asked Lai Fu to deliver it to Liang Run. Upon receiving the letter, Liang Run was very surprised and couldn't understand how Zhao Yao got such information. However, events Zhao Yao mentioned always turn out to be true, so he dared not doubt it. "Master Lingnan, please wait a bit while I write a reply to Yao Yao." Liang Run knew Lingyun's status and dared not be disrespectful. Lingyun, standing haughtily on the table, glanced at Liang Run and nodded slightly. Liang Run briefly summarized the recent events, carefully tied the letter to Lingyun's leg, and off he went after pecking Liang Run's head. Every time Liang Run requested Lingyun's help to send letters back to Zhao Yao, he would always receive a peck. After Lingyun flew back to Kundi Hall, Zhao Yao quickly retrieved the letter. Of course, before reading it, He generously rewarded Lingnan. In the letter, Liang Run mentioned that Ding Yuan improved a lot and that he was very studious, dedicating time daily to reading and writing. Uncle Zhang had been training Xiao Niu very well. Additionally, he planned to buy some land in the countryside outside the capital to build a house to shelter orphans without parents. Liang Run noted he had his eyes on a few villages, the place being quite far from the capital, making the land cheap. After reading, Zhao Yao handed it to Liang Zhaoyi. Second uncle wants to buy land. After reading, Liang Zhaoyi nodded and said, this land can be bought. They should buy a large piece. Zhao Yao hadn't previously considered buying land, but now hearing Liang Run's plan to buy, an idea immediately formed in his mind. Then we can build a farm, raise some cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. Also buy some fields so it looks like a normal manor. Liang Zhaoyi laughed. That's a good idea, but I'm afraid your second uncle might not have enough money to buy fields. Then, mother, you can give second uncle some money. Zhao Yao knew his mother had a lot of money. Let your second uncle go to the bank to withdraw. Liang Zhaoyi, when entering the capital, brought several chests of money, leaving some in the largest bank in the capital. Your second uncle might find it not so easy to buy fields. Why not? It's easy to buy wasteland and barren mountains, but fields are not so easy. Liang Zhaoyi explained. Fields and villages are recorded. Buying them requires the local magistrate's consent. Some magistrates who are incorruptible are easy to deal with, but others aren't as easy to talk to. Zhao Yao understood. You need to give money. Even if money is given and fields are bought, there's always a risk of having them reclaimed. Liang Zhaoyi considered it and said, this buying land and fields matter should be discussed with your father. Why tell father? With your father's approval, it'll be much easier for your second uncle to buy fields. Telling father would mean he'd know what second uncle is doing, wouldn't it? Zhao Yao wasn't keen on letting the emperor find out. Just tell your father it's for building a manor, and he won't suspect anything. Liang Zhaoyi smiled. Do you think your second uncle buying fields outside the capital can be hidden from your father? Zhao Yao asked in surprise. It can't be hidden. Your father already knows your second uncle is doing business in the capital. What? Zhao Yao was astonished. The next day, after the morning court session, the crown prince prepared to go to Hulong Temple to pray for the former empress. Before the end of the court session, the emperor reminded the crown prince to take care of himself during the prayers for the former empress and not to overexert. Faced with the emperor's unexpected concern, the crown prince was startled for a moment, then very touched, and promised he would take care of himself. The emperor also mentioned that he would personally go to Hulong Temple on the anniversary of the former empress's death. Upon hearing this, the entire court was shocked. This was the second time since the former empress's passing that the emperor would personally go to Hulong Temple to pray for her. The first time the emperor went to Hulong Temple to pray for the former empress was when she passed away in the following years. The emperor never made a special trip to Hulong Temple. This year marks the 7th anniversary of the former empress's passing, which is a significant year, so the emperor must go to Hulong Temple. On the anniversary of the former empress's death, there will be no court session. The emperor spoke these words very calmly, but they caused a great deal of unrest in the hearts of all the court officials. In a court session, the emperor was actually going to suspend court again for the former empress. The entire court showed expressions of disbelief. Even the crown prince and Duke Zhun were shocked, not expecting the emperor to suspend court for the former empress a second time. Since his ascension, the emperor had only suspended court when the former empress passed away. Since then, he had never suspended court again, insisting on holding court even when he was gravely ill and unable to get out of bed. That on the 7th anniversary of the former empress's death, the emperor was again suspending court for her. This, it seems in the emperor's heart, the former empress, though having passed away for years, remains very important. The emperor looked at the crown prince. Later, come with me to Zhonghua Palace. Yes, father. Does anyone have matters to present? The emperor asked. We have no more matters to present. Dismiss the court then, Sun Kuei loudly announced. Court dismissed. All the officials knelt down to pay their respects. Long live His Majesty. Before leaving, the crown prince gave a triumphant look at Prince Dai and then went to find the emperor. After court was dismissed, the ministers supporting the crown prince gathered around Duke Zhun. Duke Zhun, did you already know the emperor would suspend court for the former empress for one day? Of course, Duke Zhun did not know, but he had to pretend he did. This year is the 7th anniversary of the former empress's passing. The emperor would surely pay attention. I didn't expect the emperor to always think of the former empress. The former empress is still very important in the emperor's heart. The former empress was the emperor's first wife, and their union was harmonious. The ministers supporting the crown prince all smiled broadly, feeling smug. Recently, because the emperor arranged for the youngest daughter of the Grand Master to be betrothed as a concubine to Prince Dai, the ministers supporting Prince Dai were particularly arrogant, often boasting in front of those supporting the crown prince, making them very anxious and worried that the emperor might actually depose the crown prince. Now seeing the emperor so attentive to the former empress's anniversary, the ministers supporting the crown prince felt a sense of relief, along with a sense of pride. As long as the former empress holds importance in the emperor's heart, he won't easily forsake the crown prince. Though noble princess consort Rong is favored above all 6 palaces, she cannot compare to the former empress. When she passes away, the emperor certainly wouldn't suspend court for her. Observing the jubilant crown prince's supporters, Prince Dai and Marquis Xuanping's expressions were very grim. They had never expected the emperor to suspend court for the former empress again. In the carriage back to the mansion, Prince Dai spoke through gritted teeth. Father actually suspended court for that woman again. Hearing this, Marquis Xuanping hurriedly reminded him, Your Highness, lower your voice. If these words reach the emperor's ears, he might be displeased. Prince Dai, hearing this, lowered his voice and said, She's been dead for 7 years, yet father still regards her so highly. My prince, please stop speaking. The heir of Marquis Xuanping also advised Prince Dai. Your Highness, you must not show disrespect to the former empress, let alone be dissatisfied with this, as it may anger the emperor if he comes to know of it. Isn't father's favorite person my mother? Prince Dai couldn't understand. Clearly the woman the emperor loves most is his mother, yet the emperor places importance on the former empress's anniversary. The former empress may not have been the woman the emperor loved most, but her stance in the emperor's heart is exceptional, Marquis Xuanping said. Moreover, with Duke Zhun still around, the emperor must respect the former empress's anniversary, even if it's just for the Duke Mansion's sake. Otherwise, he could be deemed ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Prince Dai felt slightly relieved. I shall eliminate the Duke Mansion sooner or later. Prince Dai understood in his heart that to become crown prince, he had to remove the Duke Mansion, his biggest obstacle. The emperor is already wary of the Duke Mansion. It won't remain complacent for long, Marquis Xuanping advised. Your Highness, you must endure a little longer. Prince Dai coldly laughed. Then let the Duke Mansion remain smug for a while. Your Highness, at this moment, the most important thing is your marriage to Miss Kong, that I'm worried that Grandmaster Kong would rather ruin his daughter's reputation than let her marry into Prince Dai Mansion. 2 days ago, Grandmaster Kong boldly went to see the emperor alone to refuse the marriage, but the emperor did not agree. Prince Dai didn't expect Grandmaster Kong to be so ungrateful and said in a cold tone, How dare he? Marquis Xuanping said, We cannot be careless. Although the entrance of Grandmaster Kong's youngest daughter into Prince Dai Mansion would threaten his own daughter's position, he believed his daughter could handle it. Besides, for Prince Dai to ascend to the position of crown prince, he must garner the support of the Kong family. I will have someone secretly monitor the Kong family. In another carriage, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu were also discussing the emperor's decision to suspend court for the former empress. I thought the emperor no longer cared for the former empress, but it turns out he still holds her in great respect, Shun Hu said. Chuing remarked. This year marks the 7th anniversary of the former empress's passing, so the emperor would not take it lightly. Song Dikang laughed and said, The expressions on Prince Dai's side were priceless just now. Zhang Gong said, They didn't expect the emperor to suspend court for the former empress again. Shun Hu laughed. The crown prince's supporters are feeling smug once more. Song Dikang noticed Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu were not speaking and asked in confusion. Prime Minister He, Grandmaster Lu, why aren't you saying anything? Is there something amiss about this matter? Prime Minister He stroked his beard and said, There's nothing amiss. Did you two already know the emperor would suspend court for the former empress? Grandmaster Lu, we guessed it. That's why they weren't surprised at all. No wonder you two stayed silent. Shun Hu sighed. As long as the emperor still holds the former empress in his heart, the crown prince won't be easily replaced by Prince Dai. Upon hearing Shun Hu's words, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu exchanged a knowing smile. Song Dikang said, For now, we don't need to worry about the crown prince. Prime Minister He said amusingly. When was it your turn to worry about the crown prince? Grandmaster Lu added. The crown prince doesn't need you to be concerned for him either. Shun Hu retorted, It's not the crown prince we are concerned about, but the former empress. Hearing this, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu did not say anything further at this moment. The emperor took the crown prince to Zhonghua Palace. Zhonghua Palace used to be the residence of the former empress. After her passing, the emperor transformed Zhonghua Palace into a dedicated shrine for the former empress, forbidding anyone to reside within it. Entering the main hall of Zhonghua Palace, the first thing one saw was the portrait of the former empress the former empress wore the formal dress of an empress. Her features were delicate, her gaze gentle, and her smile graceful. The artist was extremely skilled, capturing the essence of the former empress's demeanor perfectly. Just looking at the portrait, one could tell the former empress was a very gentle person. Her gentleness wasn't superficial, but radiated from deep within. Before the portrait were placed fresh flowers, fresh fruits, and the snacks she loved during her lifetime. The emperor raised 3 sticks of incense to the portrait of the former empress and placed them in the incense burner. The crown prince then knelt before the portrait and kowtowed 3 times. "Father, last night I dreamed of Mother." The crown prince stood behind the emperor, slightly raising his head to gaze at the portrait of the former empress. His eyes were slightly red, his voice somewhat choked. "Mother said she's doing well in the other world, and told us not to worry about her." The crown prince had indeed dreamed of the former empress and was not lying. Mother also said Tuanchuan is growing well. When the former empress was alive, the crown prince depended on her a lot. Mother loved children the most, but unfortunately, she didn't get to see Tuanchuan born. The emperor looked at the portrait of the former empress and said nothing. The crown prince continued, "Father, Mother asked me to tell you not to feel guilty about her passing. She never blamed you and hoped you wouldn't blame yourself either." This was something the crown prince said on his own accord. Hearing this, the emperor lightly sighed and said, "Your mother was always considering me, never wanting me to be troubled. Mother was that kind of person." Back then, the former empress hid her illness not only from the emperor, but also from the crown prince. Aside from those attending her, no one else knew. "Mother blamed me for being incompetent, making you worry about me." In Yongxin Palace, when noble princess consort Rong learned that the emperor was going to suspend court on the anniversary of the late empress's death, she accidentally knocked over a teacup. The tea soaked her dress. Seeing this, Jimei quickly picked up the pieces of the cup and immediately suggested that noble princess consort Rong return to the bedroom to change her clothes. Noble princess consort Rong grabbed Jimei's arm, anxiously asking, "Is it true that His Majesty is going to suspend court on the late empress's anniversary?" Jimei winced at the pain in her arm from noble princess consort Rong's grip, but she endured it and said, "It's true, Your Highness, His Majesty said it himself." After saying this, she noticed noble princess consort Rong's expression turned forlorn and hurriedly consoled her. "Your Highness, this year marks the 7th year since the late empress's passing. The most important one, it is not surprising that His Majesty would suspend court to honor her. Do not overthink it. In recent years, His Majesty has never suspended court." Noble princess consort Rong felt a stone weighing down her heart. "I remember 2 years ago, when His Majesty fell severely ill and couldn't even get out of bed, yet he still insisted on attending court despite all our persuasion being futile. To His Majesty, nothing is more important than the affairs of the court. Yet now he wants to suspend court for the late empress, which truly shows how important she is to him." Jealousy uncontrollably rose in her heart. "Your Highness, the reason His Majesty suspends court for the late empress again is just to show the world, to show the Duke Zhun country mansion." Jimei knew where noble princess consort Rong's heart lay. "You know, the Xie family was indebted to the imperial family back then, that if His Majesty doesn't show importance to the late empress, he would be criticized as ungrateful. Is that so?" At this moment, noble princess consort Rong lacked her usual confidence and looked doubtful. "Is it really so?" "Of course it is," Jimei said with great certainty. "Your Highness, please do not overthink it. The Empress knows you care about the late Empress, so she deliberately provokes you, hoping you'll lose composure in front of His Majesty. Do not fall for the Empress's trick." At the mention of Empress Xie, noble princess consort Rong's expression immediately changed, turning vicious. Her jealousy towards the late Empress was instantly replaced by hatred for Empress Xie. She dared not resent the late Empress, so she could only blame Empress Xie for taking her rightful position as Empress. "Your Highness, actually Empress Xie cares more about the late Empress than you do," Jimei said. "Though the late Empress was her sister, they do not share the same mother. Moreover, the late Empress was a concubine's daughter of the Xie family, while Empress Xie is the legitimate daughter, illegitimate daughter becoming the successor. Do you think she truly doesn't mind at all?" Noble princess consort Rong sneered. "Of course she minds. She pretends to be gentle and virtuous, but is more sinister than anyone else." Noble princess consort Rong, an adversary to Empress Xie, understood her well. Being the legitimate daughter of the Xie family, She naturally looks down on the late empress, who was a concubine's daughter. That's not even what she hates the most. What she resents most is the constant comparison people make between her and the late empress. That if she does well, others praise her as worthy of being the late empress's sister. If she does poorly, people say she's not as good as the late empress. These past few years, she played a gentle and virtuous part for everyone, gaining some praise. But no one ever praised her over the late empress. Noble Princess Consort Rong continued to mock. No matter what she does, she can't surpass the late empress. She lives in the late empress's shadow. Do you think she wouldn't hate the late empress? I bet Empress Xie despises the late empress to death. Noble Princess Consort Rong's previously dejected mood was swept away by thoughts of Empress Xie in this palace. Only Empress Xie could lift Noble Princess Consort Rong's spirits and awaken her fighting spirit. Compared to me, Xie is more pitiful. Indeed, how can Empress Xie compare to you? Your Highness, you hold a special place in His Majesty's heart, Jinmei said with some pride. Empress Xie cannot even receive half of your affection. How can she compare to you? His Majesty is kind to Xie because of the late Empress and the Xie family, but he doesn't give her half the respect he showed to the late Empress. Noble Princess Consort Rong sneered. Xie resents the late Empress, yet she has to imitate her. The funniest thing is, she has to rely on the late Empress to gain His Majesty's favor. Compared to her, I am much happier. She never needed to rely on the late Empress for His Majesty's love, nor did she need to imitate her. Your Highness, you must not fall into Empress Xie's trap. Each year on the late Empress's death anniversary, Jinmei worried that Noble Princess Consort Rong, driven by jealousy, might lose composure. The late Empress was like a needle, lodged deep in Noble Princess Consort Rong's heart, impossible to remove or ignore. On usual days, the needle lay dormant, but on the late Empress's anniversary, it would pierce her heart acutely. Suddenly remembering something Empress Xie said, Noble Princess Consort Rong squinted slightly, her expression contemplative. Noticing her strange expression, Jinmei asked with concern, Your Highness, what's wrong? She hoped she hadn't said anything wrong earlier. Xie will probably take action against me on the late Empress's anniversary. Noble Princess Consort Rong had been troubled lately by rumors about Prince Dai, and coupled with the late Empress's anniversary, she had lost her composure, not heeding Empress Xie's comments then. Upon reflection, Noble Princess Consort Rong felt Empress Xie's words held deeper meanings. Taking action against me on the late Empress's anniversary will be most fitting and could make His Majesty despise me. Then Empress Xie is making a wrong calculation. Jinmei said, even if you did something on the late Empress's anniversary, His Majesty wouldn't forsake you because of that. Noble Princess Consort Rong found these words pleasing. A smile unknowingly appeared on her face. You have such a sweet mouth. Your Highness, this is the truth. Jinmei suddenly worried, recalling what Noble Princess Consort Rong had said earlier. But Your Highness, we cannot just sit and wait, that we must respond to Empress Xie. In the next few days, keep a close eye out, Noble Princess Consort Rong instructed. Xie, it will surely target people around me. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will keep watch. I will definitely ferret out any moles Empress Xie plants. Once found, we will turn the tables, Noble Princess Consort Rong said, standing up and instructing Jinmei, assist me in changing clothes. In the bedroom, Jinmei took out a newly made plain dress to help Noble Princess Consort Rong change. On the late Empress's anniversary, you cannot wear bright and beautiful dresses, Your Highness, that it's really unfair to you. Noble Princess Consort Rong was best suited for bright colors. Not even hairpins can be worn. Noble Princess Consort Rong didn't mind these things. His Majesty is mourning the late Empress. How can we wear bright clothes? Nevertheless, even in plain attire, Your Highness is still the most beautiful woman in the world. Noble Princess Consort Rong lightly pinched Jinmei's cheek, playfully scolding. Is your little mouth smeared with honey? I'm speaking the truth, Your Highness. Empress Xie pales in comparison to you. Noble Princess Consort Rong mocked. In terms of beauty, Xie isn't fit to hold a candle to me. Empress Xie can't even compare to the late Empress, Jinmei retorted. She isn't inherently gentle, yet she insists on presenting a gentle image, making her seem out of place. She has sharp and mean features. If she doesn't present herself as gentle, her true nature would be exposed. Noble Princess Consort Rong frowned a little at her reflection in plain clothes, although she still looked beautiful. The late Empress was truly gentle, which she has to emulate. The late Empress's gentleness is something Empress Xie can never replicate. Honestly, The late empress was genuinely gentle, the most gentle woman she had ever known. The phrase gentle as water described the late empress perfectly. Noble princess consort Rong fixed her appearance and, with Jean Mei, went to the study to continue copying Buddhist scriptures for the late empress. While copying, a thought crossed her mind. Before the emperor ascended the throne, the late empress had always been healthy. Though she seemed delicate, she wasn't frail that in her memory. The late empress rarely fell ill. Even during the births of the crown prince and princess, it went smoothly, unlike her own experience with Prince Dai, nearly leading to complications. After the emperor's enthronement, they both became busy, yet the late empress still appeared well. But within a few years, the late empress fell gravely ill and then passed away shortly thereafter. What are you thinking about, Your Highness? Jean Mei saw a noble princess consort Rong pause, looking thoughtful, and asked with concern. I was thinking about how quickly the late empress's illness came and went. Jean Mei understood noble princess consort Rong's suspicion. Do you suspect something unusual about the late empress's illness? I just suddenly feel that her illness was too abrupt. If there was an issue with the late empress's illness, His Majesty wouldn't have left it unchecked. Jean Mei believed there was no issue. Didn't the imperial physician say it was due to accumulated exhaustion, suddenly breaking out fiercely? Yes, if there was an issue with the late empress's illness, my cousin wouldn't have been unmoved. Noble princess consort Rong dismissed her doubts and focused on copying the Buddhist scriptures. Zhao Yao looked at the empty seat beside him, his eyes filled with envy. The owner of the empty seat was the 8th prince. He hadn't come to Windy Hall to study today, but had gone with the crown prince to Hulong Temple. He would accompany the crown prince to pray at Hulong Temple for 49 days. Zhao Yao also wanted to go to Hulong Temple to pray, as it meant he wouldn't have to study for 49 days. Unfortunately, his elder brother said he was too young to go to Hulong Temple to pray. His elder brother also mentioned that the temple only served vegetarian food and worried that Zhao Yao wouldn't be able to endure it. For Zhao Yao, not eating meat was less of a hardship than studying, that he would rather eat vegetarian every day at the temple than come to Winnie Hall to study every day. Sigh. So envious of my elder brother. The 4th prince, hearing Zhao Yao sighing constantly, turned his head to him and asked with concern, 10th brother, what's wrong? Why do you keep sighing? Zhao Yao leaned forward slightly, getting a little closer to the 4th prince, and then lowered his voice to say, 4th brother, I'm just envious of our 8th brother. The 4th prince frowned slightly and asked, why are you envious of him? I'm envious that he can go to Hulong Temple to pray for the late empress. Zhao Yao's small face was full of, I'm so envious. And he said, I also want to go to Hulong Temple to pray for the late empress. Upon hearing this, the 4th prince immediately understood Zhao Yao's intentions, that he reached out to pinch Zhao Yao's small face lightly and laughed. You want to go to Hulong Temple just to avoid studying, right? Zhao Yao didn't feel embarrassed at having his thoughts exposed by the 4th prince, but instead was very open. Yes, as long as I don't have to study. I'm even willing to become a monk. Before he could finish his sentence, the 4th prince pinched his nose. The 4th prince deliberately put on a stern face and said, don't speak nonsense. To avoid studying, he could even say things about becoming a monk. This 10th brother was really... Zhao Yao smiled pleadingly at the 4th prince. I won't say it anymore. After finishing, he sat obediently and picked up his pen to copy what he had just learned. It was only at the beginning of this year that he started learning, only beginning to write, and his writing was very ugly. Thanks to this, he didn't have to copy Buddhist scripture for the late empress to pray. Zhao Yao was quite good at writing with a quill, but not so with a brush. Mr. Xiao came down to check if the princes were diligently copying. When he came to Zhao Yao's side and saw his crooked writing, he moved behind Zhao Yao, then bent down and held Zhao Yao's hand to teach him to write. Zhao Yao looked up in surprise at Mr. Xiao, who had suddenly grabbed his left hand. Sir! Mr. Xiao glanced down, expressionless, and said, write properly. Zhao Yao instantly became well-behaved and focused on writing seriously. While teaching Zhao Yao to write hand in hand, Mr. Xiao corrected his writing posture. Zhao Yao was the only prince who wrote with his left hand. When he first came to learn writing, all the teachers tried to correct him to use his right hand, but Mr. Xiao never made him switch hands. At ITC, Mr. Xiao had said something to the other teachers. After that, no teacher ever advised him to switch to his right hand. Mr. Xiao, though, very strict and solemn, was very responsible to his students. He patiently taught Zhao Yao to write until Zhao Yao's writing improved a lot. Your Highness is doing well, Mr. Xiao praised. Being complimented, Zhao Yao was naturally very happy. He lifted his small head and gave Mr. Xiao a sweet smile. It's because Sir teaches well. Seeing the pure and clean happiness in Zhao Yao's eyes, Mr. Zhao's eyes also showed a hint of a smile. Your Highness, don't rush when writing. Write slowly, one stroke at a time. Understood, sir. Zhao Yao had an impatient nature, so he wrote quickly, resulting in unsteady writing that Mr. Xiao couldn't help but stroke Zhao Yao's little head, then asked gently, Did your Highness understand the content earlier? Hearing this, Zhao Yao's writing hand paused. He didn't look up and softly said, No, I didn't. It's all right if you didn't understand, Mr. Xiao said, taking the seat of the 8th prince. I'll explain it to your Highness again. Zhao Yao felt embarrassed to say it was troublesome for Mr. Xiao that he obediently nodded. Thank you, sir. It's not a big deal, your Highness. It's my duty. Mr. Xiao picked up Zhao Yao's book and began to explain it word by word to him. Even after hearing it once, Zhao Yao still didn't quite understand. Oh, Mr. Xiao explained it again. Going back and forth over 10 times, Mr. Xiao showed no impatience or annoyance until the 11th time. Zhao Yao finally understood. Once Zhao Yao understood, Mr. Xiao even praised him with a not bad. Before class ended, Mr. Xiao reminded Zhao Yao that if he forgot what he learned today, he could come to him the next day for further explanation. Zhao Yao thanked Mr. Xiao and then followed the 4th prince out of Wendy Hall. Fourth brother, where is Mr. Xiao from? And does he have a family? Mr. Xiao doesn't have any family. Mr. Xiao had some connections with the 4th prince. He studied at the Li family when he was young. He was a bookworm when young, reading day and night, that he finished all the books in the Li family collection. He was so engrossed in reading that he never paid attention to anything beyond studying. Hence, he became very distinguished in literature. The 4th prince's grandfather once wanted to recommend Mr. Xiao to become an official, but Mr. Xiao wasn't interested in that path and declined. Later, the grandfather recommended him to teach at the Imperial College, and he agreed, though he was rigid and stern with a bit of a strange temperament. He was an excellent teacher. After learning about him, the emperor decreed to invite him to the palace to teach the princes. The 4th prince's grandfather thought Mr. Xiao would refuse since he had no interest in power and didn't want to become an official, but he surprisingly agreed. He told the grandfather that teaching the princes was a great responsibility. Properly teaching the princes was beneficial for the nation and people, if not taught well. They could bring ruin to the court and country. Therefore, he was willing to teach the princes. He has no family at all, Zhao Yao asked in astonishment. Does he not have a wife or children? Mr. Xiao is an orphan with no family. The 4th prince understood Mr. Zhao's situation. He is not married. Is Mr. Xiao really that pitiful? It was unexpected that Mr. Xiao was a solitary person. Mr. Xiao doesn't see himself as pitiful to him. Having books to read is a great happiness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao's small face showed a horrified expression. Thinking of reading as a great happiness is truly terrifying. You are quite the opposite of Mr. Xiao. The 4th prince said, Actually, Mr. Xiao likes children that if you often ask him about academic matters, he would be very happy. Hearing this, Zhao Yao furrowed his small brows, looking very troubled. Fourth brother, this is quite troubling for me. Although he liked Mr. Xiao, he didn't enjoy asking about academic matters. The 4th prince was amused by Zhao Yao's conflicted and troubled expression. You don't have to ask academic questions when you visit him. You can just chat. Chat about what? Tell him what your favorite foods are. Does Mr. Xiao like to hear such things from me? He does. All right, then I'll visit Mr. Xiao for a chat when I have time. Yes, he can now build a good relationship with Mr. Xiao. When he grows up to be a prince and goes to his territory, he could invite Mr. Xiao to teach there. Mr. Xiao would be very pleased. Fourth brother, I'll head back now. See you this afternoon. Zhao Yao waved to the 4th prince and bounced away. Your Highness, 10th prince is like a little rabbit. So adorable. Your Highness, why did you encourage the 10th prince to speak with Mr. Xiao? Firstly, to have the 10th brother accompany Mr. Xiao. And secondly, I hope the 10th brother could benefit from Mr. Zhao's teachings. The 4th prince chuckled. Perhaps after spending more time with Mr. Xiao, the 10th brother might grow to enjoy studying. Wei Mian wasn't convinced. Is that possible? The 10th prince is still young, and it's normal to dislike studying that a few years from now. When he's older, he might naturally grow to love reading. How do we know without trying? In fact, the 4th prince's reason for encouraging Zhao Yao to be near Mr. Xiao wasn't entirely as he stated. If 10th prince knew you wanted him to chat with Mr. Xiao just to encourage him to love reading, he might blame you. Wei Mian said, Your Highness, in a few years, the 10th prince will surely be willing to study. But I won't be here then. In 2 years, the 4th prince would leave the palace as a prince and move to his territory. Hearing this, Wei Mian instantly understood the 4th prince's real intention. Your Highness, you allowed the 10th prince to approach Mr. Xiao because In 2 years, I won't be in the palace, and I worry about the 10th brother. The 4th prince didn't believe the 8th prince could protect Zhao Yao. Mr. Xiao is highly respected by the emperor, and the 9th prince and others wouldn't dare act recklessly in his presence. But your highness, hadn't you planned to take Mr. Xiao to your territory? Wei Mian asked in surprise. Weren't you planning to build an academy on your land and invite Mr. Xiao to teach there? Once the 10th brother grows up and becomes a prince, it'll not be too late to invite Mr. Xiao then. Though the 4th prince had 2 years before becoming a prince, he had already planned what to do when he got to his territory. Your highness, you overly protect the 10th prince. Once I leave the palace, I'm afraid the conflict between the crown prince and Prince Dai will become fiercer, and the 10th brother might get entangled if he stays in the palace. The 4th prince always thought ahead. Even before he left, he envisaged the tumultuous state of the capital 2 years later. Liang Zhaoi isn't favored, and the Liang family holds no power, so by then, here, the 4th prince stopped speaking. Your highness, your consideration is thorough as always. The 10th brother is different from us. I hope he can live well. With your protection, the 10th prince will surely be fine. Zhao Yao, who had already returned to Cunny Hall, had no idea the 4th prince was so worried for him that in the past few days, Lingnan again acted as a carrier pigeon, helping Zhao Yao send a letter to Liang Run. Zhao Yao didn't have any holidays, so he couldn't leave the palace to discuss the land purchase with Liang Run in detail. Thus, they could only discuss it through letters. In the letter, Liang Run detailed several villages that caught his eye to Zhao Yao. He couldn't make up his mind on which village to choose and asked Zhao Yao and Liang Zhaoi for help. Mother concubine, I think this Dahua village is pretty good. This Dahua village is 40 miles away from the capital, but its geographical location is excellent, surrounded by mountains on all sides with a river running through it. The only downside is that Dahua village doesn't have a lot of farmland. However, the village chief of Dahua province said that you can clear the land yourself, and the fields you dig out are considered your own, not the village's. Liang Zhaoi also had her eyes on this village. This village is not bad. Second uncle said the villagers of this village are kind-hearted and honest, and the village chief is also very fair. After reading the letter, Zhao Yao very much wanted to visit this Dahua village. Tell your second uncle not to rush to buy the land just yet. Wait until I discuss it with your father and then let him buy it. Mother concubine, do we really have to tell father? We must tell your father. Liang Zhaoi knew what Zhao Yao was thinking, so she raised her hand and lightly patted his head. Don't worry about it, I have it under control. Hearing this, Zhao Yao pinched his chin, examining Liang Zhaoi from top to bottom. Mother concubine, since when did you get so close to father? Liang Zhaoi was amused by Zhao Yao's words. I am your father's concubine. Naturally, I am close to him. Mother concubine, you know that's not what I meant. Zhao Yao said with a squint. I feel like you and father have a secret affair. Before he could finish, his little head was given a firm slap. Liang Zhaoi said irritably, watch your mouth. Zhao Yao flashed a flattering smile at Liang Zhaoi. I was joking. If your father hears you say that, he will spank you again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao instinctively covered his little backside with his hand. Buying land is not a small matter, and we don't have relatives in the capital, so we can only tell your father. This kind of thing is very trivial for father. Will he bother? He will, because it's for you. Liang Zhaoi said seriously. Your father will not ignore it. Really? Since when did I become so important? Zhao Yao wasn't quite ready to believe Liang Zhaoi's words. You're the son of the emperor. Liang Zhaoi didn't elaborate further. You'll need to go to the martial arts arena to train soon, so get ready. Oh, then I'll go. Zhao Yao changed into a practice suit and went to the martial arts arena. As a prince, Zhao Yao and the others had many things to learn. Riding, archery, and martial arts were skills they had to master besides studying. On his way to the martial arts arena, he ran into the 4th prince. The 4th prince's weapon was the spear, and he was learning it quite well. Zhao Yao had not reached the point where he could choose a weapon yet. He had only recently started learning martial arts, and he could only choose a weapon after he mastered the basics. Even though he couldn't learn a weapon yet, he had already decided which one he wanted to learn. Initially, he wanted to learn the sword because wielding a sword looked very handsome and dashing, but the 3rd prince and the others chose to learn the sword as well. Just because the 3rd prince and they were learning the sword didn't mean others couldn't. However, Zhao Yao didn't want to be like the 3rd prince and learn the same thing, but he decided to learn the saber in the future. While the saber may not be as refined as the sword, it's more imposing than the sword. On the way to the martial arts arena, Zhao Yao kept making saber-swinging poses and asked the 4th prince if he looked imposing. When he arrived at the martial arts arena, the 3rd prince and 5th prince were already there, practicing their sword skills. Shortly after, the ninth prince arrived. The ninth prince was naturally strong, and his weapon was the axe. The seventh prince was the last to arrive, and he was also learning the sword a moment later. The masters of each prince arrived. Since each prince chose a different weapon, their instructors were also different. The masters teaching the princes martial arts were all military officers, carefully selected. They taught the princes solid skills, not just for show. More precisely, they taught them their experiences accumulated on the battlefield. Zhao Yao's instructor for the basics was named Fan Rui. Judging by the name, one might think it was a delicate beauty, but it was actually a sturdy man. Fan Rui, though not tall, was agile and quick, that he was one of Shun Hu's subordinates, who, when young, went with Shun Hu to suppress a rebellion and accidentally got one eye blinded by the rebels. Later, Shun Hu recommended him to be a master for the princes, teaching them martial arts. Zhao Yao obediently went to the side of the martial arts arena to practice horse stance. Fan Rui stood beside, watching him. While Zhao Yao was in horse stance, Shun Hu and Chu Ying arrived at the martial arts arena. Fan Rui and several other officers, upon seeing Shun Hu and the others, hurried forward to salute. The third prince and fifth prince rushed over as well to greet Chu Ying and the others. Zhao Yao was still in horse stance, so he didn't go over. Even if he wasn't in horse stance, he wouldn't go over to join the fun. Shun Hu and Chu Ying were trusted generals of the emperor, very important to the third prince and others, but not as important to Zhao Yao. From time to time, Shun Hu and the others would visit the martial arts arena to check on Fan Rui and the others, who came from their military camp in front of the third prince and fifth prince. Shun Hu and Chu Ying were a bit impatient, but still very respectful. However, their manner remained aloof. The third prince and the others knew very well that Shun Hu and the others were hard to win over, so they gave up trying to bribe them. Still, when they saw them, the third prince and others would politely say hello, since after all, Shun Hu and the others were trusted great generals of the emperor. After greeting Chu Ying and the others, the third prince and others returned to their positions and continued practicing their sword skills. Shun Hu and the others quietly sighed in relief, grateful that the third prince and others did not ask them for guidance in the past. When Prince Dai practiced martial arts in the arena, he always asked them for guidance, putting them in a difficult position. They noticed a little kid, practicing horse stance with sweat dripping down his face, yet he was still gritting his teeth and persevering, which surprised Shun Hu and Chu Ying. Who is that little kid? Chu Ying thought for a moment and said, it should be the 10th prince. Shun Hu remembered, so it's him. Of the emperor's 10 sons, Shun Hu and the others had little regard for any of them. Apart from the crown prince and Prince Dai, they were most familiar with the third prince, fourth prince, and fifth prince. As for the 7th prince, 9th prince, and 10th prince, they were not familiar. Among the 10 princes, the 8th prince and Zhao Yao were the least noticeable in the eyes of courtiers. They never appeared in the ministers' conversations either. Shun Hu and Chu Ying came over and saluted Zhao Yao, since Zhao Yao was indeed a prince. Zhao Yao quickly returned the salute and obediently addressed them, General Shun, General Chu. Upon seeing the dimple on the left corner of Zhao Yao's mouth, Shun Hu and Chu Ying were slightly taken aback, seeing them staring directly at him. Zhao Yao thought there might be something on his face and lifted his hand to wipe it off carelessly. General Shun, General Chu, why are you staring at me? Is there anything wrong with me? Shun Hu and Chu Ying snapped out of it and quickly said, it was us who were rude. Your Highness, there's nothing wrong with you. Zhao Yao felt that the way Shun Hu and the others looked at him just now was rather shocking, as if they had seen something incredible. Then I will continue practicing my horse stance. With that, he continued diligently with his horse stance. We won't disturb you then. Shun Hu and Chu Ying didn't stay long in the martial arts arena. After saluting Zhao Yao, they took their leave. Old Chu, did you see that? Chu Ying nodded and said, saw it. It's exactly like Prince Yong. Chu Ying corrected him. It's just the dimple that's alike. How come the emperor never mentioned this? What's there to mention? Chu Ying glared at Shun Hu, feeling he was making a fuss over nothing. Apart from the dimple, the 10th prince doesn't resemble Prince Yong in any other way. Isn't this quite remarkable? Shun Hu didn't understand how Chu Ying could remain so calm. Except for Prince Yong, I've never seen anyone with just a single dimple. Chu Ying rather disdainfully said, that's because you haven't met enough people. I find it quite extraordinary. Shun Hu and Chu Ying were not initially with the emperor. They had joined the army when they were very young, initially serving as privates under Prince Yong for 3 years, before being transferred to the emperor's service. Serving as privates under Prince Yong for those 3 years was an unforgettable experience, still vivid for Shun Hu and the others. Actually, it was Prince Yong that left a deep impression on them. After Shun Hu and Chu Ying left the martial arts arena, they didn't hurried to leave the imperial palace but went to the imperial study instead. Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were also in the imperial study, having just finished discussing important matters with the emperor. Shun Hu and Chu Ying first bowed to the emperor, then eagerly said, "Your Majesty, your younger son looks exactly like Prince Yong. How come we've never heard you mention this before?" Exactly like Prince Yong? The emperor and prime minister He showed puzzled expressions upon hearing this. Chu Ying quickly added, "His Highness the 10th shares the same single dimple with Prince Yong, lacking a second one." Shun Hu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's what I'm talking about. His Highness the 10th has only one dimple, just like Prince Yong." Chu Ying helped by adding, "And it's a left dimple." Then he continued, "Lao Hu find it fascinating that His Highness the 10th and Prince Yong both have only one dimple on the left side, and insisted on coming to the imperial study to tell you about it." The emperor said amusingly, "What's so fascinating about that?" "Of course it's fascinating. It's my first time seeing someone with a single dimple like Prince Yong." This was amazing to Shun Hu. "Your Majesty, don't you find it fascinating? Little Ten is my brother's nephew. What's so surprising about him having the same dimple as my brother?" Though the emperor spoke very lightly now, he was quite shocked and equally delighted when he first discovered the single dimple at the left corner of Zhao Yao's mouth. Shun Hu glanced at Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu, seeing their calm expressions, and asked in bewilderment, "You all knew about this?" Regarding Shun Hu's silly question, Prime Minister He and the others didn't bother to answer. "I'm the only one who just found out." Shun Hu was not interested in the emperor's sons and never looked at them closely. "Your Majesty, is His Highness the 10th's temperament similar to Prince Yong's?" When Shun Hu and the others served as minor soldiers under Prince Yong, they were fortunate to receive his guidance. Prince Yong once taught them archery hand in hand and also military strategy. Shun Hu and his companions greatly admired Prince Yong. When Prince Yong passed away, Shun Hu and the others cried like children. "Little Ten, like my brother, loves sweets and meat." The emperor chuckled. "Little Ten also writes with his left hand, just like my brother. In fact, besides the dimple, Zhao Yao has many similarities with Prince Yong. It was the first time Prime Minister He and the others had heard of so many similarities between His Highness the 10th and Prince Yong. "Your Majesty, is His Highness the 10th strong?" Prince Yong was incredibly strong, with a force that could be described as having the might to move mountains and overshadow the world. "This part is unlike my brother." The emperor recounted to Shun Hu and the others about Zhao Yao sneaking meat at a victory feast. Shun Hu and his companions laughed unknowingly upon hearing this. The emperor reminisced about how Prince Yong often did such things. And Shun Hu and his companions were also aware of it. When Prince Yong was alive, he would take Shun Hu and the others to sneak food from others. They remember once in the middle of the night, Prince Yong took them to steal a chicken. Unexpectedly, the household had a dog, and Prince Yong, to cover their escape, got his but bitten by that dog at the time. Prince Yong was chased for several miles by the dog while bare-assed. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Instead, Prince Yong laughed first, saying he was wearing open crotch pants again. Back then, they wanted to take off their pants to give to Prince Yong, but Prince Yong didn't care and walked around stark naked without a care. Seeing Prince Yong so unrestrained, they also followed suit bare-bottomed. That a group of them walking down the road was hilarious and fun. Fortunately, it was the middle of the night, and there weren't many people on the road. They only stole one chicken and later made a beggar's chicken. Several grown men sat together, scrambling to eat the chicken to this day. Shun Hu and the others still think the beggar's chicken from that time was the best they'd ever had. Since then, they've never eaten such delicious chicken again. Talking about the beggar's chicken from those times, Chu Ying and the others felt a craving, with nostalgic looks on their faces. Shun Hu, being impetuous, suggested, "Your Majesty, let's go steal a chicken and make beggar's chicken." Prime Minister He glared at Shun Hu. "On the Empress's death anniversary, you want the Emperor to go steal a chicken to make beggar's chicken?" Hearing what Prime Minister He said, Shun Hu remembered that mattered. He quickly gave a flattery smile to Prime Minister He. "I was just reminiscing about past times and got caught up in it." The Emperor didn't blame Shun Hu. He laughed. "We've made beggar's chicken before, but it never tastes like that night. It's odd, clearly making it the exact same way, but just can't replicate the flavor." Shun Hu said foolishly, "That beggar's chicken from that night was really delicious. It's not the chicken's taste that's changed, but our mood while eating has." Grandmaster Liu said, "The same thing tastes different with a different mindset." Prime Minister He laughed. "Back then we were starving, so anything would have tasted good, tasted wonderful." He added, "Even if we had eaten just a bowl of tofu, it would have been delightful. Honestly, everything tasted good back then. Nowadays, life has improved, and the food has gotten better, but it doesn't feel as good as the food back then. The group chatted a bit more about the past, all of it related to war. Your Majesty, we've been in the capital for so long without a battle. We're getting rusty. When will you let us go to war? Recalling the days on the battlefield, Song Dikang found current life too dull, too idle. Your Majesty, let me go help Lao Yin at the southern border. Upon hearing this, Shunhu quickly said, Boss, let me go help Lao Yin too. Before the emperor ascended the throne, Shunhu and his companions all called him boss. In the court, they respectfully referred to the emperor as Your Majesty, but in private, they mostly still called him boss. Zhang Gong and Chuing also hurriedly said they wanted to help. The emperor glared at Song Dikang and the others, saying irritably, I'd love to go to war, but can I? The emperor, like Shunhu and his companions, loved and missed the days on the battlefield, but ever since he became the emperor, leaving for the battlefield, or even stepping out of the imperial palace, is not an easy task. For a little southern border, do you all need to go? You might not mind losing face, but I mind. Zhang Gong said, Then let's fight Shu Land. It's a tough nut to crack. Before he could finish, Prime Minister he interrupted, No way, Shu Land can't be fought, nor can it bear a fight. These words were not well received by Zhang Gong and the others. Prime Minister you're boosting others' morale and undermining ours. Zhang Gong said discontentedly, Why can't Shu Land be fought? Exactly. How can a little Shu Land not be conquered? Song Dikang said disdainfully. With Han Zhong's cowardice, he is no match for us. Chu Ying emphatically agreed. I think Shu Land can be fought. Shunhu echoed. Han Zhong, that turtle grandson, has been acting like a local emperor in Shu Land for so many years. If he's not eradicated, he'll really think he's the Jade Emperor. Shu Land is easy to defend and hard to attack. You could fight for 10 years and still not conquer it. Prime Minister, he explained with exasperation. Shu Land can be self-sufficient. Your supplies, however, may not last more than 2 years. It can't be that bad. Do any of you think there's plenty of grain now? Prime Minister, he was immediately angered. Currently, in many places of Great Zhou, people can't even get enough to eat, and many granaries are empty. Seeing Prime Minister he get angry, Song Dikang and the others immediately became quiet as mice, not daring to say anything further. Since the emperor's ascension, grain production in certain areas has slightly increased, but it's still not enough for everyone to eat their fill. Bringing up the grain issue, Prime Minister he's mood naturally darkened. Sigh. The previous dynasty destroyed much fertile land, which hasn't recovered to this day. Newly reclaimed lands are barren, barely yielding a few pounds of grain per acre. Prime Minister he and the others had all experienced days without food, which made Prime Minister he especially concerned about the grain issue. You talk about attacking Shu Land so lightly. Where would the grain come from? Prime Minister he said coldly, Giving you grain for war is less beneficial than giving it to the people so they can eat their fill. It's hard-won peace now. We can't easily start wars again. Neither the court nor the people can bear it. Grandmaster Liu followed up on Prime Minister He's words. What we need now is to recuperate and nurture life. Song Dikang understood the reasoning, but leaving Shu Land unchecked didn't seem right either. So, let Han Zhong continue to play king and emperor in Shu Land? The emperor said, let him enjoy his moment for a few more years. He looked at Song Dikang and the others. We will definitely fight Shu Land, and you will be needed, but not now. Now is not the time. Boss, how many years do we have to wait? Don't tell us it will be 10 or 20 years. By then, you all will be too old to fight. Boss, you can't be serious about making us wait 10 or 20 years. Shunhu exclaimed, Boss, surely we won't have to wait that long. No need for that long. To wait 10 or 20 more years would render him utterly useless as an emperor. All right. Lao Hu, Ingzi, you both go to Hulong Temple to keep watch for me. The emperor wasn't completely at ease, with only the crown prince going to Hulong Temple to pray for blessings. At Hulong Temple, behave and don't sneak any meat. Boss, even if we're craving meat, we wouldn't sneak any during the empress's death anniversary. Toward the late empress, Shunhu and his companions were filled with gratitude and respect. They would never do anything disrespectful during the empress's memorial period. I could see this moment. In the study room of the Kong mansion, Kong Taichang's expression was not very pleasant. Father, this is the best method. Please don't hesitate any longer. Agree to your daughter's request. Yao Heir, have you really thought this through? Father, I'm only afraid that by doing this, I might implicate you all and get you punished by His Majesty. Since she was bestowed by the emperor to marry Prince Dai, Kong Yao's heart had been in turmoil that a few days ago, Her father rejected the emperor's order, but his majesty did not agree. The emperor was determined to have her marry into Prince Dai Mansion. She absolutely could not marry into Prince Dai Mansion, whether for the Kong family or for herself. Yao heir, if others become nuns, they may return to secular life in the future, but you cannot. Once you become a nun, it is for a lifetime, and you will not be able to return to secular life. Previously, Kong Taichung had also considered sending his daughter to a Taoist temple or a nunnery. After a few years, when everyone forgot about her, he would quietly let her return to secular life and send her back to their hometown to get married. However, later he thought it over and realized that Prince Dai would not easily give up on his daughter. Even if she became a nun, Prince Dai would keep his eyes on her. If she returned to secular life later, Prince Dai might still want to marry her. Father, your daughter knows. During this period, Kong Yao had thought a lot. But no matter how much she thought, she couldn't find a good way to refuse this marriage. There were only two ways to avoid this marriage. One was to die, that if she died, she wouldn't have to marry Prince Dai as a concubine. The other was to become a nun, that if she became a nun, she wouldn't have to marry Prince Dai either. She was not afraid of death, but if she died, her parents and brother would be heartbroken. So she could only become a nun. Becoming a nun was a decision she made after careful consideration. A lifetime with the dim light of an oil lamp. Unable to marry and bear children. Kong Taichung said, spending your entire life in a temple. Is that really what you want? Father, to tell you the truth, I don't want to get married at all. From a young age, she didn't want to get married, didn't want to pin her fate on a man. I don't want to read, just want to be accompanied by books. Me, being in a temple is good. I can read quietly without being disturbed. Kong Taichung was shocked by his daughter's rebellious words in the eyes of the world. After a girl came of age, she should marry and bear children. Not marrying and bearing children, while staying at home as an old maid, would draw ridicule from the world. Kong Yao felt that after becoming a nun, not only would she not have to marry, but she could also continue to study and pursue knowledge, which truly suited her intentions. To be honest, she couldn't wait to become a nun, to stay away from the worldly troubles, and read peacefully. Father, this is the most effective method at present. Please don't hesitate any longer. She really felt that becoming a nun was great. I just don't believe that after I become a nun, His Majesty can still force me to marry Prince Dai. Yao heir, you must think it over. Father, I've already thought it over. Kong Yao said with a smile on her face. I think becoming a nun is quite good. Kong Taichung laughed with anger at his daughter's words. Have you long wanted to become a nun and not marry? Yes. This marriage just gave her a legitimate reason not to marry and bear children. Kong Taichung. He never expected his usually obedient and sensible youngest daughter to be so rebellious. Father is not afraid of you implicating us. Then please agree to my request, Father. Kong Taichung said with a face full of guilt. It's all Father's fault for wronging you. Father, it's not your fault. Please don't blame yourself. Kong Yao continued. Father, this period is the best time for me to become a nun. Even if His Majesty and Prince Dai are angry, they can't take our lives. Kong Taichung knew in his heart that what his daughter said was right, but he was reluctant. He would rather destroy himself than have his daughter become a nun. Father, delaying action leads to chaos. Kong Taichung looked deeply at his daughter, then said heavily and helplessly, Father agrees to your request. Kong Yao said happily, Thank you, Father. Seeing his daughter's happy and joyful look, Kong Taichung was both amused and helpless. Probably only his daughter would be so happy to become a nun in this world. I agreed, but it's useless. You still have to convince your mother to agree. Father, Mother will definitely agree. I will go and talk to her now. Kong Yao went to talk to Mrs. Kong, and Mrs. Kong quickly agreed. Kong Yuan also didn't want his younger sister to become a nun, but he understood that becoming a nun was the best way. Kong Taichung originally thought his wife would not agree, but to his surprise, she was delighted to agree to her daughter becoming a nun. Father and Mother, the matter of becoming a nun is best done sooner rather than later. I will go tomorrow. Seeing his daughter's eagerness to become a nun, Kong Taichung felt very complicated and for a moment didn't know what to say. That Mrs. Kong supported her daughter's idea. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Bodhi Temple, saying it's to pray for the late Empress, so it won't arouse suspicion. Then we will set off early tomorrow morning. I will stay at Bodhi Temple with you for a while longer, so it will raise even less suspicion. After knowing her daughter's desire to become a nun, Mrs. Kong thought through many things in an instant. The abbess of Bodhi Temple knows me. I'll ask her to discreetly have you ordained. So when His Majesty and Prince Dai find out you become a nun, you'll have been one for quite some time, and they can't force you back to secular life. Mother is really considerate. You can't pack too many things for now, nor bring too many books. Mrs. Kong said, after a while, I'll send the books to you. Mrs. Kong wasn't as rigid as other ladies. Since her daughter didn't want to marry and wanted to become a nun to focus on her studies and pursue knowledge, she didn't oppose it as a mother. She only wanted her daughter to be happy. Come, let's pack your things. Yes, mother. The mother and daughter happily went to pack their things, leaving the father and son staring at each other. Kong Yuan, coming to his senses, laughed helplessly. To go to become a nun so joyfully, it's only possible with my little sister. Originally, Kong Taichung felt guilty because his daughter was becoming a nun, but now seeing his daughter's happy demeanor, his heart was no longer heavy. I hope everything will go as smoothly as my little sister wishes. If becoming a nun didn't work, the only path left would be death. It's all that bastard's fault from the previous dynasty. Whenever Kong Taichung thought of that family head from the previous dynasty, his anger would surge, wishing to whip his corpse. Unfortunately, he can't because that family head died without a corpse left. Father, we need to find a way to make His Majesty rely on our Kong family. The Kong family in the court was considered favored, but compared to the Li family, they weren't as valued. We can't let His Majesty use our Kong family as a bargaining chip or a tool for balance. Do you have any methods? How could Kong Taichung not want to change their situation and make His Majesty rely more on their Kong family? Kong Yuan shook his head. I haven't thought of a good method. Neither do I have a good idea. After speaking, Kong Taichung sighed a long sigh. At this moment, in Kundi Hall, Zhao Yao was reading historical books of the previous dynasty, while Liang Zhaoyi was reading books personally written and bestowed by the previous emperor. Reading historical books was a requirement from Liang Zhaoyi in her view, the more one reads historical books, the more one can understand various things and avoid certain mistakes. Mother consort, I've almost finished reading the historical books of the previous dynasty. Should I start reading the historical books of the dynasty before that? He enjoyed reading historical books because they contained many interesting and entertaining stories, and even quite a few bizarre ones. The historical books of the Zheng dynasty are incomplete. There are only a few in the palace. Why is that? The founding emperor of the previous dynasty, the one who seized the throne, was fearful of being criticized by future generations, so he ordered the burning of the Zheng dynasty's historical books. This actually happened. Zhao Yao was not knowledgeable about the affairs of the Zheng dynasty since it belonged to a period before the previous dynasty. Not just the Zheng dynasty. Several dynasties before the Zheng dynasty have lost many historical books. Liang Zhaoyi found this to be particularly heartbreaking. Didn't anyone try to collect them? Zhao Yao said. In the dreams of Zhao Yao and their history, it continued without interruption precisely because there were always people collecting historical records and compiling them into books, like the records of the Grand Historian. These past few days, Zhao Yao had intermittently recalled some things from his dreams. Records of the Grand Historian. Yes, this book recorded events from the time of Emperor Huang until the era of Emperor Wu of Han, covering more than 3,000 years. Listening to Zhao Yao's introduction of the records of the Grand Historian, Liang Zhaoyi was moved. It truly is a great historical book. Yes. So why can't we collect historical records and compile our own records of the Grand Historian? There were too many wars in the Xia and Zheng dynasties, causing many historical records to be lost or destroyed. That was why it was even more necessary to collect them and compile a comprehensive historical book. This way, if wars occurred again in the future, history would not become fragmented. Why doesn't Father the Emperor send people to collect and compile them? Liang Zhaoyi was moved by Zhao Yao's words. You're right. We should find people to collect historical records and compile our own records of the Grand Historian. She paused, then composed herself and said, This is a highly beneficial proposal for the country and its people, and I will suggest it to your father the Emperor. Currently, the world was mostly at peace, and it was time for the Emperor to have historical records compiled. Mother consort, I'm not reading anymore. Zhao Yao took out a quill and said, I want to draw the blueprint for the farm. Liang Zhaoyi curiously asked, What kind of design do you want for the farm? You'll see once I finish the drawing, Mother consort. Zhao Yao replied with a playful reservation. As he started drawing, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he turned to Liang Zhaoyi and asked, Mother consort, will Father the Emperor come to Kundi Hall tomorrow? Tomorrow was the day of the month when the Emperor usually came to Kundi Hall. However, as it was the mourning period for the late Empress, Zhao Yao guessed that the Emperor might not come. He will come for a meal. During the mourning period for the late Empress each year, the Emperor would still come to Kundi Hall, but only for a meal and wouldn't stay overnight. Mother consort, in that case, I won't disturb you and Father the Emperor. Tomorrow, I'll go to Xingda Palace to find fourth brother. Every time father came to Cunny Hall, he would tease him, take his treats, and deliberately quiz him on his studies. If he didn't answer, father would pinch his cheeks and nose or smack his bottom. Liang Zhaoyi looked at Zhao Yao with a gentle expression, saying nothing. Feeling a chill under her gaze, Zhao Yao quickly pleaded, "Mother consort, I won't go to find fourth brother tomorrow. Please don't look at me like that, I'm scared." The more gentle mother consort smile was, the more frightening it was. "That's a good boy," Zhao Yao mumbled softly. "I hope father the emperor won't snatch my food tomorrow. Wait, when father comes tomorrow, I can request permission to go to Hulong Temple to pray for the late empress." The next day, just after Prince Dai returned to the mansion after the morning court session, he heard Fu Zhong say, "Your Highness, Mrs. Kong and Miss Kong went to the Bodhi Temple to pray for the late empress." When Prince Dai heard they were praying for the late empress, his face immediately darkened, and his tone turned somewhat cold. "They really are considerate." Seeing that Prince Dai was displeased, Fu Zhong cautiously asked, "Your Highness, should we still keep an eye on them?" After all, it was a nunnery, and keeping a watch there would be somewhat inconvenient. "Keep an eye on them while they pray for the late empress." Prince Dai sneered, "No need to watch them." Prince Dai figured that Mrs. Kong and her daughter wouldn't do anything at the nunnery, nor would they dare to. "Yes, Your Highness." Fu Zhong then reported, "The several beauties sent by the empress have all been dealt with." Prince Dai asked, "Did they confess to anything?" "Two admitted to being spies arranged by the empress to report on the mansion's affairs," Fu Zhong said. "These two haven't been dealt with yet. You wish to. Since the empress wants to know what's happening in my mansion, let her know," Prince Dai said, narrowing his eyes with a sinister expression. Fu Zhong understood Prince Dai's meaning. "I'll take care of it right away. By the way, how are things with the Crown Prince?" Prince Dai had people at Hulong Temple. The Crown Prince's visit to Hulong Temple to pray couldn't be ignored. The Crown Prince started worshipping Buddha as soon as he arrived at Hulong Temple and hasn't done anything else yet. Fu Zhong hesitated for a moment and asked, "Your Highness, should we seize this opportunity?" He touched his neck lightly. Prince Dai kicked Fu Zhong. "Do you have a death wish for me? Eliminating the Crown Prince at this time would make everyone think I did it. Do you think father would spare me?" Fu Zhong grinned apologetically. "I didn't think it through. The Crown Prince cannot have any accidents while praying at Hulong Temple. If anything happens, everyone will think it's my doing." Prince Dai stated sternly, "Keep a close watch for me." "Yes, Your Highness." Prince Dai went to the back courtyard to see Princess Consort Dai. He and Princess Consort Dai grew up together, innocent childhood sweethearts, and naturally, their relationship was quite good. This time, when Duke Zhun and the others accused Prince Dai of being unable to have children, he did not blame Princess Consort Dai, but she felt very guilty. Previously, an imperial physician sent by the Empress had carefully checked the pulses of both Prince Dai and Princess Consort Dai, and there were no issues with either. The lack of children was simply because the time wasn't right. As for the fertility guanine sent by the Empress, noble Princess Consort Rome, not feeling at ease, had it stored in a corner of her palace's storeroom. She then had someone respectfully go to the Bodhi Temple to request a fertility guanine. It is currently being worshipped in the Prince Dai Mansion's Buddha Hall. Princess Consort Dai prays daily to the fertility guanine, hoping to become pregnant soon. After talking with Princess Consort Dai for a while, Prince Dai went to the study in the front courtyard to delve into his work. He had sent people to investigate the situation in Yangzhou, but hadn't obtained the information he wanted. Rebellion was common in Yangzhou, and the reason it hadn't been quelled promptly was that Xieshur was a fool. Prince Dai had originally intended to go to Yangzhou to suppress the rebellion, but since the rumors of his incapacitation began, he couldn't go. Compared to suppressing the rebellion in Yangzhou, having an heir was more important. During this time, Prince Dai diligently worked hard every night. He believed it wouldn't be long before there was good news. Once there was good news in the mansion, Prince Dai decided to apply to the emperor to go to Yangzhou to suppress the rebellion at this moment. In the imperial study, the emperor also received a secret letter from Yangzhou. Things were indeed as they had anticipated. The emperor lightly tapped his finger on the imperial desk, a thoughtful expression on his face. Sun Kuei, seeing the emperor deep in thought, immediately controlled his breathing, not daring to disturb him. After a while, the emperor instructed Sun Kuei, "Go call Mr. Song here." "Just General Song alone." After a moment, the emperor said, "Bring Lao Zhang too." "Yes, Your Majesty." Soon, Song Dikang and his colleagues arrived at the imperial study. "It's time to close the net on the situation in Yangzhou," the emperor directly instructed. "Mr. Song, you will go to Yangzhou tonight." Song Dikang replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Mr. Song, you must go discreetly, understood?" "Understand." While Mr. Song is away from the capital, Lao Zhang, you will cover for him. The emperor's decision to send Song Dikang to Yangzhou was to remain secret. Mr. Song, do you need me to teach you what to do next? Song Dikang smiled. There's no need to trouble you with such a minor matter. The emperor then gave Song Dikang additional instructions before dismissing them. Before noon, news arrived that Song Dikang had been injured. The emperor promptly sent the imperial physician to the Song mansion. The imperial physician reported that Song Dikang had suffered a bone injury and would need 3 months of bed rest. Sun Kuei reminded, Your Majesty, it's time for lunch. After the court session, the emperor had been busy reviewing memorials. He had only stopped for 2 cups of tea as a break. Have them bring the lunch directly here. The emperor was too lazy to go to the dining hall and decided to dine right in the imperial study. By the way, inform Liang Jiaoyi that I will dine at Cunny Hall tonight. Sun Kuei originally thought the emperor had forgotten about going to Cunny Hall today, but surprisingly, the emperor remembered. The emperor, seeing that Sun Kuei did not respond, looked up at him and noticed a surprised expression on his face. What is it? Is there a problem? Sun Kuei hurriedly said, No, I will inform Liang Jiaoyi right away. He thought that during the late empress's memorial period, the emperor would not go to the harem. Sun Dao saw Sun Kuei coming out and quickly approached him. Master, is there anything you need? Go and inform Liang Jiaoyi that the emperor plans to dine at Cunny Hall tonight. Sun Dao was astonished. I thought the emperor wouldn't go to Cunny Hall today. Just as he finished speaking, he remembered something. Oh, how could I forget? Every year around this time, the emperor still visits Cunny Hall but does not stay overnight. Hearing Sun Dao say this, Sun Kuei remembered too. Tell Liang Jiaoyi that the emperor has had a poor appetite these days. Got it, I'll go right away. On the way to Cunny Hall, Sun Dao encountered Zhao Yao and quickly greeted him. Little Mr. Sun, are you headed to Cunny Hall? Sun Dao respectfully replied. The emperor asked me to inform Jiaoyi Madam that he will dine at Cunny Hall tonight. Father really didn't forget. He had thought his father forgot, but his mother consort was right after all. The emperor hasn't forgotten. Sun Dao thought to himself that the emperor remembers the monthly visit to Cunny Hall more clearly than anyone. What his master said was true. Liang Jiaoyi is quite capable. Your Highness, the emperor hasn't had much appetite these past few days. When Zhao Yao heard no appetite, he was secretly pleased. With father not hungry, he wouldn't have to share the best food. Father is really working hard, Zhao Yao said with feigned sincerity. However, honestly, being an emperor really is difficult. Endless memorials to review every day, endless affairs to take care of, unruly ministers and sons to manage, and more importantly, not being able to casually leave the palace. What's the point of being emperor with all this? Being an emperor is so exhausting, yet his elder brothers all vie for it. He really couldn't understand. Your Highness, you also work hard studying. Sun Dao knew Zhao Yao didn't like studying. Zhao Yao, as if finding a kindred spirit, said excitedly, I study so hard, yet no one thinks so. Are you like me, not fond of reading? I don't like reading either, Sun Dao commiserated, but my master keeps insisting I read more. He too was not keen on reading. Whenever I read, I get dizzy. Me too, little Mr. Sun, we're kindred spirits. Sun Dao was hearing someone call him a kindred spirit for the first time, and it was from the 10th prince no less. Subsequently, Zhao Yao and Sun Dao continued grumbling about studying. Tong Shi, walking behind them, found their complaints against studying quite amusing. You're better off than I am, Zhao Yao said enviously to Sun Dao. Mr. Sun encourages you to read more, but doesn't force you that I can't avoid it. I have to study every day, and if I don't, I'll be punished by father to copy texts. Your Highness, you are a prince. Naturally, you must study diligently. Sigh. Zhao Yao sighed maturely. Sun Dao was amused by Zhao Yao's theatrical display. Almost unable to suppress his laughter, he quickly comforted. Your Highness, once you grow up, you won't have to study at Wenny Hall anymore. I still have 10 years until I grow up. Zhao Yao raised both hands. 10 years. I have to endure 10 more years. Your Highness, just hang on a bit longer, and it'll pass. Today he realized how entertaining the 10th prince was. Zhao Yao pouted, saying, My surname is Zhao, not Hang, referring to the endurance pun. Sun Dao and Tong Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ate tea this moment. Lai Fu and Lai Kai ran out to greet Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao hugged them, showering them with affection. Mother consort, little Mr. Sun is here. Zhao Yao suddenly shouted, startling Sun Dao. Liang Jiaoyi heard them and quickly came out. Sun Dao promptly greeted her. Greetings to Jiaoyi Madam. Please rise. Little Mr. Sunday, what instructions does the emperor have? The emperor will dine here at night. Sun Dao added. Zhao, madam, the emperor is so busy today that he lacks an appetite. Please be considerate tonight. Understand. I'll take my leave. Gu Weixing quickly stepped forward to escort Sun Dao out of Kundi Hall and then handed him a pouch of money. After Sun Dao left, Tongxi asked Zhao Yao, Your Highness, why didn't you let me deliver the message for little Mr. Sun? It would have saved him a trip. If I really asked you to deliver the message, it would cut off little Mr. Sun's financial road, and he would hate me for it. The people serving the emperor would always receive some money as a tip when they went to deliver messages to the harem. Zhao Yao said, cutting off someone's financial road is like killing their parents. The eunuchs and palace maids in the palace don't earn much monthly, relying on the master's tips for extras. Moreover, everyone in the palace loves money, as money makes things easier. So, this help can't be given, understand? Tongxi nodded in understanding. I understand. Mother consort, what are we having for lunch? I am hungry. The fifth princess answered on behalf of Liang Zhaoi. We are having spinach and watercress for lunch. Zhao Yao's smile froze. He had forgotten that during the late empress's memorial period, they could only eat vegetables. Sun Dao returned to the imperial study and told Sun Kuei about his conversation with Zhao Yao earlier. Sun Kuei, hearing it, couldn't help but laugh too. Sun Dao, laughing, said, Master, I didn't expect the 10th prince to be so amusing. Sun Kuei smiled meaningfully. In this palace, only the 10th prince is still a child. After saying that, he turned and entered the imperial study, recounting to the emperor what Sun Dao had told him. The emperor, after listening, laughed and scolded, That little rascal. Afternoon painting lessons. The third prince's painting is exceptional, and this is what he prides himself on the most. His maternal family, the Wang family, is renowned for their calligraphy and painting. His mother, Consort Shu, is also proficient in painting, especially portraits. Before entering the palace, she was a famously talented woman in the capital. While still unmarried, she enjoyed painting for friends and family. Her portraits were so lifelike that they resembled the person exactly to at. That time, many noble ladies in the capital sought her paintings. Even the court painters skilled in portraits could not match Consort Shu's work. The third prince perfectly inherited his mother's talent for portraiture. He loves painting beauties, regardless of gender. Today, the teacher is instructing them on painting people, having the princes sketch each other. Zhao Yao, a beginner, can only practice painting plants and flowers. 10th brother, can I paint you? The fourth prince asked. Of course, but fourth brother, you better paint me looking handsome, Zhao Yao said, feigning a fierce look. If you paint me ugly, I'll be upset. The fourth prince replied with a laugh. I'll do my best to make you look handsome. Fourth brother, that's where you're wrong, Zhao Yao corrected him seriously. I am naturally handsome. You only need to capture my beauty as it is, without enhancing it unnecessarily. Listening to Zhao Yao's shameless words, the fourth prince chuckled. All right, I'll try to capture your beauty just as it is. Zhao Yao gave him an encouraging gesture. Go for it, fourth brother. The fourth prince already knows what go for it means. Sometimes he wonders how his 10th brother comes up with these peculiar phrases. You too, keep it up. Zhao Yao was learning to paint orchids. He thought his orchids resembled chives a bit. Thinking of chives, he thought of scrambled eggs with chives. Then he thought of dumplings and got hungry. The fourth prince was observing Zhao Yao while painting. Seeing Zhao Yao licking his lips from time to time, he curiously asked, What are you thinking about with that hungry look on your face? Dumplings, fourth brother. I feel like eating chive and scrambled egg dumplings. He planned to have the small kitchen make some chive and scrambled egg dumplings tomorrow. But he couldn't eat eggs these few days. Eggs are meat. He wondered how dumplings with only chives and no eggs would taste. Why did you suddenly think of eating dumplings? Zhao Yao showed the fourth prince his just-finished orchid painting. Fourth brother, do you think these look like chives? If he hadn't pointed it out, the fourth prince wouldn't have seen the resemblance to chives. But now that Zhao Yao mentioned it, he realized they really did resemble chives. Fourth brother, orchids look so much like chives that I wonder if orchids taste as good. He had never eaten orchids before. Maybe he should have the small kitchen stir-fry plate of orchids tomorrow, or use orchids as dumpling filling. Upon hearing this, the fourth prince was both amused and exasperated. 10th brother, orchids are not chives. You can't eat them. How do orchids look like chives? You can't eat them. Zhao Yao asked, puzzled. Fourth brother, have you eaten them? Never. The fourth prince loved orchids very much. He had nurtured many orchids and cared for them well. Fourth brother, you've raised a lot of orchids. Could you give me a pot? He recalled that his fourth brother had several pots of orchids in his room. What do you want orchids for? To fry and eat. I want to try if orchids are tasty. The fourth prince's face immediately turned dark as he refused with a stern expression. No, my orchids are not to be eaten. Seeing how precious the fourth prince's orchids were to him, Zhao Yao had to give up. His eyes glinted with mischief as he remembered the orchids in the imperial study. Next time, he could steal orchids from there. The fourth prince noticed Zhao Yao's scheming eyes rolling and knew he was plotting something mischievous. He became immediately alert. 10th brother, you're not allowed to target my orchids. 4th brother, am I that kind of person? The fourth prince just looked at Zhao Yao silently. Don't worry, 4th brother, I won't steal your orchids. The fourth prince was not assured. He decided that after class, he would hide the orchids in Xingda Palace to prevent Zhao Yao from getting any ideas at this moment. The 7th prince and 9th prince started arguing, then began splattering paint on each other's faces and bodies, covering each other in paint. Initially, it was just the 7th prince and 9th prince causing chaos, but soon the 3rd prince and others got involved too. The 4th prince quickly pulled Zhao Yao aside to avoid getting smeared with paint. Zhao Yao saw the 3rd prince and others throwing inkstones and paint, and he shouted internally, "It's over. 4th brother, 3rd brother, and the others are fighting again. Won't we be implicated like last time?" Last time, when the 7th and 9th princes fought, he got caught up and had to copy the Analects 100 times. Just as the 4th prince was about to speak, he saw Zhao Yao sneakily walking over and hurl a splash of red paint toward the 3rd prince. Unexpectedly, his aim was good, directly hitting the 3rd prince's head. The 3rd prince's forehead and face were covered with red paint, looking as if his forehead was injured and he was bleeding all over, very frightening to behold. Zhao Sun, the 3rd prince mistakenly thought it was the 9th prince and angrily threw a pallet of paint over. The 9th prince agilely dodged, pointing at the 7th prince while telling the 3rd prince, "It was Zhao Jing who did it. It wasn't me. Zhao Sun did it." Zhao Yao saw the 3rd prince and others fighting again and laughed with great amusement. 10th brother, you. 4th brother, you saw nothing just now. Zhao Yao implored with his earnest, clear eyes gazing at the 4th prince. Looking at Zhao Yao, the 4th prince's heart softened. He said seriously, I saw nothing. 4th brother, you're the best. The 4th prince smiled indulgently. Stand here properly. 4th brother, are you going to stop them? If they keep fighting, father will blame them. The 4th prince stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Stop." The 3rd prince and others were startled by his shout, and their actions froze involuntarily. The 4th prince gave them a chilling look and said, "This is not far from the imperial study. Do you want to draw father here?" His words quickly changed the 3rd prince and the others' expressions. The 3rd prince glared at the 9th and 7th princes, then swiftly led the 5th prince and others away, covered in paint. They needed to hurry back to Xingda Palace to bathe. Otherwise, if the emperor saw them in this state, they'd surely be punished. Seeing his chives, no, orchids, destroyed, Zhao Yao angrily cursed the 9th prince and others. 4th brother, you hadn't yet captured my beauty before they ruined it. I'll redo it once we're back. 4th brother, when I learn to paint portraits, I'll paint you. Zhao Yao promised with a smile. I'll definitely capture your handsome grace. 4th brother will be waiting. With the 3rd prince and others gone, Zhao Yao and the 4th prince couldn't continue their painting lesson, so the teacher dismissed them to return. After bidding farewell to the 4th prince, Zhao Yao took Tong Shi and left. Instead of heading straight back to Cunny Hall, he turned and went to the Imperial Garden. Your Highness, why are we in the Imperial Garden? To pick orchids. Zhao Yao looked around the Imperial Garden, but couldn't find any orchids. Are there no orchids in the Imperial Garden? Tong Shi searched around too, but didn't find any orchids either. Your Highness, it seems there really aren't any. How could the Imperial Garden have no orchids? What a fuss. Tong Shi recalled a place with orchids. Your Highness, there are some over at Lanyuan Pavilion. Then let's go there. Lanyuan Pavilion is where Prime Minister He and other ministers handle affairs of state, not far from Chengwang Hall. This was Zhao Yao's first time at Lanyuan Pavilion, yet he was unfazed. He strutted boldly into Lanyuan Pavilion with Tong Shi. Before his eyes was a sea of orchids. So many orchids. I've heard the officials love orchids, so they planted many in Lanyuan Pavilion. Zhao Yao marveled. No wonder it's called Lanyuan Pavilion. Your Highness, which one do you want to pick? Let me see. Zhao Yao squatted in front of the orchids, his eyes shining as he studied them. I'll pick the one that looks the nicest. Your Highness, all the orchids here are quite beautiful. Grandmaster Liu and Prime Minister He had just finished discussing some affairs. While sipping tea and taking a rest, they suddenly spotted a small figure in the orchid garden outside, surprising them both. The 10th prince. What's he doing here? Before Prime Minister He could finish his sentence, he saw Zhao Yao reach out and snap off an orchid. His expression changed drastically, and he sprayed the tea in his mouth, exclaiming, "My orchid!" Startled by the cry of "my orchid," Zhao Yao fled with the freshly snapped orchid in his arms. Tong, she hurriedly chased after him. Prime Minister, he also gave chase, but was a few steps too slow, failing to catch up with Zhao Yao. My orchid! Seeing Prime Minister, he looking as if he might cry. Grandmaster Lu sympathetically patted his shoulder and consoled him, mourning and yet finding solace. Prime Minister, he loved orchids passionately. The orchids in Lanyuan Pavilion were mostly cultivated by him. The orchid garden was Lanyuan Pavilion's most treasured feature. The ministers all loved this garden and usually helped Prime Minister he take good care of these orchids. They never expected them to fall victim to Zhao Yao's cruel hands today. Zhao Yao instinctively ran off with the orchid, stopping only after a long distance. Your Highness, why are you running? I heard someone shouting, and, out of urgency, I just ran. You're the prince. If you pick an orchid from Lanyuan Pavilion's orchid garden, who would dare say anything? Zhao Yao. Well, I felt guilty like a thief. As he spoke, he looked down at the orchid in his arms. This flower smells so fragrant. Tongxi sniffed and found it really did smell nice. Your Highness, this orchid's fragrance is different. Zhao Yao thought for a moment and said, it's a bit like cold fragrance. Tongxi didn't understand this. This orchid looks pretty cute. The flowers are small. I wonder if it's tasty. After Zhao Yao said that, he plucked a flower and ate it in one bite. Your Highness, you really ate it. Tongxi wanted to stop him, but couldn't, helplessly watching Zhao Yao eat an orchid. It tastes fragrant too, slightly sweet, quite delicious. Zhao Yao plucked another one and ate it. If Prime Minister he saw Zhao Yao eating his silver edge royal, he'd probably be so angry he could spit blood. Zhao Yao plucked another one and handed it to Tongxi. You tried too. Your Highness, you ate it. Doesn't it make your stomach hurt? Orchids aren't poisonous. They won't upset your stomach. Reassured by his words, Tongxi dared to eat the orchid. Your Highness, this orchid is really fragrant. He felt his mouth full of orchid scent. I told you, orchids must taste good too. Orchids look like chives. Chives taste good, so orchids can't taste bad. He plucked a leaf to eat, which was crispy and sweet. The two of them walked along, eating orchids. Soon, they returned to Kundi Hall. Zhao Yao immediately presented the orchid he carried to Liang Zhaoyi for a taste. When Liang Zhaoyi saw the orchid in Zhao Yao's arms, she was utterly astonished. Mother, what's wrong? Is this orchid not edible? Zhao Yao said, I ate it, and it was delicious, plus my stomach doesn't hurt. Liang Zhaoyi staggered slightly, then reached up to rub her forehead, looking very distressed. Yao Yao, where did you get this orchid? I grabbed it from the orchid garden in Lanyuan Pavilion. Zhao Yao said with a grin, I thought orchids looked like chives, so I wanted to try if orchids were tasty. Liang Zhaoyi. Zhao Yao noticed Liang Zhaoyi's odd expression and thought for a moment before asking, Mother, is there something wrong with this orchid? This orchid is called Silver Edge Royal. It's a tribute orchid, and there shouldn't be many of them in the palace. Although Liang Zhaoyi wasn't as fond of orchids as Prime Minister he, seeing such a precious orchid being spoiled by her son made her hands itch a bit. The orchid in your arms is worth a fortune. Zhao Yao, Tongxi, would it be too late to spit out the orchids I just ate? Liang Zhaoyi poked Zhao Yao's forehead, half amused, half angry, and said, Eating orchids, you really? Mother, are you sure you haven't mistaken? This orchid is worth a fortune. Zhao Yao couldn't quite believe it. I ate it, and its texture and taste don't seem worth a fortune. Liang Zhaoyi. First, there was a cow chewing on peonies. Now her son, eating orchids raw. Orchids are meant to be appreciated, not eaten. Liang Zhaoyi pinched her son's cheek angrily. Even eating orchids, you gluttonous little cat. I was just curious. Zhao Yao lifted the orchid in his arms, inspected it from every angle, and still couldn't see what was special. Mother, is it really worth a fortune? Absolutely. Liang Zhaoyi said, rather helplessly. This Silver Edge Royal has always been a tribute that's almost non-existent among common folks. Zhao Yao, what's so special about it being a tribute? You. Liang Zhaoyi explained Silver Edge Royal to Zhao Yao in detail. Luckily, I only ate a few flowers. Didn't eat it all. It can still grow flowers. Zhao Yao hurriedly put down the orchid in his hand. This orchid really smells nice. Its most distinctive feature is its fragrance. I wonder if it's good stir-fried. Seeing her son still thinking about eating, Liang Zhaoyi tugged his little ear. You still want to stir-fry and eat it? Mother, spare me. The emperor had just stepped into Kundi Hall when he heard Zhao Yao pleading for mercy, and he walked in with a smile. You rascal. What mischief have you caused to upset your mother? Liang Zhaoyi and Zhao Yao greeted the emperor. The emperor had just sat down when he noticed the orchid placed on the nearby table. Surprised, he said, Isn't this Silver Edge Royal? Where did it come from? Liang Zhaoi didn't particularly like orchids, so there hadn't been any in Cundy Hall. The emperor hadn't gifted her any orchids, so now seeing a silver edge royal in Cundy Hall surprised him. Yao Yao brought it back from Lanyuan Pavilion. Lanyuan Pavilion? The emperor looked at Zhao Yao in astonishment. You rascal! What were you doing at Lanyuan Pavilion? Zhao Yao pointed at the silver edge royal and answered honestly, picking orchids. Picking? The emperor was shocked by Zhao Yao's use of the word picking. Why were you picking orchids? Zhao Yao hesitated for a moment and said, eating. The emperor was dumbfounded. Eating? Sun Kuei, Liang Zhaoi, finding it hard to articulate, said, he's already eaten a few flowers. The emperor, Sun Kuei, why would you eat orchids? This was the first time the emperor had heard of someone eating orchids. Curiosity. Curiosity? I thought orchids looked very much like chives, so I wanted to see if they were as tasty as chives. Orchids like chives? What did they look alike? The emperor's mouth twitched slightly as he said, are they tasty? Not bad. I wonder if stir-frying them would make them as good as chives. Liang Zhaoi, seeing her son still thinking about stir-frying the silver edge royal, found it both funny and exasperating. Suddenly, Sun Kuei remembered something and reminded the emperor, I recall the orchids in Lanyuan Pavilion are planted by Prime Minister He, and this pot of silver edge royal was something he requested from you. Prime Minister, he is very fond of this silver edge royal. Zhao Yao was the shout he heard earlier from Prime Minister He. The emperor imagined Prime Minister He's reaction upon learning that his cherished silver edge royal was eaten by Little Ten, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Zhao Yao looked at the laughing emperor and thought, what's so funny? Liang Zhaoi asked nervously, is Prime Minister He all right? She genuinely worried Prime Minister He might faint upon learning his precious silver edge royal was eaten by Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao said, I heard Prime Minister He's voice was strong. He should be in good health. Huh? The emperor was practically dying with laughter at Zhao Yao's words. Zhao Yao glanced at the laughing, out-of-control emperor, then at Liang Zhaoi. Mother, what's father laughing about? Liang Zhaoi. Laughing at you. Zhao Yao. What's there to laugh at about me? I only ate a few flowers. The flowers will grow back in a while. Zhao Yao made a small defense for himself. The emperor pinched Zhao Yao's little face and chided. Are you a pig? Eating orchids and all? Father, pigs don't eat orchids. The emperor twisted Zhao Yao's little mouth. Aren't you just like a pig? Zhao Yao inwardly retorted. If I'm a pig, then father, you are too. Sun Kuei, send this pot of silver edge royal back to Prime Minister He. Otherwise, he'll worry himself sick. Yes, your majesty. Zhao Yao watched reluctantly as Sun Kuei took away the silver edge royal. He still wanted to try stir-frying it. Maybe it would be as good as chives. What? Reluctant to return it to Prime Minister He. The emperor flicked Zhao Yao's forehead. Orchids are Prime Minister He's lifeline. If you ate this entire pot of silver edge royal, he'd come after you. Zhao Yao was dumbfounded. Over a pot of orchids, seriously? What about other orchids? If he couldn't eat this silver edge royal, he could eat other orchids, right? He couldn't believe all orchids were as precious as silver edge royal. You still want to eat other orchids? Zhao Yao nodded honestly, curious about their taste. The emperor laughed again. Ha ha. Zhao Yao. Is father going crazy tonight? Laughing nonstop? Mother, I'm hungry. Just a few orchid flowers weren't enough to fill him up. Your majesty, do you wish to dine now? I'm hungry too. Let's have a meal. The emperor stood up, grabbing Zhao Yao by the back of his collar and leading him to the dining hall. Zhao Yao, like a kitten picked up by the scruff, was pitifully carried to the dining hall. The dishes tonight were all personally cooked by Liang Zhaoi, common household dishes. Every time the emperor came to Cundy Hall, Liang Zhaoi would personally cook. Though they were all vegetarian, Liang Zhaoi made them colorful, fragrant, and flavorful. Sun Kuei wasn't wrong. The emperor had indeed been very busy the past few days. So busy he didn't have much appetite, often just eating a few bites at each meal. Liang Zhaoi personally served a bowl of vegetable soup to the emperor. Your majesty, have a bowl of soup first to warm your stomach. The emperor took the bowl and started drinking spoonful after spoonful. He loved dining in Cundy Hall. Although Liang Zhaoi's cooking couldn't match the imperial kitchen, her dishes suited the emperor's taste. The emperor loved Liang Zhaoi's cooking because it was homely in her dishes. He could taste the home flavor, something the imperial kitchen couldn't reproduce in Cundy Hall. The emperor could feel the warmth of home. It was the only place where he could truly relax. The emperor didn't dare to relax for too long, so he only visited Cundy Hall once a month. As long as he came to Cundy Hall, the fatigue and hardships of the month would vanish in Cundy Hall. He wasn't a lofty emperor, but just an ordinary husband and father in the Lanyuan Pavilion, just as prime minister. He was anxiously about to go to Cunny Hall to ask for the Silver Edge Royal Orchid. Sun Kuei returned with it. When Prime Minister he saw that only 2 or 3 blossoms of the Silver Edge Royal Orchid were left, his expression turned stiff. Sun Kuei hesitated whether to tell Prime Minister he the truth. Mr. Sun, why did the 10th Prince take away my Silver Edge Royal Orchid? Prime Minister he thought, could it be an imperial prank? Sun Kuei, seeing Prime Minister he's expression, instantly understood what he was thinking. It has nothing to do with His Majesty. It was the 10th Prince himself who wanted to come to Lanyuan Pavilion to pick the orchid. The word pick had a bad connotation for Prime Minister he, instantly making him think of picking flowers or vegetables. What does the 10th Prince want to do with the orchid? Sun Kuei looked at Prime Minister he, appearing hesitant. Prime Minister he didn't look pleased. If he told the truth, would he be so angry as to lose control? Seeing Sun Kuei's hesitance, Prime Minister he had a bad premonition. Did the 10th Prince pick the orchid just for fun? At this moment, Prime Minister he's chest started to heave a little. Not for fun. Sun Kuei thought carefully and decided to tell the truth. The 10th Prince picked it to eat. Prime Minister he thought he misheard. Mr. Sun, what did you just say? The 10th Prince picked your orchid to eat. He said the orchid looks like chives, so he was curious if the orchid tastes as good as chives. Sun Kuei hadn't finished when he saw Prime Minister he's face turn red. Grandmaster Liu, who was standing next to them, was first startled but then burst out laughing. Prime Minister he's breathing became rapid, and he spoke with disbelief. Looks like chives for eating? Yes, the 10th Prince didn't know it was the Silver Edge Royal. He thought it was an ordinary orchid. Did the 10th Prince eat the flowers on the plant? Yes, and the 10th Prince also said it tasted quite good. Before Sun Kuei could finish, he saw Prime Minister he faint, and he exclaimed in fright, Prime Minister he! Prime Minister he! Prime Minister he! Prime Minister he fainted from sheer anger. The culprit who angered Prime Minister he into a faint, Zhao Yao, was channeling his focus towards the spinach and watercress in his bowl. For the past 2 days, he had been eating these same dishes every meal, and Zhao Yao was getting tired of it. He never liked eating vegetables much, and now having them every meal was really torturous for a child. Suddenly, the Emperor reached out to pinch open Zhao Yao's little mouth and stuffed a chopstick full of spinach into it. Zhao Yao force-fed. The Emperor glared at Zhao Yao on purpose and said, swallow it. Zhao Yao glared back at the Emperor angrily. Don't eat it, and I'll spank you. This threat was effective. Zhao Yao timidly swallowed the vegetable in his mouth right away. No swallowing the vegetables whole, Liang Zhaoi said with a frown. Last time you swallowed it and got choked, remember? The Emperor picked up another bunch of vegetables and pushed them into Zhao Yao's mouth. Chew it properly. Zhao Yao pouted and reluctantly chewed a few times. Just as he was about to swallow, the Emperor pinched his mouth open again. The Emperor checked Zhao Yao's mouth and saw that the vegetables were not chewed up, so he pinched his son's face in anger. Chew it thoroughly before swallowing. Liang Zhaoi added, chew each bite 20 times. This child, when faced with something he doesn't like, would swallow it right away. Under the Emperor's stern gaze, Zhao Yao reluctantly chewed 20 more times. The Emperor pinched his mouth open to check if he chewed properly. Once he was sure Zhao Yao had, he let him swallow. Next, the Emperor personally fed Zhao Yao vegetables, to be precise. He shoved them into his mouth. Zhao Yao was so angry he wanted to bite the Emperor, but dared not as he knew that whenever the Emperor came to Cunny Hall for a meal, he would be bullied. Under the Emperor's forceful feeding, Zhao Yao ate quite a lot of vegetables. After feeding Zhao Yao, the Emperor flicked his finger against Zhao Yao's head and said with disdain, you can't even eat your meal properly, still need me to feed you. Zhao Yao puffed up his cheeks and quietly retorted, I didn't ask you to feed me. Besides, you're not feeding me, you're forcing me. Before he finished speaking, his little face ended up in the Emperor's magic grasp, being pinched into various shapes. Zhao Yao was so angry he kept huffing. Finally, Liang Zhaoi rescued him from the Emperor's grasp. The 100 copies of the Analects I asked you to copy, are they done? The Emperor asked. If not, I'll spank you. Zhao Yao covered his little butt and said, they're done. Bring them to me. Zhao Yao ran to his study with his little legs and asked Tong she to help bring over the 100 copies of the Analects he had copied. 100 times, not one less. Really, let me see. The Emperor took a look, and upon seeing Zhao Yao's scribbled writing, his brows furrowed. What kind of writing is this? Even a dog writes better than you. Then ask a dog to write, Zhao Yao muttered. The Emperor tapped Zhao Yao's head with a copy of the Analects. Your writing is so ugly and you're not ashamed. You even take pride in it. Father, are you reasonable or not? I've only been learning to write for less than 3 months, Zhao Yao lamented. My hand is almost broken from copying. I have never seen such ugly handwriting. Well, now you've seen it out. Zhao Yao's face was pinched again by the emperor. Father, you're being unreasonable. Asking him, who has been writing for only 3 months, to write as neatly as his fourth and eighth brothers is just unreasonable. I see you haven't been practicing properly. I copy books every day. Where's the time to practice writing? If you studied properly, would I punish you by making you copy books? The emperor tapped Zhao Yao's head again. Blame yourself for not being smart at studying. Liang Zhaoyi had matters to discuss with the emperor, so she sent Zhao Yao back to the study to read. Zhao Yao was eager to leave. Otherwise, he'd be beaten again by his father. The emperor saw Liang Zhaoyi send Zhao Yao away and knew she had something to discuss. Liang Zhaoyi first spoke to the emperor about Liang Run buying land. After hearing it, the emperor said he would send someone to handle it properly. Then, Liang Zhaoyi spoke about compiling historical records the emperor hadn't thought of. Compiling history. Ever since he ascended the throne, he had been busy quelling rebellions and focusing on rebuilding, so other matters were temporarily set aside. Moreover, the court had historians already documenting events daily. Liang Zhaoyi said that not only should current dynasty history be recorded, but past dynasties' histories must also be collected and revised so history can be passed down from generation to generation. If history isn't organized well now, it might end up being lost in time. After hearing Liang Zhaoyi, the emperor felt that compiling history needed to be done. Why did you suddenly think of having me compile history? The emperor didn't use I in formal terms, but rather I casually. It's Yao Yao. He's always loved reading history books. That a couple of days ago, after finishing the books on the previous dynasty, he asked me for books on the Zheng dynasty that I told him not much was left, and he asked why. Liang Zhaoyi skipped, mentioning Zhao Yao's reference to the records of the grand historian, and honestly explained to the emperor her reason for suggesting compiling historical records. After hearing her explanation, the emperor warmly said, "I'll bring it up in tomorrow's morning court session." The emperor was always decisive. When he believed something was right, he would act immediately, never procrastinating. It'll give those scholars something to do. The conversation then shifted away from official matters. As they chatted casually, the emperor enjoyed chatting with Liang Zhaoyi. Unlike other concubines who were careful or had ulterior motives, she would speak whatever came to her mind, openly. She never played tricks in his presence nor asked him for anything. She treated him as a husband, sharing things she knew or read about in books. Liang Zhaoyi enjoyed reading. Whatever she found interesting, she would share with the emperor. He would do the same with her. They could spend a long time talking about trivial things. The emperor still had memorials to review, so he didn't stay long in Cundy Hall. Before leaving, he hugged Liang Zhaoyi and kissed her ear. Liang Zhaoyi hugged him back, warmly saying, "Take care of yourself and don't overwork." The emperor replied gently, "All right." Liang Zhaoyi and Zhao Yao went to see the emperor off at the door of Cundy Hall. Zhao Yao noticed the emperor instructing Sun Ke to take his copied 100 copies of the Analects away and internally grumbled. "Father really is going to check my copied the Analects. Isn't he busy? How does he have time to check my writing? Father is just bullying him on purpose." Once the emperor was out of sight, Liang Zhaoyi took Zhao Yao's hand to walk back. As for you, Marin, and the others, they didn't show up. Every time the emperor came to Cundy Hall, they would disappear and not disturb the emperor and Liang Zhaoyi on the imperial chariot. The emperor flipped through Zhao Yao's copy of the Analects. "Your Majesty, this servant forgot to tell you. Prime Minister, he fainted from anger when he found out the 10th prince ate the silver edge royal orchid's blossoms." Sun Ke respectfully reported. The imperial physician said it was due to an outburst of anger. The emperor laughed upon hearing this. He actually fainted from anger. "Huh. Your Majesty, Prime Minister, he initially thought it was you who had the 10th prince prank him. Am I that idle?" Sun Ke silently thought. "Yes, you are. You used to tease Prime Minister he with orchids frequently. Little 10, that rascal, won't rest until he's tasted stir-fried orchid." The emperor knew his youngest son's temperament well. Meanwhile, at the Bodhi temple outside the capital, Kong Yao was accepting the abbot's tonsure. For safety's sake, they specially chose to have the tonsure at night. At the hour of Mao, the emperor woke up on time. Just as he was getting up, Sun Ke and Sun Ditto entered, bowing their backs. Sun Ke and Sun Daodu first saluted the emperor and immediately inquired with concern, "Your Majesty, did you sleep well last night?" The emperor stood by the dragon bed, spreading his arms for Sun Ke to dress him. At the tea this moment, Sun Ditto held up a cup of tea to the emperor's lips. The emperor lowered his head and drank a few sips of tea, rinsing his mouth. Slept quite well. Sun Ke changed the emperor's upper garments, while Sun De knelt on the ground to change his trousers. "Your Majesty, Every time you go to Cunny Hall, you always sleep well, even if you don't actually sleep there, Sun Kuei said. Your appetite improved quite a bit last night, too. The noble consort indeed has her skills. The emperor replied softly. The dishes she prepares suit my taste. Your Majesty, if you eat well and sleep well at Cundy Hall, why don't you go there more often? Sun Kuei, as the emperor's close eunuch, naturally hoped that the emperor could eat and sleep well every day. The emperor also wished to visit every day, but he couldn't. Am I that idle? Hearing the change in the emperor's tone, Sun Kuei felt a shiver in his heart and immediately raised his hand to slap himself. This servant spoke too much. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. All right, I'm not blaming you. The emperor, having changed into the dragon robe, then went to the adjacent side hall to freshen up. By the time the emperor was done freshening up, breakfast was already set in the dining hall. The emperor's breakfast was quite simple, consisting of porridge, baked cakes, and steamed buns, typical everyday food. After finishing breakfast, it was nearly the Qin hour, and only then did the emperor leisurely head towards Qinguang Hall. As the emperor walked, he stretched and said, having the morning court at the Qin hour is still a bit early. It should be postponed slightly to the fourth quarter of the Qin hour. Walking behind the emperor, Sun Kuei said, Your Majesty, if you really postpone the morning court to the fourth quarter of Qin hour, the ministers will definitely criticize you again. The emperor scoffed. Do I fear their words? Haven't I heard enough from them? Even back when he was the crown prince, ministers often censured him. Once he became emperor, the complaints didn't cease. He was like a dead pig, unafraid of boiling water, indifferent to the minister's remarks. By postponing the morning court to the fourth quarter of the Qin hour, I am actually doing them a favor, allowing them a bit more rest, that I'm considerate of their welfare. Sun Kuei silently thought to himself, Your Majesty, you just want to sleep in a bit more. Your Majesty, do you really want to change the morning court time to the fourth quarter of Qin hour? If it indeed changed to the fourth quarter of Qin hour, they, as servants, could also get more sleep, but it would mean a delay in the emperor reviewing memorials. Your Majesty, wouldn't that mean you won't sleep until after the Z hour? Alas, then forget it. The emperor sighed wistfully. If only my elder brother were still alive. If his elder brother were alive, he wouldn't have to be burdened with being emperor, waking early and toiling all day. Upon hearing this, Sun Kuei knew the emperor was once again lamenting his role as emperor. Alas, the crown prince and Prince Dai both vied for it. Yet the emperor himself did not want to be emperor. Truly, the emperor was the world's first person who didn't wish to be emperor. Your Majesty, as Prince Yong is no longer here, it's best not to dwell on it. The emperor kicked Sun Kuei on the rear, scolding, I just want to think about it. Can you stop me? Sun Kuei grinned apologetically. How dare this servant meddle in your affairs, Your Majesty? The emperor said no more, hands in sleeves, leisurely walking into Qinguang Hall like an old gentleman. Inside the hall, civil and military officials were already lined up and standing in formation. When the emperor sat on the dragon throne, the ministers immediately knelt to pay their respects. Greetings to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years. The emperor casually lifted his hand and then yawned, saying, Rise, all of you. The ministers were accustomed to the emperor's nonchalant demeanor. Should he act seriously one day, the ministers would actually find it odd. If there are matters to address, speak up. No sooner had the emperor sat down than he slouched on the dragon throne. The ministers with matters to present stepped forward one after another to speak. Every morning court session, both major and minor matters were presented, but of course, confidential matters were never discussed at the morning court. After the ministers finished presenting their matters, the emperor straightened up and with a concerned look, addressed Prime Minister He. Prime Minister He, I heard you fainted yesterday. Is your health all right? At the thought of yesterday's events, the complexion of Prime Minister He darkened instantly. He gritted his teeth and said, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am fine. Prime Minister He was convinced that the incident of the 10th prince sneaking into Lanyuan Pavilion to steal his silver edge royal yesterday was orchestrated by the emperor. You fainted and claimed to be fine. The emperor feigned concern. Prime Minister He, you must take care of yourself. If something happens to you, what am I to do? Prime Minister He replied with a deadpan expression. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I am perfectly well. As long as the emperor didn't vex him, he could live quite healthily. Since you say so, I am relieved. The emperor said, standing up and moving to the front, looking at the ministers below and asking, Do any of my beloved ministers enjoy reading history books? This abrupt question left all the civil and military officials baffled for a moment, but they immediately responded that they did enjoy reading history books. Historian. suddenly called by the emperor. The historian was taken aback and quickly stepped forward. This subject is present. In court, the historian had always lacked presence, and being suddenly called out today, with everyone focusing on him, he couldn't help but feel tense, his body turning rigid. How many historical records from the previous dynasty and the Zhou dynasty do we have? This question puzzled all the ministers present, making them wonder what the emperor intended with it. The historian respectfully replied, "In response to your majesty, the previous dynasty left 5,319 volumes of historical records, while the Zhou dynasty left only 123 volumes." The emperor asked again, "Are the historical records for the previous dynasty complete?" The historian answered, "Not entirely. During Emperor Xiaoling's time, a great fire in the palace burned many records. Moreover, when the rebels invaded the imperial palace, numerous records were also destroyed." The emperor nodded and asked, "How much of the Chun dynasty's historical records remain?" The historian answered, "Less than 100 volumes." "And what about the records from before the Chun dynasty?" The historian said, "Very few. Very few." The emperor lamented, "Truly a tragedy." The historian felt the same sorrow as the emperor. As a historian, what he cared about most was the historical materials. "My beloved ministers, did you not proclaim a passion for history just now? What are your thoughts upon hearing the historian's report?" "Regrettable, sorrowful, heartbreaking. Ministers, you must understand the importance of historical records." The emperor said, "Since the Chun dynasty, the number of preserved historical records has decreased significantly. Why do you think this is the case?" In response to Your Majesty, "It is due to the chaos of war." Indeed, in the late Chun dynasty, rampant warfare destroyed many historical records and books. The same was true for the Zhou dynasty. Over the past 400 or 500 years, wars frequently occurred, with particularly many during the Chun and Zhou dynasties. The previous dynasty fared somewhat better. Despite constant conflicts under Emperor Xiaoling, at least, no one destroyed the historical records. Warfare is one reason, but the most important reason is that no one took the time to compile these historical materials into books, ensuring their legacy. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu immediately understood the emperor's intention. "I have an idea to organize the historical materials and compile them into books, so they may be passed down from generation to generation, preventing any disjunction in history." The emperor looked at the ministers. "What do you think, my dear ministers?" The historian said with much excitement, "Your Majesty is wise." Then Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu stepped forward to support. "Your Majesty is insightful." Seeing that Prime Minister He and others agreed, the other ministers naturally did not oppose. They all understood that compiling historical records was a beneficial endeavor for the country and its people, and an act that would etch one's name in history. Since all ministers agree to compile history, who do you think is suitable to oversee it? The ministers supporting the fourth prince immediately suggested that the Li family was the most suitable. During the previous emperor's reign, the Li family oversaw the compilation of ceremonial and musical regulations. Therefore, they had ample experience, making them the perfect choice for compiling history. Those supporting Prince Dai naturally recommended Kong Taichong to be responsible for overseeing the compilation of history. Kong Taichong and his son felt their opportunity had arrived. The two exchanged a glance and then nodded at each other. Without hesitation, Kong Taichong stepped forward and volunteered to oversee the historical compilation. Following him, Kong Yuan also stepped out, expressing his willingness to assist. The Minister of the Ministry of Rights and the Junior Minister also stepped forward, expressing their desire to participate in the historical compilation. Whoever oversees this historical compilation will see their name immortalized. The emperor looked over at Kong Taichong and the others, then at the Minister of the Ministry of Rights and the Junior Minister. He finally glanced at Grandmaster Lu standing in the front. "Grandmaster Lu, at your service, Your Majesty. You will be the chief overseer of this historical compilation. As for the other participants, arrange them as you see fit." Grandmaster Lu. He knew the emperor tossed this mess at him again. While compiling history might be a prestigious and advantageous task, it was also a troublesome one. Grandmaster Lu never cared about his reputation, nor concerned himself with whether he would be remembered in history. "I obey the order." Whether they were supporters of the Crown Prince, Prince Dai, or other princes, they all wanted to have a stake in this historical compilation. For Grandmaster Lu, peaceful days would become scarce. Seeing no more matters to address, the emperor allowed Sun Kuei to announce the end of court. After the court session, Prime Minister He, Grandmaster Lu, and the historian went to the imperial study. Compiling history is a significant undertaking. requiring preliminary discussions on how to proceed, where to start, and how far back to trace. The emperor's suggestion was to begin with the most recent dynasties, complete them first, and then work backwards. Prime Minister He and the others naturally agreed. After deliberating on the methods for historical compilation, Prime Minister He curiously asked, "Your Majesty, what prompted you to suddenly think of compiling history?" It was brought up by the 10th Prince that he enjoys reading historical books, and, seeing how few records from the Zhou dynasty survived, he wondered why the materials weren't organized and compiled into books. The emperor smiled. "I thought he was right, thus I recalled the matter of compiling history." Unexpectedly, the suggestion for compiling history came from the 10th Prince, a revelation that truly surprised Prime Minister He and others. Meanwhile, Zhao Yao, who was studying in Windy Hall, sneezed several times in succession.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.